Hello and welcome. What's up, my friends? In this video I want to talk about completely new matter in the Python, and it is the Tkinter. In the Tkinter we can easily add the GUI or the graphical user interface to the applications in the Python. So what is the Tkinter? The Tkinter is the Python's built-in GUI package or the graphical user interface. And what is the GUI? The GUI is indeed the interface or the shape or the appearance of the applications. For instance, if I take a look at my simple calculator, this is the calculator that we can easily work with it. It has some window and then some buttons and text box and some menu inside it. So we can't currently create something like this application because the Python has only the command prompt or the terminal, and we have something like this after running the application or the Python console. So if we want to create the simple calculator like the Windows, we can't do it in the Python till now. And also if I want to create something more complex or special applications like this, for instance, the paperless office software can be shown. This is my professional and enterprise application. And if I take a look at this, for instance, come over here and the personal information. So we have the complex forms and windows and controls on it. You can easily download the free version of the Camshaw paperless office software from the Google. So we can't create something like this till now by the Google. Why? Because it has the GUI or the graphical interface, and we can call it the GUI or GUI. Also, we have many thousand other applications like the Paint, for instance. If I take a look at that and say the Paint, this is the Paint. So it has some buttons and controls here and also some menus. And suppose we want to create something like this, but we can't do it in the Python till now. And what about if we need to add some GUI or the graphical interface? Then we need to use another module or the feature or the tools, and it is the Tkinter. So we can use the Tkinter to add the GUI to the Python application. The GUI means the GUI or the graphical user interface. No matter, you can call it the GUI or the GUI. Personally, I prefer to use the GUI. I love it, but you can use the GUI. And also this is the Tkinter, but you can call it Tkinter, no matter and no problem. And also the Tkinter is based on the Tk, and the Tk is the free multi-platform tool to add the GUI or the GUI in many programming languages. And you can see the vertical feather, and it is the icon of the Tk. And the next question is why we need to learn the Tkinter. If you search the Google, you can see many different tools and the components and libraries for working with the GUI in the Python. Something like the Qt, the XY Python, and also the Tkinter or the Tkinter, and also the PySide and the Kiwi. These are the most common and famous libraries and the tools for working with the GUI in the applications of the Python. But at the first step, the Tkinter is really great. Why? Because it is easy to learn. You can easily learn it. And it needs a very little code to make a desktop application. And it is multi-platform, including Windows, Mac OS, and Linux. And also it is pre-installed with the Python. So we don't need to install anything at all. And also many other reasons that give us the Tkinter as one of the most important and the famous structures and the libraries to add the GUI to the Python applications. And the next question is what type of the applications can we create with the Tkinter? Indeed, you can easily create something like the calculator, this application, because it is only the simple window and some buttons inside it, and also the text box, data enter, and so on. But we can't exactly copy something like this because it is the Windows application, and if you want to create exactly like this, you need to use the C#, VB.NET, C++, and something like this. The technologies of the Microsoft, or For the Mac OS, you can select another applications, or for the Linux, you can select the appropriate applications. And also we can create something like the MS Paint on the Tkinter or other libraries, but not exactly similar to this. And also don't forget, we can't create something like this application because it is completely complex and it has 100 of forms and windows. And if you want to create exactly like this, you need to use the C#, VB.NET, C++, and something like this. So my intention of this tutorial is not talking about how to create the Tkinter to create something like this application, because we can't do it, if I be honest. But we can use the Tkinter to create most of the applications, or even the complex applications, but its own structure. So don't worry about anything, and let's get started working with the Tkinter. And the next step is talking about how to create our first window or the application in the Tkinter. Before doing that, let's take a quick look at the Google and search the Tkinter. And if you take a look at the Google, we have something like this. For instance, I can create this window, and also we can use the different tools like this and create the login window and also the calculator and show the different message boxes and use all of these controls, and also create something like this. And if I take a look, I have all of these options and we can create it with the Tkinter. So the Tkinter is really great. And also if I take a look, these are the examples. And also if I take a look at another examples, this is, for instance, and I'm not sure if all of these are exactly created with the Tkinter or not, because these are only the images. But if I take a look, this is the next one, for instance, and there is many great tools and examples. And this is the data entry. So this is a really great application, the data entry. We can create something like this data entry instead of using it like this. And indeed, this is the data entry, but it has the technology of the C#. So we don't need to create something like this. Instead of that, we have this option and interface. Indeed, I can create this, and you can see the Tkinter, and the shape and the appearance is a little bit different, but it has a lot of tools and features to create the professional and amazing application. For instance, I can create the library management application by the Tkinter and the MongoDB or the SQL or the MySQL. And also we can use it to create the accounting application or most of the applications for the small offices or even the big offices, no matter, and no problem. But it needs more time and more effort. You can search the Google and see more examples and samples of the created applications in the Python and the Tkinter. And this is a really great idea and I love it. And if I take a look, there is tons of the examples for working with the Tkinter. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now we understood why we need to learn the Tkinter. And let's get started working with it. It's time consuming, so stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to get started working with the Tkinter and create the first application to show only the simple window to the user. So let's get started. Previously, I talked about why we need to learn the Tkinter. In this video, I want to talk about how to create the first application. My first application is not too complex or something special. Somehow it is special. Why? Because it is our first GUI or GUI application in the Python. Something like this in the Windows, we call it the window. So the Mac OS or the Ubuntu or the Linux. To get started working with the Tkinter or the Tkinter, we don't need a lot of tools. The only thing we need is importing the Tkinter, then create the window and finally make it visible. Only 3 lines of the codes. Let's do it in the action. Come over here, and this is my application and the pro. I can easily come to this one, right click on the project, create new and the directory. and name it the GUI or the GUI, no matter. And this is, right click on it, new, and another directory, and name it Tkinter. Tkinter. Tkinter stands for TK interface. So click on it. Now right click over here, new, and the Python file, and name it hello TK, and press enter. So I have the hello TK over here, and as I told you at the first step, we need to import the Tkinter module and say the TK, and this is the TK. So it is the lowercase Tkinter or the Tkinter, and add a space. And personally, I prefer to use the name for that. So let's say as what? As the TK, the lowercase t and the k. So it is. At the next step, I need to create the window. So the window, as I told you, is the main interface or something like this. Or even if I take a look at the calculator, this is the window. So the main interface or the form of the application, it is the window. To do that, the only thing I need is using the method tk and assign it to another object, and it is the window. So my window is the window based on the tk technology. Let's say it, come over here, come to this one, and easily say the tk. This is the lowercase tk because it is this, and also add dot, then the tk and uppercase t and k. So assign it to the next one, and don't forget to add the parentheses and assign it to my window. I can say my win or my window, no matter, you can write anything that you want because it is only the name. Now I have the window and I have created the window, but if I right click over here and run, so this is, after a couple of seconds, nothing happened. Why? Because after creating the window, we need to show it permanently. But currently, after creating it, the process is finished. So we need to another code to stop exiting the code. To do that, we have a really great idea, and it is the main loop. The main loop keeps the window visible and repeat all of this, and also stop execution the remaining codes. So everything after the main loop won't be executed until closing the window. And also one of the other functions of the main loop is listening to the events, like clicking on the mouse and also pressing the keys on the keyboard and so on. So the main duty of the main loop is keeping the window visible and listening to the events of the window. Currently, don't worry about anything and just focus on the learning. So come over here, and the next step is using the my window or my win, add dot, and the main loop. This is the main loop, and press enter. So everything is done, and if I right click over here and run, after a couple of seconds, congratulations, we did it. Now I can see my first amazing and great GUI window, and if I maximize that, so it is, and also I can minimize, and we have the TK over here. The title is the TK and the icon, and also 3 buttons: minimize, maximize, and the close button. As you see over here, currently my application is running, but as I told you, if you close the window, then the application will be stopped. If I click on this, so the process finished. It means the main loop pause or stop executing the remaining codes after that. So this is really tricky note. Don't forget that. Now I have created my first window, but what about the next step? In the next step, I can easily add the control or the widget to that. It's time consuming, so stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to display a widget, something like the label or the button on the window. So let's get started. Previously, I talked about how to use the Python code to show the simple window to my user. But after creating the window, it's time to add the widgets. Let's open up the calculator. This is the calculator. I have some buttons over here and also the text box here and the labels here. Each item on the window is the widget. So this is really important. Don't forget, the widget is the control or the tool on your window. And also, if I take a look at the paperless office software Camisha, we have something like the clock here, and also the button and the label, the image, and another button, and also all of these are the labels. So we call each item as the widget. And also we can say the window itself is the widget. And if I take a look at this, come over here, and here I have the text boxes and also the combo boxes and the labels and also the different backgrounds for this window and for this controls here, and also I have some menu and the toolbar at the top and some information here, and also I customize the control boxes here at the top. So this was about the widget. In the Python and the Tkinter, we can add different widgets, something like the label or the button, entry, and the text, and so on. Currently, I don't want to talk about how to add all of this because it is time consuming and we need a lot of time to talk about all of this. Instead of that, I want to show you how to add simply the simple and straightforward widget on your window and get it start working with it. Later in my upcoming tutorials, I'll talk about most controls and the widgets. So don't worry about anything. Now let's see how we can add the widget on the window. The structure of adding the widget is really simple and straightforward. At the first step, we need to use the TK or the Tkinter. Then add dots and the widget name, something like the button, label, the entry, and so on. Then add the parentheses, and inside it I have two arguments. The first one is the parent or the container of this widget. And most of the cases, we can use the window itself instead of the container at the comma and the keyword arguments. You can use the different arguments by the key and value format, as I told you previously. And also, after creating all of this, we need to assign it to another control, and this is my widget. And after creating the widget, I have it. Now we need to put the widget or the control on the window. To do that, we need to call the pack. The pack will add the widget to the window. So by using two lines of the code, we can easily add the widgets on my window. For instance, if I take a look at this code, I have the TK as the Tkinter, and also I have the TK and my window. So I want to add the label on the window. To do that, I use the TK and the label. This is my widget, exactly this one. Then parentheses and the my window. Here, this is the window, and also it is my container. Container means the control that I wanna put the label inside it. Currently, I wanna put my label on my window. So my container is my window at comma and some options and the properties. So it is like this. The keyword or the key name, it is the text equals and the value. Previously, I talked about the keyword arguments. So it is something like this. The keyword equals and the value. And also we can add the comma and second and third and so on. So after creating the label, I have the label and I need to call the pack. To put the widget on the window, then use the main loop. Now let's get it start working with it. To do that, come over here, and at the beginning, I can come to this and add the comment and the next one. Indeed, I need to put all of my code for creating the widgets and all the matters between the TK and the main loop. All of the codes between these belongs to the TK, and also you can use anything that you want. So come over here and say the first one. Currently I have the TK lowercase because it is this. After that, add dots. In this list I have different controls and the widgets, like the label. This is the uppercase. Don't forget to use the uppercase. The label, then the list box, and also I have the entry, the text box. Indeed, this is the text box. I'm in the text box something like this. If I take a look, come over here, and we call this one as the entry or text box, and this is the combo box, and also this is the multi-line text box. And also if I take a look, the button, the label, and all of these are labels too, and the toolbar or the menu. So let's come over here and let's see, come to this, add dots. Also you can use the entry, and this is the entry, uppercase E, and the entry, then the list box, and also the button itself, the most common control, the button. It's really amazing control. So we have the menu button, the checkbox or the check button, and also the radio button. All of these are the common controls or common widgets in the Tkinter or Tkinter for creating the desktop applications using the Python. So don't worry about all of these, because currently we don't need to work with all of them. I want to show you how to create a simple widget on your window. So let's get started working with the label, and say the label and press enter. After that, add parentheses. As I told you, we need to assign the container or the main window, and this is my win, so I call it my win. Also let's change it to my window for better results. My window, this is my window, and copy and paste it over here, then here. No matter, you can write anything that you want instead of the name of your window. So the comma, and then the arguments, and I can write, for instance, the text and equals. And the question is how we can get access to the list of the available keyword arguments. I'll talk about this matter later, so don't worry about anything. The text is the text inside the label. So hello GUI in Python, and after that come over here, and we need to assign all of this to the new object and name it my LBL or the LBL itself, and this is. Then use the LBL, add dot and pack. The pack will put the label on the window. Now if I right click over here and run, after a couple of seconds, wow, what happens? I have something like this, hello GUI in Python, and my form or my window is resized. Why? Because currently we didn't assign any size for the label or the window itself. So automatically after adding the label, the Python and the Tkinter will resize the window based on the size and the current properties and features of the window and the label. So this is the result. And if I maximize that, I have the hello GUI in the Python here at the top of my window, and this is the result. Also I can use another one, and I can easily and quickly add the label, and this is the TK. So let's get started working with it. TK, add dot and the button. So this is the button, I can select that, add parentheses, and the same structure, the container, and here is my window, my container, add comma. Then the keyword arguments. Currently we have the text, and this is the text. Later I'll talk about the available keyword arguments for different controls and the widgets. And if I take a look at that, say hi, and this is the text. Now I need to assign all of this to the control and name it, for instance, the bot or my bot, no matter, or anything that you want. You're completely free to use your favorite name. Now let's write the my bot, then add dot and the pack. As I told you, the pack will put the control or the widget on the window. So run, and after a couple of seconds I have the hi here, and congratulations, I have the label and the button on my window. Currently these are by default settings and properties. So I'll talk about how to customize these one by one later. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now we learned how to add the window and add some simple widgets on it. In the next essay, we need to learn more about how to configure the window. To do that, we have all of these options and the topics. So we're going to learn many great tips and tricks for working with the window in the Tkinter. It's time consuming, so stay with me. And don't forget, if you want to be successful and professional programmer, You need to be genius and do your best. So the master key to become the great and amazing and professional programmer is your effort. Try, 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 and also practice, practice, and practice. With the best wishes. I'm waiting for you in the next tutorial. Hello and welcome. In this video I want to talk about how to start working with the window and its common features and the properties. So let's get started. First I talked about how to create this simple project, and we have something like this window, and also we added two widgets like the label and the button, and we learned how to start working with the Tkinter in the Python. Now it's time to look deeper inside the window. The window is really the first step for creating the applications. For instance, if I take a look at my calculator, at the first step, I need to customize the properties and appearance of my calculator, something like this. For instance, like adding the text here, or customizing the size and the border, and also the back color and so on. So this is a really important part. To do that, I decided to talk more about it. So let's get started working with the window. So come over here and open up my PyCharm, come to the GUI Tkinter or Tkinter. Come to the new and the Python file. So name it window and the TK, something like this, and press enter. Now I have the window, and to export my tutorial, let's copy all of these codes from my previous project and paste it inside the window. I don't want to work with these controls, so let's select all of this and delete. And this is the result. In this video, I want to talk about how to customize the properties and the attributes of the window itself. And what about the first one? The first one is talking about how we can change the title of the window. To do that, I can easily create my TK and the window, then use the title method, and inside it, I have my custom title. Then use the main loop. So let's do it. Come over here. And I have the TK as the Tkinter, the TK as the window, and also the main loop. So I can assign the properties or the attributes for my window and say my window, this is at dot. In this list, I can get to start working with the most common properties, functions, and methods of the window itself. So let's get to start working with the first and the most important one, the title. If I take a look at the different applications like the calculator, so this is the calculator, it has the title over here. Or even if I take a look at another one, and this is the Microsoft WordPad. So I have something like this here. And also it's really common feature of the window between the programmers. Let's find the paint. So the paint, and this is my paint. So I have the text is available over here, or the title of my window. It's a really important one. Now if I minimize this, also I can sit over here. So if I take a look at my current application and come over here at the parentheses and something like this. Now let's write welcome to TK. So this is the text that I want to show inside the title. Right click on this and run. So I have the welcome over here and also over here, the welcome to the Tkinter, and if I resize it, so I have the welcome to TK. So it's done. Now we learned how to add the title to the window itself. And what about the next step? The next step is talking about how we can control the resizing behavior of the window. It's time consuming, so stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to control the resizing behavior of the window. So let's get it started. We have the resizable method in the window that we can easily use it to set the window if it can be resizable or not. Sometimes we need to change the resizable property of the window. For better understanding, let's take a quick look at our project. This is my previously created project and run it. By default, my user can't resize the window from here, both the height and the width. So this is the height and the width. Also, I can resize the width or even the height like this. So currently and by default, my window is completely resizable. But sometimes we don't need to allow to the user to resize the window. Let's take a quick look at the real-world application and the usage. If I take a look at this example, currently I can select this form or the window, but I can't resize it. And it is inside the data entry. If I take a look at this and, for instance, click on the personal information, so I can resize this. Or even if I take a look at the Word template, click on it, and this window is completely locked and I can't resize it. So it's really important matter to set if the window is resizable or not. So let's do it. Come over here and come to this one and start the application. This is the title, as I told you previously, and I have the my window at dots and the resizable. So the resizable is a function, and if I hover on it like this, it needs two parameters. First, the width and also the height. So if I take a look at my example over here, we can easily say the width equals true or the height equals false or the true. The width equals true means, hello Python, please let my user to change the width. And if I set it to false, and this is the boolean, so we can use the false or true, then means, hello Python, please lock the width of my window, so my user can change the width. Also, I have the comma over here and the height, so I can lock the height of the window or leave it by default. Now let's see it in the action. Come over here, come to this one and say the width. This is the width. And if you forgot something like this, don't worry about anything, just hover on this, on the resizable, and we have the width and also the height. So I can easily use this quick tip and come over here, width equals to what? Equals to the true. So it means I can change the width of my window. And the next one is the height. So this is the height, and you can see the autocomplete here. Click on it. Now let's set this one to the false, something like this. So my user can change the width but can't resize the height. Right click on this and run. Now let's see, this is the width, so I can resize it, and this is my height, but I can't resize the height or I can't change the height because it is completely locked. And if I select from this corner, the only thing I can change is the width. And if I click on the maximize, so I can't change the height, I can only change the width. And also we have something like this for the width, and I can set it to the false. Then my user can't resize the window totally, and you can see the maximize is disabled, so I can resize my window totally, and this is the result. And if I move it over here, I can't resize it, not the height nor the width, and also the maximize is disabled. The only thing I can do is closing it or minimizing it like this. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now we learned how to control the resizable behavior of the window. And what about the next step? In the next step, I want to talk about how to change the size and the location of the window. It's really amazing and great tutorial. So don't hesitate to start watching that. Stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to easily change the window size and the location while running it. So let's get started. Sometimes we need to set the size and also the location of window while running it. Fortunately, to do that, we have the geometry to change the size and location of the window. For better understanding, let's take a quick look at this example. Suppose this is my monitor or the screen. Then I have this window and I want to change the height and the width. So this is the height of my window and also this is the width. What about the location? The location will be calculated based on the upper left corner of the window. So this is the location. So I have the Y, the space between this one up to the top corner of the screen or your monitor. And also I have the X, the space between this corner up to the left side of your screen or the monitor. So don't forget to use this structure. So if we want to change the location, indeed we are changing this point or this location. It's on the space from the top and the left. So let's do it in the action. To do that, I have something like this structure. It's really simple and straightforward. First, I need to use the my window, then the geometry, and inside it we need to assign the string. This string has 4 different parts. First, the width, and it is the number, then the x. This is the lowercase x, and it is the sign of the multiply or the multiplication. Then the height, and it is the number, then adds the plus or minus and the x, and this one, the x. Finally, I have the positive or negative 1. So I have something like this. Now let's take a look at the real world example, and this is my window, the geometry 500 and the 400. So this is the width and height plus 300, and this is the x, the space from the left side of my monitor or the screen up to this point of the window. And also I have the y, and it is 150, the space from the top up to this point. So we can do it easily inside the application, and also we can use the negative numbers for the x and y. I'll talk about all of this in the real world application, so don't worry about anything. Now let's take a quick look at the application, and this is my previous window. Stop that and run it, and this is, as you see, currently the location and the size of my window is something like this. So I have the y from this point up to the top, and the x from this point up to the left of my screen or the monitor. And also I have this side, the width and the height. But suppose I want to change it something like this. Currently it is completely locked, so I can resize it. So come over here and set this one to the true. Then I can change the width and also the height. Now let's get start working with the geometry. So this is my window, add dot and the geometry. This is, it is function. So add the parentheses, and inside it I can add the location and the width and height. So the structure is really simple and straightforward. So let's take a quick look at this example. The width, the x and the height plus x plus y. So let's do it. Come over here, and suppose I want to set the width of my window to 500, and this is the pixel. So the x, the lowercase x, and this x stands for the multiply sign, and the height. Suppose I want to set this to 400, then plus, and the, for instance, 200 for the x, add plus, for instance, 100 for the y, or the space from the top. Now let's see the result. Right click over here and run. So what happened? Congratulations, now we can change the width, height, x and y of my window. So I have changed the width up to 500, and you can see it over here, and the height to 400, and we have something like this. Also I changed the x to the 200, so the space from here, the left corner of my monitor up to the left side of my window is 200 pixels. And also I have the 100, so from the top I have 100 pixels up to here, and this is the result. Also I can change these numbers, for instance 300 and the 400. So right click over here and run. Now I have something like this, the 400 from the top and also the 300 from the left. So we did it. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now we learned how to use the geometry to change the width, height, the location, including the x and y of my window. And what about the negative number? As I told you, we can use the negative numbers. So let's do it. If I take a look at this example and change this number, for instance, to the 100, but negative 100. And let's add the y to the positive 200, and let's see the reaction of the Python. Right click over here, and this is. So if you use the negative number for the x, then the Python will consider this number the space from the right side of the monitor or the screen. So the negative 100 means the 100 from the right side of your screen from here. And also if I use the negative for the Y, let's see, and right click on this and run, and stop and run. So if you can't see anything, don't worry, this is the result. And if it's not your result, don't worry, stop and easily run it. So I have something like this, the negative 100, the 100 from the right side, and also negative 200, 200 from the bottom, and this is. Also I can come over here and say negative 1 and the negative 1 like this. Let's see the reaction, come over here and run. Now I have it from here. So if I take a look at this, you can see something like this and also this. And if you have same free space here, no worries. This is because of my own monitor settings and on the graphic display settings. So if I take a look at this and set it to, for instance, the 0 and the 100. So this is the 0 for my X and 100 for my Y. And if I run and stop and return, so this is the result, 100 and 0 from here. But this free space is because of my own monitor, no worries. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now let's stop. And also if I take a look at this and set it to 0, 0. So let's see the reaction, come over here and run. Now this is the 0 and 0. So let's see indeed from this point, 0 and 0. And also if I take a look and change it to the positive 0 and the positive 1, so this location is for me. Right click on this and run, stop and don't show. So stop and run. So this is the 0 and 0, and this is the offset for my own graphic card or the display, no worries. Indeed this is the actual value, 0 and 0. Okay, excellent, I enjoyed a lot, and let's talk about the final tip. Currently I have the width, the height, the X and the Y. If I take a look at this and delete this part, so let's see the reaction and come over here and run. Now I have changed only the width and the height, but the location is the default one. So I can use this one only for changing the width and the height. And what about the second part? So the second part is +0, +0. If I select this and delete that, right click and run. Now let's see the result. So this is the result. I have the 0, 0 here and the default width and height. So let's stop and run it one more time like this. Now I have the exact value, 0, 0, and also the default size of my window. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now we learned many great tips and tricks for using the geometry to change the width, height, and X and Y of my window. So the next step is talking about how we can change the icon of the window. It's really great and amazing one. So stay with me. Welcome back. In this video I want to talk about how to easily change the icon of the window. So let's get started. First I talked about how to change the geometry or the width and the location and the height of the window, and how to change the resizing behavior, and also how to change the title. Moreover, I have another option, and it is the icon of the window. If I take a look at my window, for instance, the calculator over here, and open it up, so I have the calculator and it has the icon over here, and this icon belongs to the top of my calculator. And also if I take a look at the next one, the RTF, so I have the icon over here and the icon here. I want to change this icon, and in the calculator I can see it here, but in the Paint and also the WordPad I have the icon over here. Let's see, and if I select the Paint, let's see the Paint, and this is the Paint. So I have this icon and also this icon over here. So I want to change this icon, and also I use this icon in my own paperless office software, can show this icon. So let's do it. come over here and come to this one, and to do that I need to use the icon bitmap. The icon bitmap method will change the icon of the window. So I have the window and the icon bitmap function or the method, then the path or the location of the icon, including the icon name and the extension. To change the icon of the window, we need to use the ICO extension. It stands for the icon. So let's do it. Come over here and let's open up my pie chart, and here I can easily add some separator and say my window, then the icon, and this is my icon bitmap, and add the parentheses. Inside it I need to assign the location of my icon. If I hover on this, so I need to add my bitmap. Let's do it. Currently I haven't any kind of the icon, so let's introduce you the icon finder. If I take a look at the iconfinder.com, this website is really great and amazing website to search and find many great icons easily and quickly. So currently I don't want to pay anything, or I don't want to buy any icons, and this is only the tutorial. Come to the free. This is a really important one. Also I have all of these filters and the checkboxes. The most common is the free because this is only the tutorial. And also I have the search settings. Click on this and change the preview size, the small, medium and large. So I have the search box over here, and I can easily search something, for instance the save. So if I take a look at all of these options, you can see the free over here. This is the free tag, and if I take a look, I can easily select one of these icons. This is my favorite one and I love it, so let's select that. In this window I need to select the extension or the file type of my image. So by default it is the PNG. I don't want to work with the PNG, so let's select the other. And in the other tab I have the ICO or ICNS. I want to work with the ICO. It stands for icon, and download the icon. Also I can come to the PNG and select the other formats like the PNG and the size of my image, up to the more size and any size in it if you want. But currently I don't want to work with the PNG. I just talking about it to give you more and deeper understanding of this one. So come to the other and select the ICO and download this image, and come to the show up. Now I have this icon and show in folder. So this is my icon, and select that and say the save and save.ico. So let's select this, copy, and if you can see this ICO extension, it's really simple. And to do that, come over here, click on the home, for instance, come to the view, then the folder options, and this is come to the view. It is the folder options. Also you can search from here. Come to the hide extension, come to the view and uncheck hide extension, this one. Then you can see the extension for this icon. Now I have this copy and come over here inside the pie chart, and here inside the Tkinter or Tkinter, right click on this, new, and the directory, and name it for instance the data. So this is the data folder, right click on it and paste. Now do you want to paste? Yes, of course, and okay. So I have the save.ico that is available over here. And the only thing I need is adding the path to this icon. So come over here and write data, then add the /and inside data I have the save ICO. Right click on it and copy and the save ICO, or I can write the name from scratch manually. So I want to assign the icon inside the data folder beside my window TK, then the save.ico. Right click on this and run. Congratulations, we did it. Now I can see my new icon at the top of my window over here and also over here. And don't forget, as I told you previously, if you don't want to put your icon inside the data folder and you want to assign it over here beside your window TK file, then don't use this one and directly use the save.ico. but I strongly recommend you, for better organizing of your project, to put all of your data inside the structured folder. For instance, this is the data folder and I want to put my images inside it. Also, I can come to the data, right click on it, add new in the directory, and say the pics. For instance, this is the pics or images, no matter, and press enter. Now I can select the save.ico and paste it inside the pics. Do you want to move? Yes. Refactor. So save everything. Now if I take a look at my code here, so I have the save ICO inside the pics of the data. So I need to change the path inside the icon bitmap, and this is the pics. So let's add the pics. Currently, if I right click on this and run, so you can see this error message, the bitmap not defined. So come over here and say the pics. This is the pics and add a slash. Now right click over here and run. So it's working and I can see my new image and the icon at the top of my window. Congratulations, we did it. Now we learned how to change the icon of my application. It looks amazing and great. So the next step is talking about how we can work with the attributes or the properties of the window to set more and advanced features and properties to the window, including the transparency, the window type, the topmost, and also the full screen window, and enable and disable the window. All of these are available inside the attributes. So stay with me. Hey everybody, welcome back. In this video I want to talk about how to easily get started working with the attributes to change some properties and features of the window. So let's get started. Previously I talked about how to use the different functions of the window to change some properties, like changing the icon, changing the geometry, the resizing behavior, and also the title. For each of these properties we need to use the dedicated and a special function, like the title or the resizable or the geometry and so on. Despite of this, we have another option and another function, and it is the attributes. By the attributes we can customize and we can control many different properties of the window. So let's see how. If I take a look at this list, at the first it said we can change the transparency of the window type, the topmost of the window, and also the full screen window, and finally we can enable or disable the window. Let's get started working with the first one, how we can change the transparency of the window by the attributes. So let's do it. For better understanding, let's take a quick look at this example. The attribute has a really simple structure. First, the window name, the attributes function. Then it has two main arguments. The first one is the name or the type of the property. Then add comma and its value. For changing the transparency of the window, we can easily use the -alpha or the -alpha, then comma and the value. This number should be between 0 up to the 1. The smaller number is the transparent window, and the bigger number is the completely visible window. So let's do it in the action. Come over here, and to explain my tutorial I added these comments, the attributes, and I have the my window. So this is my window, add dot and the attributes. This is my attributes, and after that add the parentheses. Inside that I have two arguments, and if I hover on it you can see more information about this. And indeed I want to work with these properties and features one by one. So let's do it. Add the double quotations here, the comma, and the value. The first one is the alpha. If I want to transparent my window, I can write the hyphen, the alpha, and the value. So let's write the, come over here and write the hyphen alpha. Then the value. For instance, let's write 1. This is a completely visible window, and if I right click over here and run, now I can see my window completely and it isn't transparent. So if I close this, I can easily decrease this number, for instance, to the half, 0.5 or the half. right click over here and run. Wow, what happened? Now my window is half transparent or semi-transparent, and you can see the controls under that. And if I take a look at this and this, so this is the semi-transparent window by only changing the alpha number over here. And if I set it to 0, then my form and my window will be completely transparent and I can't see it anymore. So run, and currently I can't see my window, but it is over here, the welcome to TK, and if I click on it, nothing. Why? Because my window is completely transparent. Click over here and stop my application. So this was about how to work with the transparent window, and also I can right click on it and close the window, so it's completely closed. Okay, excellent. This was about how we can work with the first attribute, and it is the alpha. And the question is, sir, how I can find the list of available attributes? The answer is really simple. Let's show you the tricky note. If I click over here and write something wrong here in the first argument, and I add something like this or the underscore here. Now I haven't such attribute, and if I right click over here and run, so I have the list over here in the error, and it is the argument should be this, the alpha, and it is the double, you can see it over here, the transparent color, and it is the color like this, and also the disabled, the boolean, the full screen, it is boolean, and also the tool window boolean, and the topmost. Later in my upcoming tutorials, I'll talk about most of this. So this is a really tricky note to get the list of available attributes. And don't forget, we don't need to memorize all of this. Just write something wrong at the first argument, then run your application, and you'll get the correct and available list of the attributes over here. Till now I talked about alpha, and its value is double. So the double is the decimal number between the 0 up to the 1. Congratulations, we learned how to work with the attributes to change the transparency of the window. And the next one is how to change the type of window. But it's time consuming, so stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to use the attributes to change the window type to the tool window. So let's get started. First, I talked about how to change the transparency of the window by the attributes. In this video, I want to talk about the new feature, and it is the tool window. Let's talk more about the tool window. If I take a look at my paperless office software Camisho, you can download its free version from the camishosoft.com. And if I come to the Word template and click on it, now I haven't any kind of the minimize and maximize buttons over here. It means this is the tool window. So we haven't something like this here, and I have the different border over here. As the programmer, we call this window as the tool window. So if you don't want to let your user maximize or minimize your window, then don't hesitate to use the tool window property on it. Now let's close this, and also you can use this method in the different locations. For instance, if I take a look at this one, come over here, come to this, and the folders management, and select this, also this, right click on it and edit selected item. Now I haven't the minimize and the maximize buttons over here, and it is the tool window. Let's do it in the action. Come over here, cancel this, and also come to this. And to do that, I have the hyphen and the tool window, and its value is boolean, so we can say true or false. Let's use it in the action. Come over here, come to this one, and first I talked about the transparency. Let's set it to 1, then it is completely visible. And also to start my tutorial, let's copy this and paste over here. And the next one is, as I told you previously, is the tool window. So we have it here. Now, if I take a look at this and correct the alpha and write something wrong, like this for instance, and right click on this and run. Now I have a list of available attributes, and the next is a tool window. I can easily select this and copy, or even you can write it from scratch, and this is. and its data type is Boolean, so we need to write true or false, and I want to set it to the tool window, so the true. Now if I right click over here and run, congratulations, now I have the tool window and I have only the close button over here, and my minimize and my maximize buttons are invisible. So if I take a look at the next one and change it back to the false, now if I right click over here and run, so I have the maximize and minimize. Don't forget to use this really tricky and amazing feature of the window. Congratulations, we did it. Now we learned how to change the window type to the tool window. So the next one is how to put the window on the top of other apps. It's time consuming, so stay with me. Welcome back. In this video I want to talk about how to put your window on the top of other applications or the windows. So let's get started. Sometimes we need to put my application window on the top of other applications or the windows. For instance, if I come over here and right click and select the task manager. So if I take a look at the options, and here I have the always on top. Currently, if I click on the background window and this, now I have lost the focus of my window and I can't see the task manager anymore. So if I click on it, now I need to select it to make it visible. So if I select the options and set it to the always on top, so if I click over here, nothing happened and nothing happened. Now my window is always on the top of all the windows. For instance, if I click on the calculator, it is behind this window because this is the topmost. We call such windows or the form as the topmost. So the topmost means at the top of all of the other applications and the windows. Let's do it in the action. Come over here, close this and minimize this one. Currently I have the window, and if I right click on it and run, and this is my window. If I click on the next one, so it's invisible and it is in the back of this window. Now my window is behind this window. So if I minimize this and this, also this one, so my window is available over here. But where's the icon of my window in the taskbar? I can't see it. Why? Because this is the tool window, so it hasn't any kind of the icon over here in the taskbar. First, I talked about this matter, so let's come over here and set it back to the false. Now my window is not the tool window. So right click over here and run, and let's see the result. Let's be patient, and also I can come over here and stop it like this. So this is my window, and if I click on this one, so my window went behind of this one, and I need to select this and bring it to front. For solving this problem, I can easily set my window to the topmost. So I have the topmost and its value is Boolean, true or false. Let's do it. Come over here and come to this one, Rario, great. And copy this, and after that paste it over here. Also I can write something wrong over here and right click on this and run. And if you can't close your window, don't hesitate to select this, right click on it and close that. Now if I run my application one more time and run, so I have the next one and is the topmost over here. Exactly, the topmost is value is Boolean, true or false. So this is the topmost. I can easily copy that or write it from scratch manually, and this is, let's set it to the true, and this is the true. And also I can comment the previous properties and features like this to prevent the unexpected errors. Now right click over here and run, and let's see the result. So this is the topmost window, and if I click on the background window, nothing happened. And also if I run my calculator, it is behind of my window. Why? Because this is the topmost window and it is at the top of other windows. Congratulations, we did it. Now we learned how to put my window as the topmost. And the next one is how we can run my window as the full screen. It's time consuming, so stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to show your window as the full screen. So let's get started. First, I talked about the many different features and properties using the attributes. But sometimes we need to run the window as the full screen. If I take a look at my paperless office software Camisho and click on it, by default, this window is the full screen. So it hasn't any kind of the normal close buttons or the title bar over here, and it is completely full screen. For creating such application in the window, we need to use the full screen attribute, and this is the full screen. So let's do it in the action. Come over here, come to my codes and copy this one. And for preventing the unexpected errors, I can easily comment this and paste over here. So my window, and I want to show it as the full screen. So let's write something wrong here, run, and this is the result. Now I want to work with the full screen attribute, and its value is boolean, true or false. Now let's select, copy, and paste over here. Or you can write everything from scratch. Do you want to make the window as the full screen? Yes, do it. So I use the true. Right click over here and run. Now after a couple of seconds, wow, what happened? This is the completely full screen window, exactly like my own application. This is the paperless office software, and it is completely full screen. But personally, I added these buttons here to control the minimize and closing the window, and also all of these buttons here and the sidebar over here. But in the back behind, my window is the full screen. And don't forget this really tricky note. Also, the question is, currently I haven't any close or minimize here. How I can close the window? It's really simple. Just press the window key on your window, and after that come to this and close. Right click on it and close. Or even you can stop your application from here. And if I take a look at the window key on your keyboard, this is the window key. Don't forget to use it. So let's close that. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now we learned how to make the window as the full screen. And what about the last step? In the last step, I want to talk about how to enable or disable your window. It's a really amazing and great feature. So stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to disable or enable your window using the attributes. So let's get started. Sometimes we need to disable the window. If I take a look at my current window and right click on this and run, currently my window is enabled, and every control on it or every widget on it will be enabled too. Currently I haven't anything inside it. So I can easily select this, move it here, minimize, maximize, and close. This is the enabled window. But if I disable this window, then these features will be disabled. Let's see how. Close this, come to this, copy, and paste over here to start my tutorial. Then write something wrong here, right click on it and run. Now I have the list, and it is the disabled. So the hyphen disabled is the boolean, true or false. Copy this one and paste over here. This is, and let's set it to the true. If I right click on this and run, now my window is completely disabled. So if I click over here, click on this, nothing happened. And let's decrease the volume. It looks better now. So nothing happened. And if I take a look at the next one, click over here, nothing, nothing, and nothing. And if I click over here, nothing. So my window is completely disabled, and I can right click over here, nothing, nothing. And this is the power of the disabled window. So don't forget this really tricky note and the window. And don't forget the users can't interact with the disabled window. So let's come over here and set it as the false. So let's stop the window and one more time, and the false. This is the false easily. And if I run it, so it's enabled. Now I can work with the window easily and quickly. Okay, excellent. Congratulations. We learned a lot of tips and tricks for working with the attributes to control more properties and customize my window. So we learned a lot of tips and tricks for working with the window. In the next tutorial, I want to talk about how to use the options to add the properties and control more attributes of your controls, like the window itself, and also other widgets like the label, button, and so on. After learning the next tutorial, you will have more power for controlling your widgets. So don't hesitate to watch that. I'm waiting for you. Thanks for your time. Hey guys, welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to start using the options to add more properties and attributes to your widgets like the window or the label, button, and so on. So let's get started. So far, I talked about how to start working with the attributes of the window and also how to set some other extra properties to your windows. So we did all of this. In this video, I want to talk about another great matter, and it is the option. The options is really great feature of the Tkinter to control the properties and customize them. So let's begin. At the beginning, let's talk about the options. The options control the things like the color, the back color, forecolor, border width, and so on. So we can use the options both for the window and also for the widgets like the label, button, combo box, list box, and so on. At the first step, let's see how we can get the list of available options. To do that, come over here and come to this one. Right click on the Tkinter, right click on it, add new, and the Python file. So this is the widget options, click on it. And to start my tutorial, let's take a quick look at hello world and copy this code and paste it inside the widget options. Let's take a quick look at the code. At the top, I have the Tkinter, and it is the TK and the my window, and also I added the label, and after that I added the button and also the main loop up to here. So if I right click over here and run. So this is the result. I have something like this here, the label, the button, and also the window itself. So if I take a look at the label, this is the label, I have the text. Indeed, this is the simple option that we can assign more data or the property to the label. Also, we have the same thing here, the text, and we can easily control the text for the button. And also we can add a lot of other great and practical options to each widget or even the window itself. So if you want to start working with the available options, at the first step, let's see how we can get the list of the options. We can easily do it by this line of the code, the widget name, then the keys. The keys is the list of the available and possible options for the selected widget, then print the result. Also, I can use the keys of the window or the keys of the label. So let's add the parentheses over here, and this is correct code. So let's do it in the action. Come over here and open up my code. And before doing anything, let's take a look at the available options for the window itself. This is my window. Now I can write the my window at dot and the keys. You can see something like this. Click on it and don't forget to add the parentheses. If I hover on the keys, so I have the result and it is the list. So I can easily print the result and say print what? Print the list, and right click over here and run. Now I have something like this, the BD, the border width, the class, the menu, the relief, the screen, the BG, all of these are available only for the my window. Some of these are common between the window and other widgets. Something like the BD or the border width, and also the BG for the background and the background itself. And also we have the height, and the next one is the width. or the path X and the path Y. Some of these are common between the window and all the widgets. In this video, I don't want to talk about how to work with all of this. Later in my upcoming tutorials, I'll talk about how to get it start working with most common options with the different widgets and the window. So let's focus on the learning and don't worry about anything. Also, I have the label here, and you can see it's the label. First, I talked about how to define the label. This is the label and the container and the text, for instance. Don't forget to add the pack to add the label to the window. So I can add this line of the code and say the print what? Print my label, or LBL. Add dot and the keys. The keys indeed is the available options for the label. And also I can come over here and add something like this and say the label options. So this is right click on this and run. Now after a couple of seconds, if you can't see anything, stop the application, don't forget. And this is now right click on this and run. Now I have the label options, and it is something like the active background, the anchor, the BD, and this BD is common between this and the window. So this is the window BG and this is the BG. And also I have the BD and the BD over here. And these are the options of the window and the options of the label. So I have the font to assign the font, and also the foreground or the text color, the height, pad X, pad Y, the image, the text. Till now we talked about the text and how to use it to change the text of the control. And also all of these are available for the label. And after that we can create something like this for the button. So this is my button, and I can come over here to start my tutorial. Let's copy this part and this over here, and this is, and also I can come to this and paste over here easily and quickly and say the button. So this is the definition of my button and the container and the text. And this is the option or the simple option and the button options, and this is my button, copy and paste over here. So don't worry about anything and just focus on the concept of this matter. Right click on this and run. So after a couple of seconds, if you can't see anything, let's stop it one more time and run my application. So I have it, and this is the button. If I resize it, the button options. Also we have the BD, the background, also the font, the foreground, the cursor, and the command height, pad X, and relief with the text. And all of these are available for the button, the label, and the window. Some of these options are common between the different widgets. So in my upcoming tutorial, I'll talk about how to get it start working with the common options and also how to work with the dedicated options of the different widgets. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now we learned how to get available options in the Python and for the different widgets. To use the options, we have 3 different methods. It's time consuming, so stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about the different available ways to get it start working with the options. The first one is this. At the object creation time, we can start using the keyword arguments. Something like this. While defining the new widget like this, I can assign the container or the window, then add the keyword arguments for the different available options. For instance, I can use the FG to assign the foreground or the text color, add comma, and the BG for the background color, and so on. I'll talk about the most common options later in my upcoming tutorials. In this video, I just want to show you how to work with the options. So this is really simple and straightforward. And if I take a look at my example, let's come over here and come to the label. This is my label, and I use the TK, the label, the container, and the text. Also, we have the text, and it is the option. So the keyword and the value. And if I add the comma and take a look at all of these available label options, For instance, the FG or the foreground or the BG for the background. Later I'll talk about this. So let's try something like this. The foreground or the background, the BG equals to what? Equals to its value. So let's write the color name, for instance, the yellow, and the yellow or red or the orange, the common names. I'll talk about the colors in depth. So this is the background, and if I right click on this and run my application one more time, and let's click on this easily. So this is the yellow back color for my label, and we can easily assign all the options like the text color or foreground or the font or anything else to my widgets like this. And also we can use it in the definition of the button over here exactly. So we have the button, and this is the button, and it has the background, and you can see the background over here. So I can use the same thing and say the BG or the background and use the green for instance. So this is the green, and if I right click over here and run, now I have the green for my button easily and quickly, only using the options while defining and creating the widget. But we can't use this method while defining and creating the window itself, and don't forget this really tricky note. So let's select this and paste over here. This is the keys of the window, and say window options, right click on this and run. Now let's stop and run it one more time. So I have the window options and all of this, but currently we can't use the BG or the cursor or the background over here inside the window definition. Instead of that, we have another option. So the next option is using the options or properties like the dictionary, something like this: the window name, then the square brackets, and the option name and the value. Also we can use it for the widgets like the label and label. For instance, I can use the BG to change the background of the window, and also the FG for the background of the label up to the end. Let's do it in the action. Come over here and come to this one. I have the window over here, so I can easily change the background of my label easily and quickly and say my window. This is my window. Add the square bracket, and inside it write the option name. This is the BG. It stands for background. Also you can use the background itself and say the BG inside the square brackets, because this is the dictionary, and equals and the value, for instance the yellow or the red. This is the red. So if I run the application, the back color of my window will be like the red. You can see the red over here, and if I maximize, so wow, what happened? This is really disgusting color, and you can see the background is the red. So we can use the dictionary key and value over here. Also we can use this structure for the label or all the controls. Suppose we want to change the background or the foreground or any other properties of the label. Instead of changing the background while defining the label, we can easily use the next method. So the next one is the LBL and the square brackets, and inside it I can use, for instance, the FG to change the foreground. If I take a look at the label options, I have the font or the, for instance, the FG or the foreground. Foreground means text color, and change it to the red, for instance, and this is. Now if I right click on this, and before doing that, let's start the application and run. So I have the red color for the text of my label. You can see it over here. Also you can use this method for all the widgets like the button. So this is the second method, using the key and value as the dictionary inside my widgets. And finally I have the configure method. We can easily use the configure method of the window or the label to assign the options like this, the configure or the config cell, then the BG equals to what? BG equals to red, and the F ground, for instance, equals red, and this is equals to the red. So let's do it in the action. To do that, come over here and come to this one, and I have the window over here. I can easily say the my window dot config or the configure. You can use the config or the configure, no matter. And after that, if I hover on the configure, you can see the difference in available options and the arguments for this. We can assign the options one by one, but don't forget, we need to assign it by this format. And the first one is the option name equals and the value. Don't put the option names inside the double quotations. It is exactly like the first one, while you want to use it inside the definition of the widget, exactly like this. So we need to use it inside the configure, and let's say the BG, this is the BG, equals to what? Equals to the red, and I have the red something like this. Let's select this and comment the previous code. So I have something like this, and also I can add the comma and use another options. We have a list of the available options over here. So this is the BG or the background. And if I right click on this and run. Before doing that, let's stop and right click over here and run. Now I have the red back color for my window. Why? Because I'm using this sign of the code, the configure, and assigning the options one by one. We don't need to use this comma, so we can easily ignore that. So this is the simple and a straightforward method to use the configure. And also we can use more than one option for the widgets. So I have the foreground and also the BG background, and I separated this by the comma. So come over here, and this is my label. I can assign the background and the foreground to my label. To do that, come over here and let's comment this and say the label add dot and the configure. We have the configure over here, and by using the configure we can easily assign more than one options to the control. So I have the label, this is my label, and I have the background and also the foreground. So I can say the FG or foreground text color indeed equals to the white. This is the white at comma, and the background. The background equals to, for instance, the black. So this is the black, and if I right click and run, I can easily see the result. Let's do it one more time. And this is the black, and you can see the black here and the white. So I have the green here. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now we learned how to start working with the options with the different methods. So in this video, we learned many great tips and tricks about the options. As I told you, the options are really great to assign the new properties to the widgets and also the window. And we talked about 3 different methods for assigning the options. First, the key arguments while defining the control or the widget. And also we can use it after object creation and use the widget like the dictionary and like this. And finally, we can use the configure method or function of the widget or the window to assign more options inside each widget. Congratulations, everything looks great. So it's certainly going to start working with the option, and stay with me with my great and amazing upcoming tutorial about how to start adding the widgets or the controls on your window one by one and get it start working with them. With the best wishes. Thanks for your time. Hey guys, welcome back. In this video I want to talk about how to get start working with the basic widgets, especially the label and its common options or the properties. So let's get started. Previously I talked about the options and how to work with the options. As I told you, we have 3 main methods for working with the options, and I talked about the different properties and the options. So in this video I want to talk about how to get start working with the common or the basic widgets. like the label in this tutorial, and in the next one I'll talk about the button, the entry or the text box, and also the multi-line entry or the multi-line text box. And after learning all of this, we can start designing the simple applications using the Tkinter. So the first widget is the label. Previously I talked about the label and how to add it to the window. Indeed, the label is the display box to show the text or the images. And most common usage of the label is showing the text. And the label, as I told you, has the options, and we can get access to the options of it to customize the appearance of the widget. Most of these options are common between the label and all the widgets. So if I learn all of this, then I can get start using these options and indeed the common options of the label with all the widgets like the button, entry, text, and so on. So let's get start working with the label. To do that, say hello PyCharm, what's up? And inside the Tkinter, right click on it, new, and the Python file. So this is my Python file and name it the label. Also I can say the widget. So this is widget label and press enter. Now I have the widget label, and if I click on it, it is completely empty. To start my tutorial, let's come to the hello TK and copy all of these codes and get inside the widget label, and this is. I don't want to work with all of these, so let's delete them. Now I have only the import, and the TK is my TK object. You can see it over here, and the my window, and also the main loop to show the form and my window permanently. As I told you previously, we can easily use the TK. This is my TK at dot, and inside this list I can see the different options and the widgets like the button and also the label, the text, the canvas. And if I scroll down, I have other widgets, and for instance the checkbox, and if I come to this and the frame, the grid, and so on. I don't want to talk about all of this because it needs a lot of time, and let's talk about the basic and the most common, and it is the label. Indeed, the label is one of the most common and important controls between the programmers and the different applications. So if I add the parentheses inside it, if I hover on the label, we need to assign the window name or the container or the parent of this label. I want to show my label inside the window, so let's copy this and paste over here. Now my label is ready for me. I can easily assign it to another control and name it, for instance, the LBL or my label or anything that you want. Then we need to pack this and say the label at dot, and pack means hello Python, please add the label and put it inside the window. Now if I come over here and come to this, right click on it and run. Currently I didn't add any option or the property to my label, so I have something like this. This is my label, and the result is resizing of the window, but I can't see anything because I didn't assign any option to my label. So what is the solution? The solution is really simple and straightforward. Just add the options to the label. Let's talk about the common list of the options and come over here. As you see, the first one is the text, to display the text. First I talked about this one, the BG or background, FG or foreground, border, relief, font, justify, path X, path Y, height, width, and the anchor. So these are the common list of the options. We can use these by the label and also most of these options by all the widgets. And this is the good news. If you learn these options, then you can learn other widgets like the button, entry, text, and other one easily and quickly. So this was the good news for you. Now let's get started working with the first one, and the first option is the text. Before that, it's really great idea to show you the real world example. To do that, if I open up my calculator, so this is the calculator, And I have some label, something like this here. This is the label. And also if I take a look, these are the buttons. And here I had any kind of the labels. And if I come to the next one, for instance, the paperless office software Camisha. This is the paperless office software Camisha. You can easily download its version from the camishasoft.com. So I have the label here and here, here and here. And this is the image, and I put 1, 2, 3 and 4 different labels on it to create this great and amazing calculator. And also I have the username and its value, the current time, and the today up to here. So the label is available everywhere. And come to this, for instance, and click on the personal information. So I have the label here, for instance. Also, if I open up the window, then I have many labels. So this is the label up to the end, also all of this and this. So the label is to common control between the programmers for creating the applications to show the text to the user. So let's come over here and come to this one, and let's get start working with the text. Stay with me. Welcome back. In this video I want to talk about how to assign the text to the label. So let's get started. It's really simple and straightforward. Previously I talked about this matter, and inside the label we can assign the text. So at the comma write the text and equals. The text is a string, so we need to assign the double quotations. And this is the first method. Also you can use the configure and the dictionary method, as I told you previously. So all of these are identical and similar. And this is my first one at the widget creation time. So I can assign the option here. And also I can use the dictionary method like this and assign the text here. And finally using the configure. All of these are similar. Now let's do it, and this is the simple method and the text. For instance, I can say, hello, welcome to GUI or GUI. Personally, I prefer to say the GUI, and I hate the GUI word. So I have this text inside my label, and so I right click on this and run. So I have the label. Let's stop this one more time, and this is the result. Hello, welcome to GUI. So by using the text, we could assign the text to my label. It's really simple and straightforward. As I told you, we can use the second method and say the LBL, and this is the LBL, add the square brackets, and inside it the text, and the value is here. So this is the text. For instance, say hi. So this text will be replaced with this one after using the dictionary method. Right click over here and run. So the hi and this text is replaced with the old one. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Also we can use the configure method. I don't want to talk about all of them at once. So the next property is indeed, if I take a look, is the BG or background and the FG or foreground. So stay with me. Welcome back. In this video I want to talk about how to easily change the background and the foreground or the text color in the label. So let's get started. First I talked about the text and how we can change the text inside the label. Moreover, I have the background and the foreground. So come over here, and if I come to this one, as I told you previously, we can easily get the list of available options in the controls. Before doing anything, I strongly recommend you to print the list to check if the property and option is available or not. So print the LBL, my label, and my label is over here. Add dots and the keys. So this is. And before that, let's add some quotations and say label options. So this is the list of available options for the label. Right click over here and run. As you see over here, I have all of these options, and first I talked about the text. In this video I want to talk about the foreground or the text color and the BG or the background. Also, you can use the background instead of the BG, no matter and no problem. But the BG is smaller and faster. So let's come over here. I can easily add the comma here and write the BG equals to what? Equals to the color name. Currently, we don't know anything about the color name. To do that, let's take a look at the Google. And if I search the Tkinter colors, I can see something like this. For instance, inside the tutorialspoint.com, we can see these colors: the white, black, red, green, blue, cayenne, yellow, up to the end. Now, if I take a look at the next one, it is the science.smith.edu. So we have something like this chart, and all of the available colors are inside it. But the most common colors are, as you see over here, and if I take a look, are this: the white, the black, red, green, blue, cayenne, yellow, and magenta. So these are two common colors. And also I downloaded this chart, and we can see it over here. So let's zoom in. As you see over here, I have the wide range of the colors: the snow, the deep sky below, the gold, up to the ends, up to here, for instance. Indeed, we don't need to memorize all of these colors. Instead of memorizing all of this, we can work with the main colors, then use the RGB standard to any other custom colors. Later, I talk about how to use the RGB. So currently, don't worry about anything and just focus on your learning. Now, let's get started working with the first and simple color. For instance, the yellow. So I have the yellow 2, yellow 3, yellow 4 over here, and also the yellow itself here. So let's come over here and say the background and name it, for instance, the yellow. So I can press enter for better and amazing appearance. Also, I can put this one in the next line. Now my background will be a yellow. Right click on this and run. So let's stop it one more time, and this is the result, the yellow background color. Also, you can use the background. As you see over here, I have the background, and instead of the BG, I can use the background. And right click over here and done. And this is the same result. Also, based on these options and the chart, I can use the yellow 2, yellow 3, or yellow 4. Let's see, come over here and let's select yellow 4. And if I right click on this and run. Now I have the yellow 4 color like this, exactly this sample. Also, you can use the pink or the red or the white or the black. All of these are available for us. You know what, if you want to be successful and professional programmer, you should be genius and try different codes and expand your knowledge. So let's select the next one and the spring green. So this is my green. I can come over here and say green, and let's see the green. Let's stop the application and run it. So this is the green, and also I can use the spring green. So let's run, and it is a lighter green. So this is the result, and it is the spring green. And what if I write the wrong thing over here? For instance, let's write something like this. So stop and run the application. So unknown color name, you can see it over here, unknown color name. So we need to use the valid name for the background or the BG. And if I come over here, let's undo. This is the spring green. Also, you can use the BG for shorter and smaller and faster result. Now let's come over here and let's talk about the next one. The next one is the FG or the text color. Till now I talked about the BG or the background color, but sometimes we need to change the fore color or the text color. To do that, let's write the FG. Or I can come over here and let's delete this, right click and run. So I have this list, and I have the BG, the background, and the next one is the FG. So let's add the comma, and I can say the FG equals to what? Equals to red, for instance. This is the red. Right click over here and run. So we need to stop my application because it's running, and let's see the result. So I have the red as the text color. Also, you can change it to anything that you want. So I have the quick colors. For instance, I can use the yellow for the text, but is not logical, or even I can use the pink, the sky blue, and all of these are available for me. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now we learned how to control the background color and the foreground color, but these are the known name for the colors or known colors. What about the situation that we want to use the custom color? To do that, we need to learn the RGB first, then use it inside the background or the foreground. It's time consuming, so stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to easily use the RGB color system to customize the color of the background and the foreground in the Tkinter. So let's get started. First, I talked about the BG and the FG, and as I told you, we can use the known list of the colors for changing the background or the foreground. But sometimes we need to use our own and custom colors. To do that, we can use the RGB system. All of these are the common colors. So if I want to use the RGB has four main parts. First, the hashtag. This is the hashtag at the beginning. Then three other parts. The first part is the red, the green, and the blue. Instead of these, we need to use the hexadecimal number. The numbers from the 0 up to 255, but in the hexadecimal unit. So the result is something like this: 33, this number is the red number, and also 12 for the green, and the 99 for the blue. So what about the hexadecimal? It's really simple. If I take a look at the calculator and set it inside the programmer, and this is the programmer calculator. So currently all of my numbers are inside the decimal numbers, the numbers from the 0 up to the 9. But in the hexadecimal we have other numbers like the A, B, C, D, E, and F. All of these are the symbols for the hexadecimal standard. So if I take a look at the decimal and write, for instance, the 0. So the 0 in the hexadecimal is 0. And if I write, for instance, the 99, so the 99 in the hexadecimal is 63. And also if I write the 255, so it is FF or triple F. And also if I write 150, it is 96, and 200, so it is C8. So the symbols are different in the hexadecimal and the decimal. In the hexadecimal, we have A, B, C, D, E, F, all of these letters, plus the numbers from the 0 up to the 9. But the good news is, don't worry, we don't need to memorize all of this. We can easily use the online converter, or we can use the calculator itself. So this is my color, and I have the color here and the example. Also, we have another matter. If I take a look at this, in the hexadecimal number, the 00 means 0. And also the FF means 255. So if I take a look at this and write 255, we have FF. And also the 00 means is 0. So if I use this hexadecimal number, the FF 0000, the FF means 255. So the number 255 is complete red. So we have the red over here. Now if I write the FF instead of the green color, so it is completely green. And also if I write the FF instead of the blue in the third part, so my color is completely blue, the R, G, and the B. And also we can use the RGB. If I select this text, for instance, come to the color and more colors. So select this color, for instance, and come to the custom colors. I have the red, green, and the blue. The numbers from 0 up to 255 for the red, green, and the blue. But these numbers are in the decimal. We need to use the hexadecimal. So come over here, come to this one, and this is my background. And if I run my application currently, I have the spring green here. So suppose I want to write the custom color. So don't forget to add the hashtag. Then the first couple for the red, the second couple for the RG, the green, and the third couple for the blue. Write something like this: 33, 0, 0, and 0, 0. So I have the number only for the red, and the green is 0, and the blue is 0. Now right click over here and run. So I have something like this available over here, the red as my background. So I can increase this number up to FF, or complete red. Now if I run, so I have the complete red, exactly like the red over here as my foreground. Also I can use the next one and write this as the 0, 0. So this number is the black. If I click over here, I have the black. All the 0 means the black, and all the F means the white, and this is 6 Fs means the white. So this is the complete white. Also I can change the colors like this to any color that's I want. For instance, I want to write 12, 45, and the 66, or the C8 like this. Now if I run, so I have this blue color. So everything is available for me to create my own and custom color by using the RGB format. And also we can use the online color chooser to select our own and custom color. To do that, come over here and come to the Google and search, for instance, the online HTML RGB, or the online RGB color picker, or anything that you want. So I have the W3 schools and also the HTML color codes. Come to the HTML color picker inside the w3schools.com. Here I have the predefined colors. I can easily select one of these colors like this, for instance. Now I have the preview and the RGB code here. So the first couple is the R, or red, the green, and the blue. I can easily copy this color and come to my code and paste over here. So if I run, I can see exactly the same color, and this is my color, and also this is. So you can use something like this, and all of these are available for you. For instance, this, and all of this, the lighter and the darker. And also you can change the overall color from here, and the lighter and the darker. Everything is available for us to get it start working with the RGB colors. Also I can come to this one and click agree and create my own color. For instance, this, and let's select this green, and I have the color code over here. So don't forget to add the hashtag. This is my green, or I can create the custom one like this and copy the dark blue, come over here and paste it inside the code exactly here. Don't forget to add the hashtag, and I stop. So let's run, and the same result over here, exactly like this blue. So this is the standard method for working with the colors, and it is the RGB, red, green, blue. Also, if I want to select the white, as I told you, we can use the F, and up to 6 Fs. So the first one is complete red, the complete green, and complete blue. And based on the physics rules, if I put all of the colors together, the red, green, and blue, the result is the white. So if I stop, and this is the result, the white color. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now we learned how to work with the RGB to create our own and custom colors for working with the background and the foreground. Also, we can use this color with the foreground easily and quickly, no matter and no problem. Congratulations, we did it. Now we learned how to work with the RGB to customize the color. And the next step is talking about the border and how to work with the border and the relief. It's time consuming, so stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to assign the border and the border type by the BD and the relief to the label or all the widgets. So let's get started. First, I talked about the color and how to work with the BG and the FG for controlling and customizing the background and the text color. Also, we can use the BG and the FG for the window, no matter and no problem, with the same structure, but inside the configure. And after that, if I take a look at the new options, we have the BD and the relief. Sometimes we need to add the border to the control or the widget. To do that, we have the BD option and also the relief. The BD is available over here, you can see it. And also we have the same thing, it is the border width. By the BD, we can control the border width. So the BD and border width are similar. And also we have the relief. You can see the relief over here, the type of the border. So let's use it. Come over here and come to this one and add the comma and come to the next line, or you can continue at the same line. So the first one is the BD or the border width. It is the number, so I can use the pixel like this, the 5 pixel. But if I come over here and run my application currently, so nothing available over here. Why? Because we need to assign the next option, and it is the relief. The relief is the type of my border. So we need to assign the type to it using the relief. Currently, I don't know anything about the relief and its options. So write something wrong here. And if I run, so I got this error, the tackle error, and the bad relief. So it must be the float, the GUI, the raise, ridge, solid, and the sunken. I need to use one of these options. For better understanding, let's take a quick look at the Google and search the BD Tkinter. So I have something like this, and if I click on it, I have the available and different options for the relief. The first one is raise, sunken, flat, ridge, solid, and group. You can select one of this. If you want to use the solid color, so select the solid. And if you want to use something like this, the flat, and raise up to the end. So I have all of these options, and indeed I need to use one of these. So let's copy and paste over here. For instance, this is the flat up to the end. Let's start working with the solid and paste over here. So this is, now if I run my application, I can see the result. So I have up to 5 pixels as my label border. Also, I can change the size, and also I can change this. For instance, I can come to this and select the next and the group and run. So I have the different border for my label. And also I can select the next, for instance, this, and paste over here. And you can see completely different border. And indeed, you need to change the relief based on your needs. But my favorite one is the solid. Also, you can use your own, and this is, let's decrease this number up to 2, and it looks better. And as I told you, we can use the border and the relief with the window itself. Also, I can use the BG and the FG with the window itself. Previously, I talked about how to configure the window. So if I take a look at my previous tutorial, I have something like this. I can use the configure, and also I can use the dictionary to assign the new configuration and the options to my window. So let's select the configure. To do that, come over here and come to my window, and let's write my window at dot and the configure. Also, we can use the config no matter and no problem. So here I have the background, and I can use the background and the foreground. But what about the format? The format is like this, exactly like using the options in the label. So come over here and copy this and paste it inside the configure of my window. Now I have this background for my window and also this foreground for the text of the window. But if I run the application, let's see the results. Come over here and I got this error, and you can see the unknown option for the FG. So we can't use the FG for the window. Previously I talked about this matter, and I can come over here and come to this one, and let's print the keys or the available keys of the window. To start my tutorial, let's copy this part and paste over here. So this is the window option and the my window and over here. So come over here and run. Now I have the window options and I have the background, but I haven't the foreground. So never use the foreground for your window. This is really tricky note. And after that, if I select another color like this, let's select 6 number, or let's select the color like the green or the red. Let's select the green. So if I run my application, now I have something like this, but I can't see the background of my label. Why? Because currently the label is filled entirely inside my window. So if you want to see the background of your window, you can easily maximize that. Now I have the maximized window and its background is green. And also I have the label that has this border, the back color and the text color, and everything is done. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now we learned how to use the background with the window. Also, if I take a look at the options of my window, and this is, so I have the PD or the border width and also the relief. So we can use both of these with my window. To do that, at the comma over here, then the border width and the relief, copy and paste over here. So let's select this one up to 3, and if I run my application, now let's see, so this maximize. Now I have something like this border here and also the size of border. So let's increase that up to 20, but this is my favorite one, and let's change it to the 20. Now if I run, so this is the result. I have this border up to 20 pixels, and you can see something like this. Also you can use another options using the relief, exactly like the border of my label. So don't forget, you can use most of these options with the different widgets in most of this, the background, the text up to the end. But we need to check if it's possible or available in the different widgets using the list of options, exactly like this. And we have the print and the keys. So don't forget this really tricky note. Congratulations, we learned a lot of tips and tricks for working with the borders and also the back color of the window. And what about the next step? In the next step, I want to talk about the font, to change the font of the text. Stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to easily use the font option to control and customize the font of my text inside the label. So let's get started. First, I talked about all of these options, including the text, PD, FG, BD, and the relief. In this video, I need to talk about how to change the font. It looks amazing and great. To do that, let's take a look at the available options for the window. Currently in the window, I can't see any font, so we can't use the font with the window. Also, if I take a look at the next one, I have the font property in the label options, so I can use the font. So let's write the font over here. The lowercase font, this is equals, and the result should be a string, and write the font inside it. The font has different options and has different parts. The first one is the font name, the next one is the font size, and finally the font type or style. So let's come over here and come to this one. Let's create the new text file and the text and click on it and say hi, for instance. I don't want to work with the notepad, so come to the format and font. This is the list of available fonts that are installed on my operating system. For instance, I can say something like this. This is the font name, the font style, and the font size. So suppose I want to change my font to this one. Let's copy the name and come over here and paste inside that. After that, add a space and the font size, indeed this one. So let's select the font size and assign up to, for instance, 36. And if I run my application, wow, what happened? Completely different font for my label. So I can easily customize the font of my label. And after that, if I add a space, I have another option, and it is the font style. By the font style, I can change the style of the font. And let's select this one, for instance, the italic or the bold. And come over here and come to this and write the bold, for instance. And if I run, so I have the bold font. And don't forget, you need to use the available font style exactly based on this list. For instance, I can select the bold, italic, regular, or the light. Let's select the light, and this is the light. And don't forget, we need to use lowercase letters over here as the style. And if I run, so I got this error, unknown font style, the light. And if you got something like this error, it means you need to check the name of your style. So come over here and let's select this one, and this is the light, and copy and paste over here. So this is, and if I run it, so I have the same error, unknown font style. And if I work with the lowercase, so no error. It means the light is not available inside the font property. So we can use other options, like for instance the bold or the italic. Let's select this and the italic and paste over here. And if I run, so the same error. And if I change the I to the lowercase, now let's see the result. So it's done. Now I can use the italic. But as you see, if you want to work with the different fonts, we need to be genius and try different options to solve the errors and the problems. And also, if I come to this and let's select completely different font, and let's see the different, and it looks different, and this is completely different. Let's copy and paste over here and change this one to the bold. So let's see the result. Wow, what happened? Hello, welcome to the GUI. Completely different font and looks amazing and great. Okay, excellent. Congratulations. We learned a lot of tips and tricks for working with the font. And as I mentioned, we can't use the font with the window because it's not available inside the window options. With the best wishes, stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to change the height and the width of my label control. So let's get started. First, I talked about how to work with the BG relief font and all the options of the label and also the window. In this video, I want to talk about the height and the width. With the height, we can control the vertical dimension in the characters, not the pixels. So we can use the height not in the pixel unit, but in the characters unit. Also, we have the width, that is the width of the label, but in the characters, not the pixels. Despite of all the dimensions, as I told you previously, and this is my example that I can use the width and the height, but in the pixels. So we can't use the height and width in the label by the pixel. We need to use the characters. And what is the characters? Before doing that, let's create the height and the width in the label. To do that, come over here and say, let's start working with the height. This is the height. And after that equals, and I need to use the numbers. Before that, let's take a quick look at the available options. This is the options. So let's select this, delete that and that. I need to use the list of the available options of the label. So the next one is the height. Where are you, height? This is my height, so I can use it, and also the width, and this is the width. Let's use it. The height, add the comma one more time, and here let's add the height. So the height equals to the numbers, and this is not the pixel as I told you, and it is the characters. Suppose I want to write up to 10 characters, so I can write the 10. It means the height of my label is up to 10 characters. Let's see in the action. Come over here, stop this, and run my application. So I have the label something like this. I can add up to 10 characters from here up to the end, exactly based on this one. Currently, I don't wanna use the 10 lines. So I have only one line of the text here. So let's come over here and change it, for instance, up to 5. So stop and run it. So I have a smaller one, and I can write up to 5 lines or up to 5 vertical characters over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, and the 5. And after that, we have something like this, but for the width of the label, and you can see the width over here. Let's copy, add the comma, and paste over here. Also, I can decrease this up to 3 or the 2. Then I have the width. It is the width of my widget or the label based on the characters. Suppose I want to add up to 10 characters, so I can write the 10, and if I run, I can see the result. Now the width of my label is up to 10 characters, but which character? The character 0. So we can add up to 10 0 characters here, or up to 10 characters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. But this width is based on the width of the 0 character, and this character. Let's add the 0, and the 10 here means up to 10 zeros, or up to the width of the 10 zeros. We can write the characters inside the label. It's a little bit scary and difficult to understand, but if you practice, you can learn it completely. So we can write up to 10 0 characters or 10 other characters. And if I come over here, and let's select this and change it up to, for instance, 20 characters, and this is the result. So I can use up to 20 characters, and also I can increase this up to, for instance, the 30, and let's see, the 30 characters are available over here as my horizontal text. Okay, excellent. Congratulations. We learned how to work with the width and the height of the label. Also, let's try with the window. If I take a look at the window, we have the same options, the width and also the height. Where are you? This is the height. Firstly, I talked about how to customize the height and width of the window using the geometry. So we had something like this, the geometry, the width, the height, and the X and the Y. So we don't need to use the width and height of the options of the window. Okay, excellent. Congratulations. Now we learned how to use the width and the height option to control the width and height of the label and the widget. And the next step is talking about the justify. It's time consuming, so stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about another practical option, and it is the justify. This option specifies how multiple lines of the text will be aligned inside the label or the widget. So we can use this one to change the alignment of the text inside the label while we're working with the multi-line text, not the single line of the text. So let's get started. Come over here and come to this one and the label options, and we have the justify over here, and copy that and paste over here at the comma and paste it. Now I have the justify, and by the justify I can assign the alignment of the label to anything that I want, equals and something like this. By default, let's write the wrong option here, and if I run, so I got this error. The bad justification must be the left, right, or the center. So we need to use the left, right, and the center. Let's select the right, for instance, and copy over here. If I run, so nothing happened over here. And if I want to use the center, for instance, or the left, this is the lowercase left, and let's run, nothing happened. Why? Because as I told you, we need to use the multi-line text. To do that, come over here, and this is my text, add the backslash, then the n. This is the escape character, and we'll add the null line. So the n means null line, and say hello, welcome to GUI. I love you. I love Tkinter. Now I have 2 lines of the text, and if I come over here and run, wow, what happened? Currently I'm aligning my text to the left side of the label. This is, so it is the left. If I select the right, so this is the right. Let's see, this is the right, and align to the right of the label. And also I can use the center or the center, and if I run, so my text is center. Okay, excellent, congratulations. We learned how to justify the text while working with the multi-line text. Also, let's check the window options, and we have something like the justify over here, and I can see it over here. Well done. Now we learned how to justify the text. And what is the next one? The next one is how to work with the path X and path Y. These are really great and amazing topic, so stay with me. Welcome back. In this video I want to talk about how to start working with the path X and path Y to add more space inside your widget. So let's get started. Till now I talked about all of these great and amazing options. In this video I want to talk about the path X and the path Y. By the path X, we can add the extra space inside the widget, but it will be added to the left and right of the text. And also we have the path Y, the extra space that is added above and below the control or below the widget. For better understanding, let's take a quick look at the Google and search the path X label Tkinter. And this is the result. I selected that, and as you see over here I have the widget text. This is the label, for instance, and its text. Inside it I have the path X and also the border. So this is the border of my label. You can see it over here, and the space between the border and the text inside the label is the path X in the right side or the left side. And also the space between the text of my label and the top border is the path Y, and the same thing for the path Y from the bottom border. So this and this, the space between the text and the border from the right and the left is path X, and the space between the border from the top and the bottom is the path Y. So let's do it in the action. Come over here and come to the pie chart. Now add a comma and say the path X and path Y. If I take a look at the available options list here, I have the path X. This is the path X and the path Y. So let's write the path X and the number. For instance, I want to add up to 100 pixels to the right and the left of the text. So come to this and let's see the results. I have up to 100 pixels here and here. If I take a look at this and delete the padding, let's select this and delete that. Let's see the default appearance. So currently I have something like this, and I haven't a lot of space here. So let's add up to 100 pixels and let's see the result. This is up to 100 pixels, and I can easily work with that to the right and the left. I can see it over here. And also I can add 100 pixels or less or more to the top and bottom. So I have the path Y. This is the path Y. For instance, I want to add up to 50 pixels to the top and the bottom. Now I have the 50 here and here. You can see exactly the result, something like this. Okay, excellent. Congratulations. We learned how to work with the path X and the path Y. And what about the last step? The last step is the anchor. The anchor is really practical and amazing. So don't hesitate to learn it. Stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to start working with the last option, and it is the anchor. By the anchor, we can easily change the position of the text inside the widget. Sometimes we need to change and set the position of the text in the specific location. For better understanding, let's take a quick look at the anchor in the Google. So I search the Tkinter anchor, and I have something like this, and come over here. Suppose this is the label. Inside the label, we can change the location of my text. For instance, to the center, to the west, east, north, south, and also northwest, northeast, southeast, and southwest. Or I can say center and the left, or center left, and the right center, and the top center, bottom center, and the top left, or the left bottom, and so on. So let's get start working with it in the pie chart. To do that, come over here. And till now we talked about how to work with the different options on the LBL label, and we added all of the different options up to here. But if we want to work with the anchor, it's better to add the new label to prevent the unexpected errors, or to prevent the interruption of these options with the anchor. So let's come over here and copy this one and paste over here, and I want to create the new label and name it label 1. So come to this, and after that I need to add it to my LBL, to my window. So the pack, and this is the pack. So come over here, and I have the text. It's better to use the single line of the text. So let's select this. And also I don't need to use the justify and the path. So let's select this up to here easily and quickly. Now let's see the results. If I run the application, so I have the hello, something like this here, and it is at the center of my label. So let's add the anchor. If I take a look at the label options, I have the anchor, and where's the anchor? I can't see it. This is the anchor. So let's copy it, or even I can write it manually and say the anchor. So the anchor means the position of the text. And if I write something wrong, and this is to get the list of the available values. Now let's run, and I have the path anchor, and it should be the N-E-E-S-E up to the center, exactly like this. Let's select the W or the E, or north or the south. This is not really great, and the logical naming for the position of the text. In the C# or VB.NET and the Microsoft applications and programming languages, we have better naming, like the left or the left center, and it is more logical than this. So it is the east, or we can say it right center, and say this one instead of the north. We can say the top center and the bottom center, and so on. So let's come over here and come to my code. So let's select one of these, for instance the west, and this is the west, and if I run, so this is the west, or the left center. Now let's put it at the top over here. To do that, we need to say the northwest. So come over here and say the northwest. I'm using the lowercase, so don't forget this really tricky note. Now it is the northwest, and also I can say the southeast. So the southeast, and say S-E. So let's see over here, and also I can put it here, here, and everywhere that you want. So this was about how we can use the anchor to change the position of the text inside your label. Okay, excellent. Congratulations. Now we learned how to work with the anchor and finish the common options of the label. So it's time to go ahead and start working with this great option. And don't forget, if you want to be successful and professional programmer, you need to watch this tutorial many times. Then write the codes from scratch multiple times to understand every code deeply. Deep understanding is really important matter to become the successful programmer. Because if you understand the codes deeply, then you can use it freely and with more power in the future for creating or designing your applications. So try to learn deeply. Personally, if I want to learn the no matter, first I can read the tutorials and the documentations. Then I try to write the code from scratch multiple times until I learn it. So you need to repeat these steps. With the best wishes. Thanks for your time. Hello and welcome. In this video I want to talk about how to easily get started working with the button widget in the Tkinter. So let's get started. First I talked about how to get started working with the label and its common options. In this video I want to talk about another common widget, and it is the button. Indeed, creating the application without using the button is not possible, so we need to learn it first. The button is the widget that is clickable item in the applications. For better understanding, let's take a quick look at the calculator. All of these are the buttons that are positions beside each other up to here, for instance. So if I click on the button, so I have something like this over here, or the event or the action. Also, we have another one, and if I take a look at the paperless office software camera, here I have the button to show the help. And this is, if I click on it, so please close all open documents. And also I have the clock, click on it, so select the clock type and this button, and also all of these buttons. And also if I come over here and come to this one, so at the no, and here I have the button, and everywhere is the button. So we can't create the application without using the buttons. If I cancel this and come over here and form designer, so I have the buttons at the top over here up to this one, and also all of this. So the button is one of the most important and the common controls between the programmers. Let's get started working with it in the Tkinter. So let's close this, come over here and come to this one. Before doing anything, let's take a look at defining of the button. Definition of the button is really simple and straightforward. The only thing we need is using the TK, the button, the container, comma, and some options. The most common options are indeed the text and the command. The text is completely obvious to show the text of the button, and command is the codes or the function that I want to execute after clicking on the button. So I have the container, the text, and the command. Now let's talk about how we can define the simple button. Definition of the simple button is really simple. Just define the TK, my Tkinter or Tkinter object, then the window, and after that the main loop over here. So I have the button and it is inside the TK, and also I have my window, the text, for instance the download. So don't forget to add the pack to add your button inside the window. Let's do it in the action. Come over here, come to this one and the Tkinter, and right click on it, add new, and the Python file, and name it the widget. Widget what? The button. So this is my widget button. To explain my tutorial, I can come to the hello TK and copy all of this and get inside the new Python file. And currently I assume that you watched my previous tutorial. So I have the TK over here and the window and also the label. Currently I don't need this. So let's delete all of them. At the first step I need to use the TK. This is the TK or the Tkinter object at dot. First, I talked about the label. Also, we have the button and add the parentheses. As I told you, we need to assign the container. So I want to add the button to my window. So my window is the container or the parent of this button, and add comma. Now I need to add the keyword arguments over here. Previously, I talked about many different keyword arguments, and in the label, we had all of this. Indeed, the anchor, the BD, relief font, and also the FG, the BG up to the end. The most important one is the text. So we can easily use the text to assign the title or the text to my button. As I told you previously, we can get access to all of this. So let's select the text equals to download, for instance. This is the download. Now let's assign all of this to another object and name it my bot, for instance, or the button, or DL bot. It stands for download button. And after that, let's write the DL bot. This is the DL bot at dot and the pack. So the pack will put this button inside the window. If I right click over here and run, let's see the result. So I have this button and the window, the download, easily and quickly. Congratulations. Now let's talk about available options for the button. To do that, as I told you previously, we can get the keys and print the result. So this is the print, and let's say button options. So this is the options of the button and the comma. Then the DL button and the keys. So this is the result. If I run, now I have something like this, the button options. I have a list of available options here. I talked about most of them in the label, the anchor, the background, the BD, BG, and also the border width, the FG, the font, the height, the foreground, and also the path X, path Y relief, the justify, and the text. Also, I talked about the width. So currently, we know most of this. Later, I'll talk about how to work with the common options. Currently, I don't want to talk about something like this. So we created the button and we successfully add the button to my window, and I have the result over here, the download button, and I can easily click on the button. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now we learned how to add the button to the window. And what about the next step? In the next step, I'll talk about how to add the code or how to run the code after clicking on the button. Stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to easily add the command to the button to execute some codes like the functions. First, I talked about how to add the simple button to the window. But the most important function of the button is running or executing the commands or the codes after clicking on that. If I take a look at my current application and click on the download, nothing happened. So it means we need to write the code to execute after clicking the button by the user. So let's do it. To do that, fortunately, we can use the built-in option, and it is the command. So if I take a look at this code, currently I have the TK up to the here, indeed this one, the button. So the text is download, and after that I have the command option. By the command option, I can assign the code to be executed after clicking on the button. So this is the function name, and outside of the TK, or before that, I added this function to execute. The def, the DL file, and the print download is a start. So after clicking on the button, the DL file function will be called. Then this code will be executed, and I have the download is created message in the console. Also, you can write anything that you want inside the DL function. First, I talked about the function and how to work with it. And don't forget, never use the parentheses after the function name or the DL file over here in this example. I didn't add these parentheses over here while calling it. Then I have the pack up to the end. Also, I added the simple label to show click here to download, then package to add it to the window. So let's do it. Before doing anything, let's copy this part and add the label to my codes to start my tutorial. Also, you can write everything from scratch, no matter and no problem. So paste over here. Now I have the label, click here to download, and the pack, also the button. Now let's stop and run the application. So I have the click here to download, and I can see something like this, and the download, click on it. But nothing happened. Why? Because we need to assign the command to that. So let's stop. And previously I talked about how to get the list of available options, and we have the command here. So this is the command. I can easily copy that, or I can write it from scratch. Now I have the button, it has the text, so this is the text. Also add the comma and press enter, and add the command equals. Equals to what? Equals to the name of my function. But currently I haven't any function. The only thing we need is defining the function. Personally, I prefer to define the functions at the top of my codes. So come to this and paste over here and say the function area, and I want to add all of the functions here. And this is really great practice for better aligning of the codes. And say the def for defining the function, and say the DL file. So this is DL underscore file, or I can write the DL uppercase D, and the DL stands for download, and the file. So don't forget to add the parentheses and the colon. Now I can write anything that I want inside the DL file function. For instance, the download is started. The download is started. So in the next step, we need to call the DL file. To do that, we need to use the command, then the function to call. But the function is not a string, so we don't need to use this one. Instead of that, let's come over here and select the function name without the parentheses, and come over here and paste it inside this. So after clicking on this button, the DL file function will be called, and the print inside the DL file function will be executed. Let's see the reaction of the application while running it. Come over here, run. Now come over here, click here to download, and download. So if I check the console, come over here, and the download is started. So I can come over here, where are you, my application. So let's click over here, and let's click on this button. After clicking on this button, the new line will be printed over here. So this is, and if I come over here, click on this up to the end. Now all of these are printed out in the console. Congratulations, we did it. Now we learned how to call the function after clicking on the button. Also, instead of this line of code, I can add many other codes that I want. Currently, I don't want to mix up you, so let's stop talking more about something like this. Congratulations, we did it. Now we learned how to add the command to the button. What about the next step? In the next step, I'll talk about how to close the window after clicking on the button. It's time consuming, so stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to easily close the application or the window after clicking on the button. To do that, we need to first define the new function and name it, for instance, close app. And after that, I have the window, then add dot, and we need to use the quit or the destroy method of the window to close the window itself. After that, I have the button and its text is exit, and the command. In the command, I use the close app function, indeed this one. So after clicking on this button, the close app function will be executed, and the codes inside it after running will quit or close the application or the window. Let's do it in the action. To explain my tutorial and for better results, let's add the new button. And to do that, come over here, copy this part. I want to add the new button. So I have my first button over here, the DL button, and come to this and paste over here. The new button is exit button. So let's name it exit bot. So this is my exit bot, and add it to the window. Now my button is the exit, the text of it, and also I have the command. The command equals to the close app. I need to define the close app. So I can come over here, and this is my previous function. Also I can add the new one, and this is, let's see, great, and I'm adding the separator. So let's write the def, then the function name. So I need to use this close app function name because I want to call it. Also you can change it, but we need to use the same name over here and here. So this is the close app, the colon. Then I need to use the my window, and this is my window. Then add dot, and I have two options. First, destroy. So the destroy will kill everything, and after that the window will be closed. Also I can use the quit. So this is the quit, and everything is done. Now if I right click over here and run my application, so I have two buttons. The first one is DL. If I click on it, I have something like this here, and the next one is exit. So if I click on the exit, wow, what happened? My application closed successfully. Congratulations, we did it. Also I can use the next one, and it is the destroy. So let's select the destroy and run my application. So this is the download. You can see the result and exit. So this is the destroy or the X or the quit. So come over here and add this over here and the quit. You can use one of this without any problem. Okay, excellent. Congratulations. We learned how to add the quit button to the window. Indeed, the quit is something like this in my paperless office software, Camishell. Currently, I haven't the normal title bar and the control buttons here. So I added the simple button. And after clicking on this button, the application will be closed. Exactly like this, like my application. And if I run, so I have the exit, I can add the image over here. I'll talk about this matter later, so don't worry about anything. So let's click over here. And what about the next step? In the next step, I want to talk about how to create the image button by adding the image to that. It's time consuming, so stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to easily create the image button by adding the image to it. So let's get started. Previously, I talked about how to write the code to close the application and how to execute the command and so on. In this video, I want to talk about the next step or the next generation of the buttons, and it is the image button. If I take a look at my current application, so if I run it, currently I have only the simple buttons. The first one is download and the next one is exit. It's a really great idea to add some images for better appearance and better looking. So click over here, and if I take a look at my application, the paperless office software Camishell, you can download its version from the camishellsoft.com. Here I have the close button. You can see it over here. It has only the image, and also I have another button with the user image as the background of it. Also, I have the next one, and it is the calculator here. In addition, if I take a look at this, come over here and come to this, for instance, and the form designer. In the form designer, I have the image buttons. So I have the text and image, and so on. Also, we can change the alignment of the text and the images. So come over here, and if I take a look into the next one, we have the buttons here, and the text are below and the images are at the top. So I have the image and text, image and text. So this topic is a really important part of the Tkinter tutorial. Let's get started working with it. Fortunately, if I take a look at my code, here I have the button options, and we need to use the image and this option. Indeed, by the image, we can assign the image to the button. For better understanding, let's take a quick look at the codes over here. At the first step, we need to use the image. So this is the option. Then assign the image to it if we want to show this image inside the button. So we need to create the image. At the first step, download and put the images inside your project folder. Then use the photo image method of the TK or your TK object. This is. So after running this code, the image will be loaded, then we need to use another name and assign all of this to the image or the new variable. Now I have the image and I can assign it to this and everything will be done. Let's get start working with it. To do that, at the first step, we need to download the image. So come over here and open up the Google and search the iconfinder.com. This is my love and I love it. So select the free because I don't want to buy anything, and this is only for the tutorial. Now write the close and search. So this is my favorite one. Click on it and I have all of these size. I don't need the large image, so select 32 in 32 and click on the download. Now my image is downloaded and I have something like this, the image, the close button. Let's name it the close.png. Don't forget to use the PNG format. Come to the properties and the details. So my image is 32 pixels in the 32 pixels, exactly what I want, because this is the close button and I don't need to the big image. Now let's come over here. So this is my code, and at the first step I want to add the image to my exit button. So I have the exit button over here and the command, add the comma and press enter. Then come to this one. Let's select this and it looks better now. As I told you, we need to use the image. So copy or write it from scratch, no matter. And this is my image equals. Now it's time to create the image. To do that, we need to copy my image. This is the close image and paste it inside the data and pics folder. And this is the paste. Do you want to replace? Currently, I have the image, so you can click OK and overwrite. Now I have the data folder, inside it the pics and the close PNG. Previously I talked about how to create the folders over here. Now in the next step we need to use the TK, itself. This is my TK or the Tkinter object, and come over here. This is TK add dot and use the uppercase P and select the photo image. The photo image will read the file and will create the image object suitable for the Tkinter button or other objects. Come over here and write the file. I want to work with the file and read the file. So let's select the close and copy the name and paste over here, or write it manually. And the data and the pics. The data lowercase t, add slash, and the pics. So this is exactly like this, the data pics and the file name. So I have all of this and I should assign the return image to another object. Let's name it, for instance, img or something like that. You're completely free to use any name that you want. So I have the image and I can assign the img to the image property of my button. Let's see the result. Come over here. Come to the run. Wow, what happened? Congratulations. Now my button looks amazing and great. And if I click on it, so it's working completely. Okay, excellent. Everything is done. Now we learned how to add the image to the button easily and quickly. And also we can use another option and we can add the text to my image button. For instance, if I run this application one more time, currently I have only the image, but where is the exit? I can't see the exit. Currently, if I take a look at my application, I have only the icon or the image here. But if I take a look at these buttons, I have some text and the image. Also, if I come over here, come to this and let's check it here. So this is the image button, the text and the image, the text and the image. So come over here and come to this and close my application. Also, I have the simple button here and it is for the settings. So click on this and I have another window and also some image buttons like this and this. Now let's come over here and come to this one. For better understanding, let's copy this and I want to add the new button and name it the edit, for instance. This is my edit button and also this is the edit, and change the name to the edit button and this one to the edit button. Also I have the command and it is the close app. Let's create the new function and come over here, scroll up. So I have the DL and copy this and come over here and paste it. Now name it, for instance, edit bot or anything that you want. Let's select the edit bot. And the download is started, the file is edited, or the text or anything that you want, the file is edited. So copy this one and scroll down and paste it inside my new button. This is the new button. Where are you? This is, and exactly over here without the parentheses. So I have the edit button and I have the image. Now if I right click over here and run, so I have the same image inside this button, but it's not my intention. Instead of this image, I can download another one. So let's open up my Google. So this is the icon finder and I search the edit. Also I can select this or any other images. Now come over here and this time I want to choose the bigger image and let's select the 48 pixels and download. After that I have the file that is downloaded and you can see it over here, right click on it, properties and the details. It is 48 in 48 pixels. Now let's right click over here, copy, come to the project and this is, and paste it inside the pics. So paste. Do you want to copy? Yes, copy. Do you want to overwrite? Currently I have the image, so overwrite. Now I have the edit bot and you can see it over here. So I need to use this image. To speed up my tutorial, let's scroll up and copy this part. So come to this and paste it here exactly and copy, so paste over here. And this is the edit button. Now I have the same image and I can assign it to the edit, or I can say the image one, no matter this is. Now if I run, I can see the result. So I have the bigger button and the bigger image. But where's the text of my button? If I take a look, I have the edit here. I can say edit or edit file or edit the record, no matter. But currently I can see the text inside the button because we need to choose another option. If I take a look at my options, I have the compound and where are your compound? This is. I need to use it to add the text or image simultaneously or at once to my button. To do that, come over here and add the comma and paste it over here exactly like this, easily and quickly. So write equals. Now add the double quotations and write something wrong inside it. Right click over here and run. I want to see the error and get the available options. So I have the bad compound and also I need to use the button, the center, left, none, right or top. All of these are the position of the image that you want. So suppose you want to put the image at the top of your button. For instance, like my application, currently my images are at the top. So come over here and select the top and paste over here. So this is. Also I can use one of these options. Let's select all of this and paste over here. Then I can use it. So the top, and after that if I come over here and run. Congratulations, we did it. Now we have the image button with the image at the top of my button. Also I can use another location for my image. So come over here and select the left, for instance. So this is the left, and if I run, so it looks better. Now I have the button and this is the button and the text. So everything is available for you only by changing the compound value from all of these options easily and quickly. Okay, excellent. Congratulations. We learned a lot of tips and tricks for creating the image button, but my mission is not completed yet. And also we can work with the common options of the buttons to customize the appearance of the button more and more. Previously I talked about most of this. So let's talk about this matter in my upcoming tutorial. Stay with me. Welcome back. In this video I want to quickly talk about how to get started working with the common options of the button. So let's begin. So far I talked about the button and how to create the image button and how to run the applications or close the window and so on. So sometimes we need to customize the appearance of the button. To do that, we have the common options. First, I talked about the common options of the label, and we have similar to that over here. The first one is the text, as I told you previously. So the text is the text of the button, and we did it. Then we have the BG or the FG for changing the background or the foreground color of the button. We had all of these inside the label. So currently I assume that you watched my previous tutorial about the label. Indeed, over here we have the options of the label, and I talked in depth about all of these one by one. So I need to repeat these in the button quickly, and I don't want to deeply talk about all of them. So this is only the quick review. As I told you, the BG or the FG are suitable for changing the background color and the text color. And we have something like this over here. If I take a look at the button options, we have the BG and also the FG. Where are you, FG? The foreground and the background. If I run my current application, so I have the simple buttons. It's a really great idea to add some background color to it. So come over here, and this is my edit button. Add comment and come to this and say the BG or background color. I can use the yellow for instance. So this is, and if I run, now my button looks better. Also, I can use any color that I want based on my previous tutorials. And also I can change the text color, but the black is really great and amazing. Then I have the BD or the border size and also the relief to change the appearance of the border of the button. So we can come over here and come to the application, come to this, and let's see the current appearance of the button. And if I maximize, it looks like the normal and the great button. So we don't need to use the border or the border thickness and so on for the button. If you want to use, you can easily use the border and the relief for that. I don't want to repeat all of this one by one. The next one is the font. I can change the font of the text. So come over here and the font. This is my font and write equals. Suppose I want to only change the style of the font and set the font to the bold. So I don't want to change the size of the font or the name of font, and I want to only change the font style to the bold. So if I run, I can see the result. So this is the bold text. And also you can change the font type, font name, and also the font size based on my previous tutorials. And the next one is the height and width. There is a simple difference between the height and width of the button with the label. In the label, the height and width are measured by the width of the characters. But inside the button, we have the pixels as the measure of the height and also the width. So the number for the height and width are in the pixels. Don't forget this really tricky note. So come over here and suppose I want to increase the width of my button. To do that, I have the width property. So you can see the width over here, and let's write the width equals to 120 for instance. So let's run. Now my button is bigger and up to 120 pixels from here. Also you can change the height by the pixels. Currently it looks amazing and we don't need to change the height. And the next one is the justify, and the justify is great when you want to work with the multi-line of the text. Let's see if the justify is available in the button or not. If I take a look, I have the justify and I can use the justify like the button. Currently I don't need that. So the next one is the pad X and the pad Y to add more or extra space inside the widget between the border and the text. Indeed over here, if I come over here and between the text and the border from here and here. If I want to add more space, so I can do it. Now let's come to this and add the pad X, and this is pad X, and write for instance 30, and also the pad Y. This is the pad Y. It's not necessary, but I want to show you the reaction of the Python. And let's select the width and decrease the width of my button. Now if I run, so I have up to 30 pixels here for the right and the left, also for the top and the bottom. Previously I talked about this matter. Now my button is bigger, and as I told you, it's not really logical to use such big numbers for the pad X and pad Y. For instance, the 3 or 4 is enough, like this. And so I come over here. Now it looks better. 4 pixels here, here, up to here, all around the borders of my button. And finally, I have the anchor. The anchor is great for changing and assigning the position of the text inside the widget. Let's take a look at the codes over here and the anchor. Let's see where is the anchor, or if we can use it with the button or not. So I have the anchor, and you can see it over here, and I can easily use it. But it's not logical to use the anchor with the button because I have the relation between the image and the text by the compound, by this option. So let's see anchor and equals. As I told you, I don't know anything about the available options, so write something wrong and run. Now let's stop it before running, and this is the result. Must be north. North is up to the end. First I talked about this matter in the label, and we have something like this. The center, the north, south, west is up to the end. So I strongly recommend you to watch my label tutorial if you want to learn deeply all of these options. Now I have the, for instance, E. Let's see. Let's select the E and let's not. So this is the result. And if I use another one, like for instance, the next, let's see, like the north. So this is, and let's see the results. Currently, I can see a lot changes over here because I'm using the compound to control the relation between the text and the image. And also I can use another one like the center, for instance. And let's stop and let's see the result. So nothing happened, and indeed, as I told you, if you want to work with the anchor, it's better to delete or disable the compound. And this is a really tricky note. Congratulations, we did it. Now we learned how to use the common options of the button quickly and easily. So my mission is accomplished for using the button. And you know what, if you want to be successful and the amazing and professional programmer in the Python, you should expand your knowledge by studying the different sources and also watching the different video tutorials, and also thinking about the Python and the codes a lot. I'm talking these matters to you after more than 2 decades of the programming experiences. So I can't remember the day that I slept more than 8 hours or 6 hours. Indeed, in my life, most of the times I'm working with the computer, learning new matters, new codes, and creating the new apps or creating the new websites and so on. So don't forget to do your best. With the best wishes. Thanks for watching, guys. Hey guys, welcome back. In this video I want to talk about how to easily get started working with the entry or the text box widget in the Tkinter. So let's get started. Before doing anything, let's take a quick look at the usage of the entry. The entry widget allows us to enter a single line text. So if you want to get the input from the user as the single line text, then the entry or the text box in other programming languages is great for you. For deeper and better understanding, let's take a quick look at the real-world example and open up the paperless office software Camisha. Here in this window, I haven't any kind of the entry, and also I have the button and the label. So come over here and open up this, and incoming letters, for instance, come to this. And in this window, I have many different text boxes or the entries. This is the first, the second, third, up to the end. So if you want to get the input or the value from the user, then the entry is the best option. And you know what, to be honest, I can't imagine how to create the application without using the entry or the text box. So the main widgets, the button, the label, and the entry are really important parts of designing and creating the applications. So if I take a look at the tools and in the settings, so in this window I want to save and load the application settings. To do that, I use all of these entries. Each item has its own entry. The first one is company title, manager, advertising, tail, up to the end. So this is another usage of the entry. Let's dig inside the wonderland of the entry. And what about the first step? The first step is learning how to define the entry. The definition of the entry is really simple and straightforward. Just use the TK, then the entry, then the container, and some options. The container will be my window, and I can use the my window instead of that. Also, I have some other options, and these options are the keyword arguments. So the most common options are the show and the state. Also, I have another common options, and if I take a look at them, so I have all of these options, and I can get access to this like the label or the button or all the widgets. So let's get to start working with the entry, and it is the simple entry. If you want to create the simple entry, the only thing you need is something like that, the entry and the container or the window. Then assign it to another object and pack it into the window. Let's do it in the action. Come over here and come to this one and say hello Tkinter. This is my Tkinter. Right click on it, new, and I want to create the new Python file for the entry and name it widget entry. So this is my widget entry, and after that come over here to start my tutorial. Let's get inside the hello Tk and copy all of this. Also, you can write this from scratch. So this is my entry, and this is also. Now let's delete all of this because I don't need them, and I have the import, the TK, the window, and also the main loop. So come over here and say the TK, this is my TK, dot, and the entry. Previously I talked about the label and the button, and the next one over here is the entry. So select the entry, and inside it, the only thing I need is the container. So I have the window or the my window. Now I need to assign all of this to another object or the variable and name it, for instance, the my entry. And this is. Now I have the my entry. The only thing I need is putting it inside the window. So my entry dot pack and put it inside the window and right click over here, run. Congratulations, we did it. Now I have the entry or the text box to write anything that I want inside it. Now I have the entry and I can get to start working with it. Let's take a quick look at the next step. In the next step, I want to talk about how to protect the text inside it. It's time consuming, so stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to protect the text inside the entry. So let's get started. For better understanding, let's take a quick look at the real world example. Come over here and come to this one. For instance, I want to change the user. So come to the close and close this, and let's change the user. Click on this one. In this window, I have the username. So I can write the username and I can see the username, but inside the password. If I write something, for instance, number 1, so it is a star or asterisk, number 2, and my password. So I can see the real data or real password over here. The only thing I can see is the asterisk or the star. And this is a really great idea to protecting the password. So if you have some important and secure data, then the best option is using the asterisk or something like this. And if I click OK, now I can get inside the application. So let's click on this and great. Now let's do it in the action. Fortunately, we can protect the codes inside the entry with really simple option, and it is the show, and write the equals and the value. Inside the show I have the asterisk, so the asterisk means hello Tkinter, please replace every character inside the entry with this character. So if I select this and write something, for instance like the dollar, then all the characters will be replaced with the $sign. And also if I write the percent, so it will be replaced by the actual characters. Let's do it in the action. Come to this and select the asterisk. Indeed, the star or the asterisk is the most common character between the programmers to be replaced inside the entry text. So let's come to my application, and currently I have the window and I haven't any kind of the option. So add the comma, then the show. Before adding the show, let's delete that and check all of the available keys and the options in the entry. To do that, come over here and let's add some comment here. First, I talked about how to use the keys to do that. Say print what, print the my entry, this is dot, and the keys. So this is the keys. Right click over here and run. So wow, it's really great and a big list of the different options. So I have the show over here, and also the set is a really important one. So I have the show inside the available options. Now let's go over here and write comma and the show. Now equals, and the value should be a string, and put it inside the double quotations like this. Now if I right click and run my application, so let's stop it and let's see. Now write something inside it, and the only thing I can say is the asterisk. But my font size is not too large that I can see this easily. So let's change the font size. To do that, come over here and come to this one. And this is my show, and also I have the font. As I told you previously, this is the common option. So let's come to this and add the font before that or after, no matter. Now let's write the font. This is my font equals and the double quotations. I want to try my chance. Let's see, can I write only the number for the font size or not? So come to run and let's see the result. So I can write something inside it, but no, nothing. So let's come over here and write the font name. Suppose I want to work with the area, and this is the area. So this is, now it's working completely. Or even you can change your font to anything that you want. Currently I can work with it. Maybe you can't, or maybe you haven't this font installed on your computer, so you need to try another font based on my previous tutorials. So if I write something inside it, for instance 1, it is asterisk, 2 asterisk, 3 asterisk, and 3 is asterisk, and also any other characters. So if I stop this, and also I can come to this one and change it to another character like the dollar, for instance. And this is, so if I write something inside it, the only thing I can see is the $sign. Let's show you the real world example. Come to this, and if I select that and let's write something inside it, you can see everything will be replaced by the $sign. So it's done. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now we learned how to protect the text and the information inside the entry using the show option. And what about the next step? In the next step, I want to talk about how to read the text inside your entry widgets by the Python code. It's really amazing, practical, and great. So let's talk about it in the next part. Stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to easily read the text of the entry by the get method. So let's get started. Till now, I talked about how to create the simple entry and also how to protect the codes inside it. In this video, I want to talk about how we can read the text. To do that, we have the get method inside the entry. So let's take a quick look at this example. In this example, I have the import, then the window, and also I added the entry. This is my entry. After that, I have the button, and my button is the read text. So I want to click on the button, then read the text and print it in the, for instance, the console of the Python, or we can create the new label or so. So I have the button and its text is read text. Then I have the command. Previously I talked about the command in the button video. So I have the command, and this is my function name, read text. And at the top, before the TK, over here exactly, I defined the new function and its name is read text, exactly like this, read text and read text. Then I use the get to get the current text of the entry and print it in the console. So let's add something like this here for better alignment of my codes. Okay, excellent. Now let's do it in the action. To export my tutorial, I can copy this part, or you can write it manually. But previously I talked about all of this. Now I have the entry, and this is my entry. After that, or over here, for instance, I can come and paste the codes of my button. Now I have my button and the window and also the text and the command. I need to create the function with this name, read text. So copy that and come to the top over here, for instance, and come to this one easily and quickly. Now let's say def or define this, add the parentheses and the colon. Now the read text is my own function to read the text. And after that, I need to use the entry. Currently I have the entry and its name is my entry. So come to this and inside it write the my entry at dot. In this list I can get access to the most common properties, functions and methods of the entry. And I want to get or read the text. So this is great for me. Click on it. Now if I hover on the get, the result is the text. So I can print the result and say print. And this is the print and this is. So if I take a look at my code, let's check it. I have the button with this command and calling something like this to get the text of my entry. Now if I right click on this and run the code, let's see the result. So I have this entry and it is protected and read text. So I have the actual value ft exactly for this. And also I can write something like this and some numbers. So it is over here. Let's write only 111 So I have the 111 over here. Okay, excellent. Congratulations. Now we learned how to get the text of the entry. Now let's check the type of the get method. To do that, let's come over here and I can easily come to this and say the type. First I talked about the type and how to use it to get the type of the object or variable. Now I use the type to get the type of the return value. And if I come over here and run, let's be patient and try something inside it and click. So the return value is the string. As the result, we can use the return value of the get method as the string, and we don't need to convert that to anything. And this is the method for finding the type of the different objects. Now I have the code and it's completely working. Also I can come over here and come to this one and let's come to this and make the remaining comment. So if I run, let's stop and run the application and try something inside it and read the text. So this is, and also this and this. And what about some tricky notes? If I come over here, currently I want to print the results in the console. And what about the situation if I want to create the label and assign the text to it? Let's see, come over here and come to this one. I can say the strotxt and assign all of this to it. And this is the result. Now I have the txt and I can print the txt. So this is and the txt. Till now we have the same result. Just I assigned the get to the text and then print the text, and if I run the application, I have the same result, and this is the result. Now let's come to this, and I want to create the new label and also assign the text to that. To do that, come over here, and first I talked about the label, and I have the tk dot and the label over here. So I need to use the container, my window, and this is, I don't want to assign anything else to the label currently. So if I come over here and come to this and the LB or return value, now I have the LB and I want to add the LB to my window. So use the pack method, and this is the result. And what about the text of my label? Currently it hasn't any text. Now come over here and add some text. So this is the text, and let's write something inside it, for instance the asterisk or anything that you want. Now if I run the application, so I have something like this, write something inside it and read. So this is the result. And each time after pressing or clicking on the button, I have the asterisk that is over here. And this is first label, second label, up to the end. Each line is the label because I'm creating the label after clicking on the button. And in the next step, I wanna assign another matter to the text, and it is the txt. So I can come over here and say something like this: the text equals to the txt. Now if I come over here and run, so write something inside it, and this is the result, and read the text. So this is the result. And if I write something inside it like this, so I have the result, or hello, and the hello over here. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now we learned how to get the text and create another object and the widget and assign the text to it, something like the label. It's really tricky note and also amazing matter. And what about the next step? In the next step, I want to talk about how we can focus in the entry that we want. It's time consuming, so stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to write the Python code to focus inside the entry. So let's get started. Sometimes we need to focus inside the specific text box or the entry. For better understanding, let's take a quick look at our paperless office software. Come over here, for instance, this or this. Come to this one, and after that, if I take a look at this and click on this text box or the entry, and if I click on the add no, let's see the result. Automatically the application focus inside the first entry at the top. So I did something like this by the code. And if I come to this cancel and click on the next one, for instance, or here, then click the add one more time, click on it. So my focus is inside this entry. So we need to create something like this. Cancel, close this, and come over here. To do that, let's take a quick look at the code over here. At the first step, I have the TK over here, my window, and I added one entry. This is my entry, and after that, I have another entry, my second entry. Then I have the button, and my button is something like this, the focus first, and I want to click on the button, then my first entry will be focus. After that, I have the command, and it is the focus entry. So the focus entry is this function, the focus entry, and I want to write the my entry and the focus. The focus method will focus inside the entry itself if you call it, and the remaining codes are the pack and the main loop. So this is my button, and I'm using the focus entry, and this is my focus entry, and I'm gonna use the focus method of the entry to focus inside it. Let's do it in the action. So let's open up my application, and this is for better result. Let's create the new directory and put all of the codes for the entry inside it. So this is the Tkinter. Right click on it, new and directory. Name it the entry, for instance. And this is the entry, and put the widget entry inside it. Before that, let's close all of this, and this is so the widget entry, and paste it inside the entry itself, and refactor. So it's done. Now come over here, and this is the entry, and I want to create the new file. So right click on this, new, and the Python file, and name it focus entry, or entry focus, no matter. And this is to start my tutorial. Let's copy some codes. To do that, I can copy the codes from here inside my documentation. So let's copy all of this and come to this, for instance, and get inside this. Now let's talk more about these codes one by one. So at the top, I have the import, then I have the definition over here, and after that I have the window and the entry, and also I have the second entry, then the button, and also the focus first and the focus entry function. So this is my focus entry function. I can easily use the focus, and after that I have the main loop and so on. Now if I right click over here and run, so I have something like this, two entries. Suppose I want to click on the second one. Now my second entry is selected. So if I click on the focus first, so the first one is selected, and if I select the next and click on this button, so the first one is selected. It means everything is working. For deeper understanding, let's select this, and it is the focus entry. So I have the button, my first entry and second entry. Also, I can add another entry. So let's copy and paste over here and name it entry 3 and entry 3. Now I have 3 entries. So right click on this and run. So I have 3 entries, and you can see 1, 2, and 3. If I click on this, so this one is selected. And if I take a look at my code, come over here and stop. So after clicking on this button, the command, the focus, will be executed. So come over here and focus entry. Now inside this, I need to change the focus code. For instance, write the my entry. I have 3 entries. Suppose I want to focus the second entry. Click on this, add dot. In this list, previously I talked about the get and the keys. The next one is the focus. The focus will change the focus to the current entry, to this entry, easily and quickly without any problem. And don't forget to add the parentheses over here. Now if I run, I can see the result. So come over here and run. So come to this, for instance, and write something inside it and focus first. So it is the second in it. And if I come to this, write something inside it and focus first. So it's focused easily and quickly. And also we can change the text to the add no, like my application over here. Let's see, come over here, and it is the add no. We can change it to the add no and add it before my entries. So if I come over here and this is my button, I can cut this part of the code, the button, and come before the entries, and it over here, and paste my button over here. So my button will be at the top before any other entries. And let's write the add no. So let's select this and delete that. Add no, and I want to focus the first one. So focus entry. And which entry? The first entry. So this is. Now if I stop and run my application, let's see the result. Now I have the add no at the top and 3 other entries. So suppose I'm over here and this is. If I click on the add no, now the first entry is focused. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now we learned how to change the focus of the entry. And what about the next step? In the next step, I want to show you how to insert the text inside the entry or write something inside the entry. It's really practical and amazing. So stay with me. Welcome back. In this video I want to talk about how to easily insert the text inside the entry. So let's get started. Sometimes we need to add the text inside the entry. Then we can easily use the insert method to add the text everywhere that we want inside the entry widget. For better understanding, let's take a quick look at the paperless office software Camisha. Come over here, and currently if I come to the tools, and inside the tools I have the settings. If I open up the settings, then by default I have all of these text inside the entries. Indeed, I use the code in the window load event to write all of these values inside the entries. So these are loaded from the database or the text file or any other locations. So it's really important matter to insert some default values or the text inside the entry. And also if I come over here and come to this, and inside the incoming letters, for instance, come to this one, and by default currently I haven't anything inside this window. If I write something like this inside it, for instance A, and this one, also all of this, and save it. So close the window, and let's open the window one more time. Now by default I have all of this text inside the entries because I use the code to load all of this and insert the values inside the entries from the database. So let's do it in the action. Come over here and come to this one, and at the first step let's take a quick look at the insert format. I have the entry and the insert, and also I have the first argument. The first argument is the index that we want to insert to it, then the value to insert. We can use this method to add any text that we want to the entries. So let's come over here and come to this one at the simple, and come to this and this, the simple entry. To explain my tutorial, let's copy all of this. Indeed, it is the simple code to create the simple and the basic entry. So let's come over here, come to this one, right click, new, and the Python file, and name it, for instance, the insert entry, and press enter and paste it over here. So don't worry about anything, it is only the simple entry, the import, the window, and the entry, and also the main loop. Now after creating the entry, I can easily use the insert method. So come over here and say my entry dot. First I talked about the get, the pack, the keys, and the focus. In this video I want to talk about the insert. So click on it, and if I hover on the insert and let's be patient, I have the index and the string to be inserted in this index. The index starts from the 0. So at the first step, let's write the index. For instance, I want to insert from the 0, add comma, and the text to be inserted. Let's write hello. So after running this code, in the index 0 or the first location, the hello will be inserted. Right click over here and run. So the hello is inserted over here. And if I come over here and comment the insert code, let's see the result. So come to this, and it is completely empty without anything inside it. Also I can change the font. Come to this, and let's write the font for better appearance, and name it, for instance, Arial, then the 36, and if I check, so it looks better now. Now if I come over here and uncomment this line, so I have the text inside it, and also I can write something inside the entry. So this is the basic sample to get us start working with the insert. Let's talk about more advanced options. To do that, come over here and let's take a quick look at the advanced code. Come to this, the focus, and the next one is insert. In this example, I want to show you how to add the button to your window, then click on it to add the text. So if I click on the button, then the insert text function will be executed and the new text will be inserted inside that. It's really simple and it's straightforward. So let's do it. At the first step, let's copy this part to add the new button. Come over here and come to this one. And I don't need to use the insert, so I can easily comment it out like this and paste my new button over here. So I have the new button and it is the add text, and after that I have the command and it is the insert text. So I need to define another function. So come over here and at the top say the def and the insert text, then the colon. This is the colon, and currently I haven't anything inside it, so let's write the pass and it will be done automatically without any problem. Now if I right click over here and run, so nothing inside this, and if I click, nothing will happen. Why? Because I haven't any code inside the insert text. In the next step, I want to add the insert inside the new function, something like this. Insert the 0 and the high. So come over here and come to this one. I can copy this part to start my tutorial and paste it inside the insert text. Now the hello will be inserted in the first location. Come over here and stop, then run the application. So add text, and the text, and it's really simple and straightforward. After each clicking on the button, the hello will be inserted at the first location exactly over here. So I have something like this, and if I write something else like this and hello, then write this, then the hello at the beginning, then write this, the hello at the beginning. And this is the power of the insert method. And what about if we write the wrong index? For instance, let's write the 10. Currently, I haven't anything inside the entry, so I haven't the index 10. Let's see the reaction of the Python. Come over here, and currently I haven't anything. So if I add the text, nothing happens, and the text is inserted to the index 0. This is a really tricky note. So if I write something like this and click on the add text, now the hello is inserted at the location 10, exactly over here. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and the 10. So don't forget to consider this matter while you're working with the insert. Congratulations, we did it. Now we learned how to work with the insert to add the new text inside the entry. And what about the next step? In the next step, I want to show you how to delete the text from the entry using the Python code. It looks amazing, practical, and great. So let's talk about it in the next part. Stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to easily write the Python code to delete the text from the entry. So let's get started. Sometimes we need to delete the text from the entry. To do that, we can easily use the delete method. So if I take a look at this example, currently I have the my entry, then the delete, and the first index and the last index to be deleted. So the items between these will be deleted easily and quickly. To do that, come over here and open up my application, right click on the entry, add new, and the Python file. I want to say the delete entry, and this is. To start my tutorial, let's take a quick look at the code and copy the code from the first step. So come over here and come to the first step and the simple entry. So copy all of this, and let's see the next step, and this is the delete. So this is the delete and paste over here. So this is only the simple code to add the new entry, the import, the entry, and the pack, and also the main loop. If I right click on this and run, so I have this one. And for better result, let's add the font. So let's say the font and equals, and the name, for instance, and the size. You need to write your own and your installed font over here. And size, for instance, 38. Now if I right click on this and run, so it looks better and easier to read. Now it's time to add some text inside the entry. Previously I talked about this matter, how to use the insert method to add the text. So let's copy this code and paste it inside this one after packing. Now I have the text, the hello. I'm happy. I'm too happy. So this is I'm too happy. And if I run, so I have hello, I'm too happy. Now suppose I want to delete the I am or to from this text. So we need to use the delete method. To do that, come over here and come to this one and say the my entry. This is my entry dot and the delete. Previously I talked about other properties and methods and functions of the my entry. Now let's talk about the delete. In the delete we have the first and last index. So let's select this, and here I have two arguments, the first one and the next one. Now let's go over here and say 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and the 2 is 11. So let's write 11, then go to the next one, 11, 12, 13, 14. If I write the 14 over here, let's see the reaction of the Python. So let's stop and let's see the result. So hello, I'm happy, and I have the space here, 1 and 2. Why? Because this is the first space and the next one is the next space. Also I can say delete the next one, for instance from the 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see from the 0 and the 4. Let's stop and let's see the result. Wow, what happened? I have the O over here. So let's count it one more time. 0, 1, 2, 3 and the 4. As I told you previously, if you want to work with the range or a slicing, the second index is exclusive. And exclusive means the second number is not included in the result. So the actual number and the actual result will be 0, 1, 2, and 3. So let's count it. 0, 1, 2, and the 3. So the remaining will be in the result, as you see over here, and you can see it. Don't forget the second number is exclusive. So if I want to delete completely the hello, I need to increase this number 1. So let's write the 5 and the next one. So I have the correct result. Also I can increase this number, and let's see the 6, and let's see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and the 6, and it up to here because the second number is exclusive. And if I run the application, so I have something like this result. Congratulations, we did it. Now we learned how to use the delete method to delete the items from the entry. And also if I take a look at this example, suppose I want to delete from this number up to the end, or from this up to the end. It's really simple and it's straightforward. To do that, I can come over here and select this and add the double quotations, and inside it write the end. So after running this line of the code, the indexes from the 0 up to the end will be deleted. Now let's see the result. Come over here. So I have nothing inside the entry. Why? Because I deleted from the 0 up to the end. And if I come over here, and if I come to this and count 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and this is the 7. So I can say from the 7 up to the end. If I check it, so I have only the hello. Why? Because everything are deleted from the 7 up to the end. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now we learned how to use the delete to delete the text inside the entry. But let's talk about the more and advanced sample. In this sample, I want to talk about how to add the button to delete the text. So let's do it. Come over here, and this is my button. I can easily copy this to start my tutorial. So come over here, and this is my result. To start my tutorial, let's comment this, and also I need this one, so let's leave it. And I don't need to delete that. So I can come to this and paste over here. Now I have the insert and the entry with the hello, I'm too happy. And also I have the button, and I can come to this, select and paste over here. It looks better now. So I added one new button, and it is the delete text. I need to run the delete text method or the function. So let's copy and come to the top over here. So press enter and define the new function and say the delete text. Don't forget to add the parentheses and the colon. Now it's time to write the code to delete anything that I want. Currently I have the my entry. So I can copy this and paste over here and say from the 0 up to the end. Suppose I want to delete every text and say del all text. So let's add the comment here, and this is the result. Now I have the delete text function to delete everything inside my entry. So if I take a look, currently I have the button, and if I click on the button, so everything will be deleted. Delete all text. So this is delete all text. Come to this, and I have hello, I'm happy, delete all text. And this is, click on it, so it's deleted completely. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now we learned how to delete the text using the button or simple Python code. Also, you can develop your codes and select another indexes, for instance, from the 0 up to the 5 or something like this. You can use any indexes that you want. So let's undo this one. Congratulations, we learned how to work with the delete to delete the text from the entry. And there is another last step, and it is how to disable or enable the entry. It's time consuming, so let's talk about it in my upcoming tutorial. Stay with me. Welcome back. In this video I want to talk about how to disable or enable the entry. So let's get started. Sometimes we need to disable the entry. To do that, I can use the state option. By the state option, I can disable or enable the entry easily and quickly. So the state option has three main parts: the normal, the read-only, and the disable. I'll talk about all of this one by one. For better understanding, let's take a quick look at the real-world example. Come over here and open up my paperless office software, Camisha. If I take a look at the data entry and the folder management, here I have the structure. Select one of this, for instance this, and right click edit. In this window I have the entry here that is disabled, so I can't interact with that, and the only thing I can do is the next entry and write something inside it. So if you wanna show the text to your user inside your entry but you want to lock it, then you can use the state. So come over here, cancel this and this. Also I can come to the tools, and inside the backup data, here I have another entry. Currently I can work with this entry, but I can't write anything inside it. So I can select but not writing inside it. So this is the read only. I'll talk about all of this one by one later. Now let's come over here and come to this one. If I want to work with the state, I have two options. First, I can use the configure method and use the state inside it and assign the value. Also, we can use something like this. While creating the entry, I can assign the state and the value to it. My intention is the second one and the configure indeed. Why? Because I want to assign the text to the entry and then assign the state. But in this example, while defining the entry, if I want to add the text, then I can't see anything inside it. So let's select the second one, the configure. To do that and to stop my tutorial, I added the disable entry file over here, and also I copied all of this. Don't worry about anything. The structure of this code is really simple and straightforward. I have the TK, I have the window, and inside the window I added three similar entries: the first one, the second, and the third. So I have the font up to 38 because I want to make bigger my entry. Also, I use the my window as the parent or the container. And finally, I use the main loop. Now, if I run my application, so I have three big entries. The first one, the second one, and the third one. Currently, all of these are normal or enabled. So let's talk about how we can make these as enable, disable, and the read-only. To do that, come over here and come to the first one. As I told you, you can use the state over here easily and quickly. Write the state, then the value inside it, like this. For instance, let's write something wrong, and if I run, so I have the bad state, and it should be disabled, normal, or read-only. These are the available options and the values here. So I can add the comment and paste over here for later using. But currently my entry hasn't any text inside it. So I want to use the configure, then I can add the text inside it, then change the state. Now come over here, and after packing, I can come to this one and say my entry, or you can use it before packing, no matter, and say my entry. This is my entry 1. Then add dot and the configure. This is my configure. Now let's write the state, then equals in the value. Currently my value is the normal, so let's write normal. So this is, and also I want to assign the text. So the my entry 1, add dot and the insert. First I talked about the insert and how to use it to add the text to your entry, and write something like this. Hi, I'm the normal entry. So if I right click over here and run, so it is hi, I'm the normal entry. So my user can interact with this, select, delete, and everything is available for me. And what about the second one? The second one is the disabled. In the disabled, my entry will be completely disabled and I can't work with it anymore. So the entry 2. Come over here, and before the pack or after that, no matter, I can come over here and copy all of this and paste over here to stop my tutorial and change this to the 2 and the 2. And this time I want to set the value to the disabled. So copy and paste over here. Hi, I'm normal entry, or hi, I'm the disabled entry. Let's see the reaction. Come over here and run. So I have the second one, and this is completely normal, but the second one is disabled. So I can't select anything inside it, or I can't write anything inside this one, or even I can't focus on this. So this is the disabled state or the disabled entry. And the last one is the read-only. The read-only, we have a kind of disabled, but with some differences. So this is, and also let's select all of this, come to the next one. In the entry 3, let's add all of this before packing it, no matter and no problem. So this and this, hi, I'm read-only entry. Let's copy the read-only from here and paste it inside this and this. Now if I come over here and run, so I have hi, this normal, disabled, and in the last one I can select the text inside the entry, but I can't write anything inside it. And in the disabled I can't do anything, and the last one is the normal, so it's completely normal and enabled. So don't forget the difference between the read-only and the disabled. Indeed, in my application I have it here inside the tools and the backup. So this is the read-only. I can interact with the text. For instance, I can copy the path, but I can't change anything because it is the read-only. Okay, excellent. Congratulations. We learned a lot about how to work with the state and the entry widget. And what about the advanced topics? In the advanced topic, I can change the state by the button. For instance, I can add the button over here, and you can see something like this. And also I have the entry. After clicking on the button, I can disable or enable the button. So the first one is the button, the disable text, and the function inside the command is delete text. This is from my previous code, so I can copy this and paste it right here. So its function is disable text, and I want to call it exactly over here and say disable text. I copied all of this from my previous tutorial, so I forgot to change this. Now I have the disable text function here and here. After clicking on the first button, my text will be disabled, and if I click on the second button, my text will be enabled. It's really simple and it's straightforward. Let's do it in the action. To do that, I need two other buttons. So to start my tutorial, let's copy all of this and up to here. Now come to the code and exactly here and add it till this one. So paste it here. Now I have two buttons. The first one is disable and the next one is enable. Also, I need to create the disable text and enable text functions at the top, exactly over here, my favorite location, for better organizing of the codes. So def what, def the first one, disable text. So def disable text and the parentheses and the colon. Also, I can say the pass because currently I haven't anything. So let's copy and paste over here. Now I have the second one and it is the enable. So enable and exactly like this one, the enable text. And this is the result. Now it's time to run the application. To do that, right click over here and run. Currently I have two buttons, disable text and enable text. I want to enable or disable the first one. So let's do it. Come to this one and inside the disable, let's write the my entry. My entry 1 is my first entry and configure. Configure what? Configure the state and write something like this. It is disabled, so I need to use the disabled inside this. Also, the next one is the enable. So let's select the normal and this is the result. Right click over here and run. Now if I click on the disable, so my entry is disabled, and if I click on the enable, so it's enabled easily and quickly. And also we can add another button to read only to make the text read only or the normal. To do that, I can do it easily. Come over here and come to the button. The first one is disabled. I can add the read only over here in the next position here and say read only text. So this is the read only text, and instead of this I can say read only text, something like this. Now I need to create and define this function, and also I need to change the name for my button. Let's do it. This is my first button and the second button like this, and also the third button. Change all of this. It looks better, and indeed it is better for aligning and better understanding of the codes to use the different button names. So I have all of this button 2 and button 3. Now let's take a look at the code over here at the top, and I want to define the new function. So let's copy and paste over here. So I want to change the name to this, and also set the normal to the read only and paste over here. Now if I run, so I have something like this, disable and read only, so I can interact but can't change anything, and enable. So it's enabled. Okay, excellent. Congratulations. Now we learned many great tips and tricks for working with the amazing and great state property. Also, we can change the code here. This is my first button and second button. It's not necessary, but it's better to do that. And what about the last step? The last step is about the common options of the entry. First, I talked about most of this, but in the next part, I'll quickly talk about all of this. Stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about the common options of the entry. So let's get started. Till now, I talked about many options and also the methods and functions of the entry. In this video, I want to quickly talk about the remaining and the most common options of the entry. Previously, I talked about most of these in the label and the button. So this is only the quick review. The first one is the state. So I talked about it in my previous tutorial, how to work with it. Also, I have the BG and the FG, background and the foreground, to change the color. I discussed about this in the label and also the button. Also, I have the border and the relief. Both of these are for controlling and customizing the border. And also I have the font to change the font. I talked about this matter previously. And also I have the height and the width. But the height is not available inside the entry. Why? Because this is only the single line of the entry and the single line text box. So we haven't the height. For better understanding, let's take a quick look at the application. To do that, come over here, and to stop my tutorial, I added the options entry. Then I created this simple project with the entry. I have the TK, the window, and the simple entry, and I use the print to print the available options. So right click over here, and this is my entry. So as you see over here in this list, we can see many different options, but I don't want to talk about all of them. The most common is my favorite one. So the BD, the BG, the FG, the font, the foreground. Also, if I come over here and if I take a look, I have the width but not the height. Why? Because this is the single line entry. Also, I have the state and the show, the relief. And if I take a look, the next one is the width. With the width, we can assign the width to the entry. And the unit of the width is the character. So it's not the pixel. It is exactly like the label. I talked about it in my label tutorial. So let's come over here, and this is my entry, and let's change the width and say width equals to what? Equals to, for instance, the 8. It means 8 characters. The width equals to 8 characters. Which character? The 0 character. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the width is exactly like the width for 8 0 characters, or generally speaking 8 characters. Now if I run my application, I can see the result specification. So I can write up to 8 characters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, or all the characters, a little bit less or more. So this is the result. And after that, if I take a look at the next one, I have the justify for horizontal aligning of the text inside the entry. And come over here, come to this one, and before doing anything, come to this and say my entry. I want to assign the text. So insert what? Insert in the position 0, high, or something like this. Now if I come to this one and run the application, so I have the high over here. The only difference between the justify in the entry and the label is this one, that the justify in the entry will control the horizontal alignment of the text because it is only one line of the text. So we can't justify the text in the vertical manner. To do that, come over here and come to this one and write something like this, the justify. So it is the justify. If I find it over here, the justify, and paste over here. Now let's press enter for better aligning and write something wrong, and this is so wrong, and the path justification, the left, right, and the center. For instance, let's select the right and come over here and run. Now I have the right text, and also I can say the center. So it is in the center of my entry. So don't forget this really tricky note. By default, it is the left, and this is. So let's see, and you can see it over here. And what about the next one? The next one is the path X and the path Y and the anchor. We can't use none of these because these are unavailable inside the entry. Okay, excellent. Congratulations. We learned how to work with the common options of the entry. And after all of these my mission is accomplished successfully. Why? Because we learned many great tips and tricks for working with the entry in the Tkinter. So what is the next step? In the next step, I want to talk about how to work with the geometry manager, or how to position the widgets on the window. It's time consuming, so let's talk about it in my upcoming tutorial. And as I told you previously, if you want to be successful, don't sit back and relax. You need to try and try with the best wishes. Thanks for the time. Hello and welcome. In this video, I want to talk about how to get easily working with the frame widget in the Tkinter. So let's get started. First, I talked about the different widgets like the entry, the button, and the label. And the next one is frame. The frame is a little bit different with my previous widgets in the Tkinter. The Tkinter frame is used to organize the group of widgets. So the frame mainly is used for organizing or grouping the widgets. For better understanding, let's take a quick look at this example. And this window is the replace window. We can find it in many different applications like the Notepad or even the MS Office or something like that are the text editors. So I don't want to talk about this window indeed. I want to talk about the frame inside it. Currently, I have all of these widgets, and one of the best options for designing something like this window is indeed using the frame. I can use 1, 2, and 3 frames to organize all of this. The first one is over here, that I docked it or I binded this frame to the right side or right border of my window and put all of these buttons inside it. And the next one is my second frame. I put or aligned the second frame at the top of my window, so it is the orange color over here indeed. And I put this label and the entry inside it. And also I have the next one, and it is my third frame. And I put this label and the entry inside it. So by using the frame, we can easily group the widgets. Then we can align the frame to anywhere that we want. So if you want to create and design the enterprise and professional application, you need to learn the frame completely. It's really important matter. Learn it completely. So the next step is talking about how we can define the frame. It's time consuming, so stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to easily define the frame and start creating the simple frame in the Python. So let's get started. The definition of the frame is really simple and straightforward. It is like my other widgets. So I have the TK, it stands for Tkinter object, then the frame like other widgets, and the container and the options. The container is indeed my window, and also I have the options that I talked about most of them previously. The most common options for the frame is the background or BG, width, and the height. Both of these are in the pixel. And also I have a list of available options for the frame. Later I'll talk about this. So let's take a quick look at the first step, and it is a simple frame. How to create the simple frame. At the top I have something like this, the TK, and also at the end I have the loop. First I talked about this and also how to create the Tkinter. And the new matter is this part. First, I need to define the frame using the frame object of the Tkinter and also my window. As I told you, the most common options for the frame are the BG, the width, and the height. So the height is something like this number and this. Both of these are in the pixel. And finally, I have the background or the BG. By default, the frame hasn't height and width. So if you add the frame to the window, then you can't see it anywhere because it hasn't the height and width. So we need to assign the height, then width, and also the background to get identified on the window. And after that, I have the pack to put my frame on the window. For adding the simple frame, we need to assign the height and width and the background. Later I talk about how to delete the height and width and use the pack method to add the frame on your window. So currently don't be afraid and just learning the tutorial. To do that, let's open up the PyCharm and say hello PyCharm, what's up? This is the GUI or the GUI, and after that I have all of this. Come to the Tkinter, right click over here, add the new and the directory. I want to add the new directory and name it frame. So this is the frame, then add, and I want to add the new Python file and say this simple frame. So this is my simple frame, and to explain my tutorial I can copy the codes from my previous tutorials. So let's come over here, and this is my window. I can select that and select everything. Also you can write all of the codes from scratch, no matter, and paste over here. Currently I don't want all of these, so let's delete them completely. And also this, I have only the Tkinter over here and the definition of my window, and also I have the my window. So I have the geometry I needed, so I can leave it by default. Now I have the my window and it is 500 in 400 pixels. Also I don't need this, so let's delete that. Now I have the my window that it has 500 in the 400 size. And in the next step, let's add the frame to it. So let's see how. Let's say the TK, then add dot and the frame. Previously I talked about other widgets. So the only thing I need to add is the container, as I told you, and my container is my window. Then add the comma. Let's see what will happen if I don't add anything over here. So I have the frame, and let's write the FR or my frame, no matter, my frame. This is only the name, and you're completely free to write any name that you want. Then write the my frame, and this is my frame, and the pack. I want to add the my frame using the pack, so let's do it. Now if I come over here and run, so this is the result, but I can't see anything inside it. As I told you, by default the frame hasn't any kind of the shape, and also its width and height are 0, so I can't see it on my window until I assign other options like the height and width and the background. Let's do it. Come over here and come to this one and add the comma. So currently I haven't any widgets inside my frame, so I need to assign the background and say for instance the yellow, and if I run, right click over here and run, so nothing yet. And if I come to the next and say the height, so this is the height and it is something like the 30. You can increase or decrease this number. Now if I take a look at the result, let's see, so nothing yet. And after that add the width, so this is the width, and assign something like the 150 or 100 or 30, no matter, and run. Wow, what's happening? Congratulations, now I can see my frame completely over here at the top of my window. Currently we don't know anything about how to change the location and position of the frame and all the widgets. In my upcoming tutorial I'll talk about how to work with the pack geometry to start designing the amazing and great applications. So stay with me and don't worry about anything. So far we learned how to create the frame and how to add it to the window. Indeed, we successfully could add the simple frame. In the next step, I want to talk about how to start working with the frame and how to add the widgets to that. So stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to start adding the widgets to the frame. So let's get started. Before doing that, let's take a quick look at the options of the frame. Previously, I talked about all of these options in depth in the different widgets, so I don't want to repeat all of them. Let's take a quick look of this. The BG stands for background, the BD for the border, and the relief. And also I have the height and the width. And don't forget the unit of the height and the width are the pixels. So it's really important matter. And also I have the pad X and the pad Y for adding extra space inside the widget. So I talked about all of this previously, and also for better understanding you can refer to my previous tutorial. And in the next step, I want to talk about how we can add the widget to the frame. As I told you, the main usage of the frame is grouping the controls. So we need to assign and add the controls inside the frame. Then I can use the different geometry managers like the pack and place to change the position of your frame. Later I'll talk about all of this. So let's get started working with adding the widgets to the frame. For better understanding, let's take a quick look at this example. At the top I have the Tkinter and my window and also the main loop. Inside it I have the frame, and it is only the simple frame, and it has the background yellow. I want to add the new widgets inside the frame. So I didn't assign the height and width to my frame. Why? Because after adding the label and entry inside the frame, the height and width of the frame will be changed and also will be determined by the size of the widgets inside it. So in this step, we don't need to assign the height and width because it has children inside it. So I have the frame, and after that I have the label. The main difference between this example with the previous examples is that this is my label and I want to add the label inside the frame. So I need to change the container. So far I talked about how to use the window as the container. But in this example, we want to add the label or all the widgets to the frame. So we need to use the frame as the container or the parent name over here. And this is the main difference between this example and my previous examples, using the frame as the container instead of the window. So I have the tags and also I have the pack. And the next one is entry. Instead of the window, I'm using the frame, and the frame is the container or the parent of my entry, then pack it inside the window. And finally, I have the main loop. Let's get started working with this great and amazing example. To do that, let's come over here and come to this one and the frame. Right click on it. New. I want to create the new Python file. So let's name it the advanced. So this is the advanced frame. And this is, to speed up my tutorial, let's say hello to my previous codes and copy and paste over here. Till now I have the frame and it is inside the window. So right click over here and run. It is only the simple frame here. Now it's time to add the controls inside it. As I told you, the height and width of the frame will be identified and determined by the height and width of the widgets inside it. So I don't need to this. The only thing I need is writing the background, so I can identify the frame on my window. It's not necessary, but it's better to add it. Then we can see the location and position of the frame on my window. So suppose I want to add the label. Previously I talked about how to add the label, and this is the tk dot the label. And instead of the container over here, we need to use the frame name. I want to add this label to the frame. So let's write my frame over here and the text to my label. It is, for instance, hi or hello or anything that you want. In the next step, we need to assign this label to another control like LB, for instance, or LBL, and anything that you want. And also I have the LBL, add dot, and the pack. This is the pack, one of the most important and powerful tools and features for positioning the widgets on the window. Later I'll talk about this one and how to use it to create the amazing professional and enterprise design and the applications. So stay with me and don't worry about anything. Now I have the label and I add it to the frame. Let's see the reaction of the Python. Right click over here and run. So this is the hi, and currently I have the hi, and it is added to my label. It completely filled inside my frame, so I can't see the background of the frame anymore, and the only thing I can see is the hi, and it is the label. Also I can add the border over here and say the bg equals to, for instance, 2, then the relief, and this is the relief and the solid. this is indeed the type of my border for the frame, and come over here and run. So here I can see the border of my frame, and it is something like this. So come over here, and as I told you, the width and height of the frame will be changed based on the size of the label or the control inside it. In the next step, let's add another widget and name it, for instance, the entry. So the TK add dot and the entry, or even you can use another controls. So this is the entry. The only thing I need is assigning the parent. So far I talked about how to use the my window over here to add the entry to the window, but I want to add the entry to the new parent. So this is my frame, and I want to add it to this frame. So use the my frame name over here. Then assign this control to the ENT or something like that, no matter. And finally pack the ENT like this. So this is the pack and the parentheses. Now if I right click over here and run my application, wow, congratulations, now I have the label here and the entry here. After adding the entry, I have two lines of the widgets. The first line is my label, and the second one is my entry. Currently, we don't know anything about how to control the position of the widgets inside the window or the frame. Later, I'll talk about how to work with the pack. It's really amazing and great feature. So this is the background of my frame. You can see the yellow color over here based on my settings here. And I assign the back color here while defining the frame. So it is the yellow. Then I have the label, and in the second line I have the entry. It means all of my controls and widgets are inside the frame. So I can use the frame to arrange and assign the controls and the widgets anywhere that I want. Exactly like this example. If I take a look, exactly like this one. I have used 3 frames for aligning and grouping these controls on my window. First for the buttons, second for this, and third for this one. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now my mission for working with the frame is completed successfully. So everything is ready for me to start working with the geometry managers, especially the pack. It's time consuming, so let's talk about it in my upcoming tutorial. And don't forget, as I told you, the frame is really important and critical part of the designing the applications in the Tkinter. So don't hesitate to practice and learn this great widget. With the best wishes, I'm waiting for you in the next tutorial. Thanks for watching us. Hello and welcome. In this video, I want to quickly talk about the concept and the usage of the geometry managers or the layout managers. So let's get started. At the beginning, let's talk about the simple question. What is the geometry manager? The geometry manager is used to manage the position, the size, and arrangement of the window or widgets. So suppose you want to create a simple application. Then you need to position and set the size and arrangement of your widgets on the window. For better understanding, let's take a quick look at the paperless office software Camisha. You can easily download the free version of this application from the camishasoft.com. So I have something like this, and currently I have this toolbar here and some buttons over here at the top, and also the status bar at the bottom. So the question is how we can create something like this. We can easily do it by the package geometry manager, or you can use the grid or even the place geometry. But we need to use the different geometry managers in the different positions. So if I come over here and this is my window, so I need to add some buttons and toolbar here and some grid here and also these toolbars here. And if I come over here and come to the edit, so in this window I need to add all of this here and also the entries and all the controls and widgets here, and also have something like this at the bottom and at the top. So the technique or the method for aligning and positioning these widgets on the window is the geometry manager or the layout manager. It's really important part and we need to learn it completely because it is the essential part of the designing the application. You know what, if you want to create the application, at the first step you need to design that. So if we want to design the application, we need to learn how to put the items and widgets on the window. And we call this as the layout manager or the geometry managers. So let's do it. Come over here, come to this one. So as you see over here, we have three main types of the geometry managers. The first one is the place, the pack, and the grid. Indeed, each geometry manager has its own properties and the usages. So sometimes we need to use the place, and sometimes we need to use the pack or even the grid. Based on the application and based on the usage and architecture of the application, we need to use the appropriate geometry manager. So we can say which one is the best, or we can say the pack is great or the place is great. All of these are great, but in the appropriate location. So if I take a look at all of this, at the first step we have the pack, then we have the place and the grid. Currently I want to talk about the pack, but in the next video tutorial. So don't worry about anything, and let's quickly talk about all of them. To do that, come over here and open up the Google and search the geometry pack Tkinter. As you see over here in the pack geometry manager, we need to put the controls and widgets inside the blocks. So this is my box 1, box 2, box 3. Also we have something like this, this, and this. Or even we can define the application something like this. Indeed, these are the layout or the back behind or the frame of the design of the application. So this is not the final application. These are the skeleton or the frame of the application. Previously I talked about the real world example. For instance, if I take a look at my previous tutorial, come over here, and this is in the frame video tutorial. I talked about this example. Suppose I want to design something like this window, then we can use the frame and use the pack manager to pack my items, something like this. So all of my frames are over here, here, and here, and I use the pack system to align and arrange all of these frames on my window. So for designing something like this window, the pack system is great for us. And also if I come over here and search the geometry place Tkinter, in the geometry method we have the absolute positions like the X and the Y, and also we have the width and the height. So we need to assign exact location of each widget, and also it's better to use the width and the height for positioning the different widgets on the window. So in this system we need to assign everything manually, and we need to assign the X and Y for all of the controls. And it's really time consuming and difficult task to do. But sometimes the place is great and the best option for designing the application. And in the next one we have the grid. In the grid we need to divide the window to the grid, something like this. For instance, over here I have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 columns, and also 1, 2, and 3 rows. And I need to assign the address of the grid and each cell for the different widgets to create and design something like this. So I have some other examples over here, something like this. For instance, I can create something like this by the pack manager or the grid manager. And also if I search the Google, I have many different examples and the samples. For instance, if I take a look at this one, it is the grid. So I have the rows and the columns. And also if I take a look at another examples, there is many different examples on the Google. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Till now we talked about the different and available geometry managers for working with the different widgets for designing the window. So in the next step we need to start working with this one by one. My main intention is using the pack because it is too powerful and we can create a wide range of the applications using the pack geometry manager. The pack geometry manager is really simple, but extremely powerful. Let's talk about it in my upcoming tutorial. Thanks for your time. Welcome back. In this video, I want to quickly talk about how to get started working with the Pack Geometry Manager. So let's get started. Firstly, I talked about three main geometry managers: the pillars, the pack, and the grid. As I told you, based on your need and based on your design of the application, you need to select one of these geometry managers. But my intention in this video is talking about the Pack Geometry Manager. So let's get started. The Pack Geometry Manager organizes widgets in the blocks before placing them in the parent widget or the window. For better understanding, let's take a quick look at this example. This is the simple window, and it has some buttons here at the right side, and also the label and the entry here and here. So if we want to work with the Pack Geometry Manager, we need to add 1, 2, and 3 different frames. The first frame is responsible for all of this, and I need to put the first frame at the right side of my window. Also, I have the second frame with 2 other widgets inside it, and I need to pack it or place it at the top of my window. And finally, I have the third one, and I should add this frame under my second frame. I can easily add all of this and arrange all of this by the pack and its different options. So if you want to work with the pack, we have 3 main options: the side, the fill, and the expand. As I told you previously, after adding the widget to the window, we need to pack it. So we have something like this, the pack. But currently I haven't any kind of options inside it, and it is completely empty. So we can add my options over here inside the parentheses. For better understanding, let's take a quick look of available and the most common options. The first one is the side, and it has up to 4 different values: the top, the bottom, right, and the left. And the side determines which side of the parent to put the widget. For instance, if you wanna put this frame at the right, then you need to select the right by the side option. And also, if I take a look at the second one, it is at the top, so we need to use the top. Also, the next one, we can put it at the top and under this one. So we can put my widget to everywhere that I want based on the side option: the top, bottom, right, left, top, bottom, left, and the right. Now for deeper understanding, let's get started working with the side option. Later I'll talk about the fill and the expand. To do that, come over here and come to this one, and let's close everything. And this is, so I have the GUI or GUI Tkinter, and inside it right click, new. I want to add the new directory and name it geometry. Geometry means the positioning or locating. So this is, and inside the geometry right click, new, and the pack. I want to work with the pack geometry, so let's write the pack and press enter. Now right click over here and add new and the Python file. So I can say hello pack or pack1. So this is my pack1 and press enter. At the beginning, I need to create the simple window and add some widgets inside it. To do that, let's take a quick look at my first code and the window TK, copy all of this and come over here. Also, you can write everything from scratch. In this video, my intention is not talking about and repeating my previous tutorials. So this is the result. And if I come over here, I have the simple window. So this is the simple window and the TK as my Tkinter, and I created my window using the TK, and also I have the main loop over here. So the next step is putting the widgets inside it. If I right click over here and run, so I haven't anything on my window and my window is completely empty. And the next step, suppose I want to add the button or even the frame, no matter, and no problem. Let's get start working with the button because it is more flexible. For instance, let's add the TK and the button. This is my button, and add the parentheses. I want to add the button inside my window. So this is, and the text of my button, it is, for instance, hi, or I can say the top, because I want to add this button to the top. And then I have the T button or T bot, something like this, or I want to put it at the top, so it is the top button. Also, I can say the top button no matter. Then it's time to use the pack. To do that, let's write the top button, add dot and the pack and the parentheses. Currently, I haven't any options inside the pack. Let's see the reaction of the Python. So it is only the button at the top of my window, and it has the top text inside it. But for better understanding, let's assign the size for my window. To do that, come over here, and this is my window. I can come to this and say my window, this is my window, and the geometry. First, I talked about the geometry and how to work with it. Let's write 400, for instance, in the 300. This is 400 and 300, and let's check it. So come over here, and it looks better now. If I don't assign anything inside the pack as the option, then my button will dock or will put at the top of my window. So it is over here exactly at the top and the center. If I resize and maximize my window, so this time my button is at the center and top of my window. And this is the default options for the pack. As I told you previously, we can use the first option of the pack to set the location of my control and the widget, and it is the side. The side option has 4 values: the top, bottom, right, and the left. So come over here and come to my codes and start my application. Inside the pack, I can easily say the side equals to what? Equals to some items. Also, before that, let's try, for instance, the top. Now if I run my application, so I have the same result. Also, I can come to this and write something wrong inside the side value to see what's available values, and you can see bad side. So it should be the top, the bottom, left, or right. I can copy all of this for later using and put it over here, for instance. So this is the top, bottom, left, or right. Now if I want to put it into another location, for instance to the left, I can come over here and put the left and paste over here. So let's run. Now I have the left aligned button, and also I can select the button. So this is, and if I run, my button is at the bottom of the window. Also I have the right, so this is the right, and you can see it over here. Now I know how to put my widgets in the 4 borders of the window easily and quickly. But this is not enough for me for designing the application. And what about the next option? If you want to customize your alignment and the arrangement, we need to use the next option, and it is the fill. It's time consuming, so stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to easily use the fill option for better designing of the application. So let's get started. First, I talked about how to use the side to put the controls and widgets on any border that we want. But moreover than that, we need to use another option, and it is the fill. The fill has 4 options: the X, Y, both, and the none. And the fill tells the widget to grow to available space in the specific direction. So if you want to expand the width or height of your widget into any direction, that you need to use the fill option. It has the X, Y, both, and the none. Let's get start working with it. To do that, come over here and come to this one. Let's select the top, and this is the top. And if I run, so I have the button at the center top of my window. Suppose I want to expand the width of my button to the X direction, or the width of it. To do that, come over here, and for better result, I can add some background to my button and say BG equals to what? Equals to yellow. I added the BG to my button, so don't forget that. Now if I run, so I have something like this. Now come over here and add the comma. The second one is the fill. I love this property and the option because it gives a lot of power for us for customizing the design of the widgets and the window. So the fill option has 4 values. The first one is the X, Y, then the both and the none. Let's do it. Come over here and suppose I want to increase the width of my button. To do that, I can write the X. Let's see the result. So automatically the Python will increase the width of my button. And here I have the X and it means the width of my button. So if I maximize, I have the full width button from the beginning up to the end. And this is the power of the fill. Also, I can come over here and I can select the next one, for instance, the Y. Let's see the reaction of it and come over here. And this is the result. Currently, nothing happened because I have the full height. And indeed, I put my button at the top. So we can't use the Y over here because it is the full height. And if I come over here and come to this and change the side to the next one and the left, for instance. So this is, and if I run, so this time the Y is working and the height of my button is increased from the top to the bottom because of this option, and this is the Y direction. And if I come over here and let's select this, cut, and run my application one more time. Let's see the result. So nothing happened, and it is at the center left side of my border and the window. So if I take a look at the next one and say comma, then the fill, and I wanna extend the height of my button. So I can easily say the Y. Now if I come over here, so it's done. Now my button is completely filled from the top up to the bottom. Indeed, I'm increasing the height of the button using the Y parameter right here. And also I have another one, and it is the next, and it is the both. Both means the X and Y direction. Let's see the reaction. Come over here and come to this one. So if I come to this and say the both, let's see the reaction, and come to this, stop, and run it. So currently I have the previous result without any problem. Indeed, I can increase the width of this button because it's docked to the left side of my window. So I can only increase the height of this button because it is at the left side. And if I put this one at the top, something like this, then let's see the result. So I have only the width increased because this button is docked or binded to the top of my window. So I can't increase its height, and this is the result. Also, I have something like this for the button and something like the left for the right side. So this is the result. And also if I come over here and write the none, so this is the none. Let's see the result. Come over here and nothing happened. So nothing happened over here. Why? Because I have the none as the fill option. Now let's take a quick look at this and change this one to the top and this one to the X. And also I can copy all of this and add 4 another buttons, and this is the left button. Let's name it the left button, copy, and paste over here. Now for the next one, change the yellow to the yellow one or yellow 2. For better appearance, the yellow 2. Also you can use the yellow one. And the next one, the button takes to the left. So this is the left. And after that, I have the pack, set it to the left. So this is. And let's delete this part. And if I run, let's see the result. Now I have the top over here and the left here. So if you wanna increase the height of the left button, you need to assign the Y to the fill. So come over here and say the fill and equals to what? Equals to the Y. Now if I run, so I have the great and amazing result. Now I can add another button and the widget at the bottom of my window, also another one for the right side. So let's see it. Come over here and come to this one, copy, and paste over here, and name this the button or the right, is not important matter. So this is, and copy and paste over here, and also here and here. Now this is the yellow 3, and let's select the fill method, and if I run, I can see the result, but I have the button and it's not correct. It should be the lowercase, so I need to use the lowercase inside the site. It's a really important matter. Okay, excellent. Come over here and select the lowercase, so run, and this is. Now I need to increase the width of my button, so let's do it. To do that, I can use the fill with what? With the X. So this is the X, and also I can copy this and paste over here for better arranging of the codes here and here. And also this is the top, so put it here, the top left button, and I have everything. Now if I run, so I have the top, left, and the button. So I did it. And finally I need to add another button over here. So go over here, come to this one, and this is the button. So copy and say the right. So this is the right, and copy, paste over here, here, and the text also here. But let's try and change the uppercase R to the lowercase, and let's delete the fill and run. Now I have something like this, and it is, if I maximize, over here, and it is over here. So I can easily change and increase the height of my button by the fill method, and say the fill which direction? The Y direction. So this is the result, and come over here, and this is, let's see. Okay, excellent. I enjoyed. Now I have the right over here, the top, the left, and the button. Indeed, I can put my controls everywhere that I want till now by using the fill and decide option of the pack method. But what about this free space and empty space at the center of my window? How can I add my controls inside it? If I want to put something inside this free space, then we need to use another option, and it is the expand. It's time consuming, so let's talk about it in the next tutorial. Stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about the last option of the pack method, and it is the expand. The expand is Boolean, so it can be true or false, also 1 or 0. The expand gets all the available free space for the widget inside the parent. So the main duty is to get all the free available space for any widgets that we want. Let's take a quick look at my example over here and run my application. Currently, I have the free space at the center of my window that I don't know how to put my widget inside it. If we want to put something inside it, let's try our chance by adding the new button. To do that, come over here and copy this one and paste over here, and name it, for instance, the center. So this is the center, and I can paste it inside the text over here exactly. So this is my button, and let's change it to center, and center button, and this is the center button. And currently it is at the right side, and its color is yellow. I can change it to, for instance, green, or green 1, or green 2, or any other greens up to the 4. So my button has the green back color, and its text is center. I can change it to this, the center, and also I have the right side and the fill. Let's delete the fill, and if I run, let's see the result. So it is over here at the center right of my free space over here indeed. And currently this button is exactly after the first one. Why? Because this is only the first available space for my button. And also if I come over here and add the next one, for instance, let's copy this and paste over here. I want to show the different options. So come over here, and you can see it is over here because this place is used by my second button, and this place is available for my last button. So this is a really tricky note. Don't forget to consider that. Now I have something like this. And suppose I want to put this button over here at the top. So I can do it easily. To do that, come over here and say the side is the top. And if I run, so my button is in the top. Now I can easily expand my button in the X direction from here up to here to allocate and get all of this free space. So let's say the comma and the fill. First I talked about the fill and how to use it. So this is the fill and the X over here. Now if I run, so it is filled from here up to here. But currently I have all of this free space, and how I can get all of this free space? It's really simple. We need to use the expand. The expand gets all the available free space for the widget inside the parent. So if you want to get all of this available free space for this button, don't hesitate to use the expand. So come over here at the comma and the expand. This is the expand and it is boolean. So the expand is boolean, true or false. Let's write the true and let's see the miracle. Come over here and run. But nothing happened over here, and the location of my green button is changed from the top at the center. Why? Because the expand will tell and will allow to this button to get all of this free space. But despite of the expand, I have the fill method that only give the permission to expand in the X direction from here up to here. So we need to use another option if we want to get all of these free spaces, and it is the both over here. And come over here and say the both. Now if I run, so let's see. Wow, what happened? Congratulations, we did it. Now I got completely every free space at the center of my window. Let's take a quick look at the code one more time. If I take a look over here and let's set it to the X, and this is, so let's not. Currently I have the expand and it is true. So my button wants to get all of this free space. But my button has another option and it is the fill. The fill currently is X. So the button can only extend the X from here up to here, only the width of it. But I want to increase the height in this example. So it can't because of the fill. If I change the X to the Y, for instance, then let's see the reaction. Come over here and this is the reaction. This time my button wants to get all of this free space, but it has another option and it is the fill. So my button can only increase the height. So this is only the height. As the result, if you want to get all of this free space, you need to give permission to your button to fill in the X and the Y directions, indeed both of directions, to get all of this free space. So I need to use the both over here, and this is the philosophy for using the both in the, and this is the result. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now we learned many great tips and tricks for working with the options. And also suppose I want to divide my free space at the center. For instance, if I come over here, suppose I want to split this free space in two parts. To do that, come over here, come to this one. I can easily copy this part, the center, and paste over here. So name it center button 1, center button 1. And after that, I have the green 2. I can name it, for instance, green 3. So I have the green 3 and I have all of these options. So let's see the reaction. If I run, let's see, wow, what happened? The free space is divided into equal parts for this button and this button. So this is the result if you wanna give the same space for two buttons. Then the Python will divide the free space into equal parts. So this is the result. Also, I can add another one and say, for instance, the button 2 like this and this, and change it to green 4. So let's see the result. Now my free space is divided to 3 equal spaces. The first one, second, and the third. So come over here and change the text to center 1 and the center 2. Let's see. So it is center, center 1, and center 2. And if I expand and maximize, so I have center, center 1, and center 2. So this is the reality and the philosophy of using the pack geometry manager. But in this step, maybe you can ask yourself, so what's your goal and your intention, sir, about talking something like this? Indeed, this is a really important matter, and I talked about the infrastructure and the logic for working with the options of the pack. So you need to repeat all of these one by one and learn all of these options in the complete manner. In my upcoming tutorial, I'll talk about how to use the frame instead of these buttons. Indeed, I wanna replace the frame with these buttons, then put all of my widgets inside it for design anything that we want. So don't hesitate to practice all of this exactly like me. And in the next step, I'll talk about how to use the frame. It's time consuming, so stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to easily replace these buttons with the frame and use it in the pack geometry manager. So let's get started. First, I talked about how to create something like this, but currently it is unusable and completely useless. Why? Because we can't put anything inside these buttons. So we can't create anything and we can design any application by these buttons. Indeed, I use these buttons for teaching you how to use the pack and its options for designing the layout. But if I replace these buttons with the frames, then I can put any widgets inside it and create my application. So let's stop this one. And as I told you previously, we can create something like this. Indeed, for designing this window, I can use 1, 2, and 3 frames and put my controls and widgets inside it. So let's talk about how we can replace the buttons and how we can put the frames inside the window. To do that, come over here and come to the pack, right click on it, add new, and the Python file, and say the pack and the frame. So this is. Now I have something like this. It is completely empty. Come over here, the pack one, and copy all of this to speed up my tutorial and paste it inside this one. I don't want to work with all of these, so let's delete them up to here, indeed up to the top and here exactly. The only thing I have is the window and all of these codes. So I have the Tkinter and the window and the size of my window. So right click over here and run. Now my window is completely empty. So let's get to start working with the frame. At the first step, I want to add the frame at the top of my window from here up to here. So let's do it. Come over here, and previously I talked about how to use the frames. So I have the TK and the frame. Then inside the frame, I can add the window or my parent. So this is my window and my parent. And as I told you, we need to assign this to another object and name it, for instance, top frame or TF or anything that you want. Then use the pack. So this is the top frame and the pack method to put my frame on the window. And if I run the application, no result over here because the width and height of my frame is 0 and also the background. So I can come over here and say the next one and assign the background. And this is the background. This time let's set the color to the green. So this is the green, and if I run, let's see the result. Nothing happened yet. Also I can come to this and assign the width and height. So let's say the width, this is the width, equals to, for instance, 100 pixels, and also the height to the 30 pixels. So this is. Now let's run. So by default, my frame is added at the top and center of my window. And as I told you, default option of the pack is the top. So I can come over here and say the side. I want to put this one at the top. So write the top and the same result. This is the same result. Now I want to expand this one in the width or the X direction. So let's come over here and say the fill. And this is the fill in the X direction. So this is the result. Now I have it. And also if I come over here and come to the height and increase it up to, for instance, the 50, let's see the reaction. So it's wider, but the width is not working. Why? Because the width is controlled by the fill. So if you use the fill in the X direction, then the width property and the option won't work, and we don't need to assign it. So I can easily delete that like this. Let's see the reaction and let's see the result. So this is the same result without any problem, because the X is controlling by the fill method and the fill function, this one. Now let's add the next one at the bottom. To do that, come over here, and this is the top, and I want to add another one at the bottom. So this is, let's write the bottom, copy this and come over here, paste it here, and this one. Also this is the top, and let's change it to bottom, and don't forget to change the uppercase B to the lowercase. And the fill should be the X exactly like that, and the green too, for instance, and the height. So let's see. Now I have something like this, exactly like the previous one, but in the bottom of my window. So I have something like this. And also I can put another one to the right side. So this is copy and paste over here and say the right, for instance. This is the right. And copy this and paste it inside the side. Also inside the name exactly over here. So change the R to the uppercase for better appearance. Is not important matter. You can leave it to the lowercase. So I have the right, but this time I need to change something. At the first step, let's delete all of this, and the only thing I need is a simple pack. And after that, I have my window, and it is the green 2. I can change it to green 3, and the height is 50. Let's see the reaction. Come over here. As I told you previously, by default, the frame or other widgets by the pack method will be added to the top. So it's added over here. You can see the thin vertical line over here. So it has up to 50 height, but without any width. And also I need to put this one over here at the right side. To do that, I need to come over here, come to this one and say the side to what? To the right. So this is the right, and run. Now I have the green vertical line here, but instead of the height, I need to assign the width. So let's write it. Come over here, and instead of the height, let's write the width, and it's important for me. And up to, for instance, 50 or 40, no matter. Then the height like this. And if I run, so I have the 40 and 50 pixels, the rectangular or the green rectangular at the right side of my window. Now suppose I want to fill this box and this frame from the top to the bottom. To do that, I need to use the next option, and it is the fill. So this is the fill, and I can easily use the Y direction. Let's see the result. So come over here, and this is the result. So if I expand and maximize my window, I have this frame from the top to the bottom in the right side. So if I come over here and close this one, now everything is amazing. And indeed, like my previous tutorial, we need to assign the height, because the height in this frame is controlled by the fill Y. So I can delete the height, and this is also, I can copy this and paste over here and change it to the left. So this is the left, let's write the left here, this is the left, and change this one to the left. Copy and paste over here, also the left here. Now change this one to green 4, and let's see the result. So stop and run. So I have the same results here, and if I expand, it's working from the top up to the bottom completely and perfectly. So it's done. Now suppose I want to add some other controls inside the frame. Indeed, inside my frame is completely the free space. So I can put another frame over here, like my previous tutorial. To do that, come over here and come to this one, copy, and paste it inside it. And say the center. So this is the center, and the only thing I need is using another color, like the yellow for instance. This is the yellow, and also I want to assign the width and the height. So this is the height, for instance, the 40. Also come over here and delete all of this because I don't want to pack anything. And let's name it, for instance, the center. So copy and paste over here, the center. Now I have another frame that is at the top of the center of my window, and this is over here exactly. And indeed the pack will find the free space and put this one over here at the top. Like my previous tutorial, I can fill this frame all over here in the free space. But this time let's select another option and put this frame to the right side or the left side. Then fill it inside this free space for better experiences. So come over here and come to this one. At the first step, let's put the new frame in the left. So set the side to the left. Now let's see. So it is over here in the left. Then let's increase the height. So come over here, and currently its height is 40. So I don't need it, and I can easily change the height using the fill and the Y parameter. And if I run, so I have something like this. Now I want to fill all of this space with this frame. To do that, as I told you, we need to use the expand. So come to this one and say the expand, and the expand equals to true, and run it. But what happens? I have the vertical filled yellow frame over here at the center, but it didn't fill all over here in the X direction. Why? Because I have the fill method over here, and it allows only the Y direction, so it fills over here from the top to the bottom. As I told you, we need to give the permission to this widget or the frame to can be extended in both directions, the X and the Y. So I can come over here and say the both, and this is. So if I stop and run it one more time, congratulations, we did it. Now it's completely filled inside the free space over here. So if I expand, and this is the result. Also, I can add another widgets and another frames. To do that, come over here and come to this one and paste it, for instance. So it is my center frame 2 or 1, no matter, and it is the yellow. I can put it yellow 2, and also the width and the remaining and the same settings. Now let's start and let's see the result. Wow, what happened? My free space is divided in two parts, the first one and the second one. But there is some differences between this and my previous tutorial. Indeed, in this example, the free space is divided horizontally. So this is the first part and the second part. Why? Because I added this frame in the left side. In my previous tutorial, I added the button at the top. So I have the same result here. And also, if I run my previous tutorial, if I come over here and run, this is. So it's divided in the vertical manner. The first part, second, and the third. Because I added my first frame at the top. Then the remaining space will be divided into the vertical parts, the second and the third. So you need to consider this manner. If I come over here and run this time, and this is the result. Also, I can add another one, and if I come over here, come to this one, and you can see something like this. The frame 2 and 2 and yellow 3 like this. So I have 3 equal frames, the first, second, and the third. And if I expand, so I have the same result. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now we learned how to use the pack with the frame to create the layout of the application. Currently, we use the frame over here, so we can put any other widgets inside it. For instance, if I take a look at this example, I have the 1, 2, and 3 frames, and I can put any other widgets inside the frames. I'll talk about this matter and how to work with this in the upcoming tutorials. Now we know most of the things for designing the applications. In my upcoming tutorials, I'll talk about the different projects and how to design the different projects using the pack and also the geometry and everything that we learned till here. Now, I'm going to start working with the frame and the pack, and stay with me with my great upcoming tutorial. And don't forget, the only thing that can help you to become the great and amazing and also the professional programmer is your effort and the practice. You should be genius and you should be like the water. Just keep moving forward and find your path to your brilliant and successful future. With the best wishes. Thanks for your time. Hey guys, welcome back. In this video I want to talk about how to start creating a simple project based on our learnings up to here by the pack, the widgets, the frame, and everything that we learned till here. So let's get started. Suppose we want to create something like this window and all of these widgets on it. To do that, we need to create the window first, then create the frames and use the pack method and pack geometry to align all of this here, here, and here. After that, we can add the controls and widgets one by one inside this frame, the next, and the last one. So we can use the different methods and different structure for creating something like this. But personally, I prefer to use the pack method and also the frames. So let's get started. For better understanding, let's take a quick look at the real world example. Press the Ctrl and H on the keyboard. So this is, and I have the replace window, I have the find what, and all of these buttons exactly like this. And also I have two other checkboxes, but I don't want to talk about this because currently we didn't talk about this. So I want to create this part of the application quickly and easily. Let's start working with the pie chart. So come over here and come to this one. Inside the GUI or the GUI, the Tkinter, I added the projects folder and inside it find and replace. Currently, I assume that you watch all of the tutorials of the Tkinter in this course. So if you don't know anything about my previous tutorials, don't hesitate to watch them first, then come over here and continue with me. So right click over here, new, and the Python file, and name it the replace. So replace project, and this is the replace project. At the beginning, we need to create this window in this one, then add the controls and the widgets one by one. To speed up my tutorial, I can get inside the window TK or inside the frame. No matter, I can work with one of these. For instance, inside the window TK. So copy. I need the basics code. So this is, and delete all of these up to here indeed, and up to here I can delete. So this is only the simple window and the TK and my window. Now if I run, so this is the result, and you can see the simple window. At the beginning, we need to resize the window, something like this. Then add the title here and also make my window as the tool window. First, I talked about this matter and how to create something like this. So come over here and say my window, and at the beginning let's add the title, and the title is find and replace. Find and replace. So this is the find and replace. After that, I need to assign the size. So it is the geometry. This is, and geometry has four main parts, but I want to assign the width and the height of my window. So suppose I want to assign the width up to 500 or 600, no matter, then the lowercase x and the height, and this is the height of my window. Now if I right click and run, so let's see the result. It is, and it looks great. Also, I need to change the type of my window to the tool window to hide this and this. So come over here and come to this one, and let's add some comment here to split my code, and this is, Now all of my codes should be inside these comments and indeed over here. So this is my window, and let's come over here and say my window. And as I told you previously, we can easily add the attributes. So this is the attribute, and after that let's write something wrong here, and like this, and the value like this. Now if I run the application, so I got this error, and the tag called error wrong arguments should be one of these: the window, the transparent color, up to the tool window, and this is, and its data type should be boolean, so I need to use true or false. This is the method to get the quick help and to get the available arguments inside the attributes. So I don't memorize all of this. Instead of memorizing everything, I can easily use this tricky note, writing some wrong value inside the attributes. Then we have the quick help over here. So I have the tool window, copy this and paste over here. And after that, its data type is boolean, so we need to write the true or false, and this is the true or false, and I run. So I got this result, and it is completely like my tutorial and this one. Okay, excellent, congratulations. We learned how to prepare the window, and we have a really great and amazing window. If I can see it, yes, this is. So the next step is talking about how to add the frames on the window. It's time consuming, so stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to add 3 main frames on the window. So let's get started. Till now, I talked about how to design the window. So I have the window, and if I stop this, so I have something like this window. So it's time to add the frames. First, I need to add the right frame, then 2 top frames. And this is my first frame, because this frame is allocated all of the vertical space at the right side, from the top up to the bottom. So this is the first frame that I need to add it to the window. Then I can add the second and the third. And don't forget, this is a really tricky note. The first frame should get all of the space, for instance, the height or the width. Currently, my first frame allocated all of the height of the window. So I can use this one as the first. To do that, come over here. And as I told you previously, we can say the right frame or R frame. The R stands for the right, and equals to what? Equals to the TK and the frame. So this is the frame, and its parent is window, because I want to add this frame to the window. Currently, my frame hasn't any control or the widget inside it. So we need to assign the width and height. To do that, let's write the width, and this is the width, equals to what? Equals to, for instance, 150, or you can increase or decrease this number, and the height. So let's write the height, and I can change this number later. So for instance, the 100, and this is. Also, I need to add the background color. So I can say the BG or background color, then the yellow or the green, no matter. Let's set it to the yellow, and this is the yellow, and yellow 2, for instance. Now it's time to add this one, and to do that, I can say the R and R frame and the pack method. So this is the pack method. Now if I stop and let's see the result. So this is, and it is over here at the center top of my window. And currently I can see the icon of my window, and I can see it at the taskbar, and it's a little bit difficult closing it or selecting that, and it is because of this line of the code. For now, let's comment this. Later I can uncomment it at the ending of my tutorial and the project. So if I run, this time I can see it over here, and it looks better currently because I'm developing and creating this window. Now I have the top frame over here, and in the next step, I need to put it in the right side over here. To do that, come over here. Previously, I talked about how we can do it with the options inside the pack, and it is the side. side to where? Side to the right. So this is, and if I run it, so I can see it over here. Now I need to expand the height of my frame up to here entirely in the Y direction or the vertically. To do that, I need to use the next one and the fill option. Fill option to what? To which direction? To the Y direction. So if I see, this is the result, exactly like this one. Now, if I take a look at my code, currently the height of my frame is totally or fits from the top up to the bottom. So we don't need to use the height, and the height is useless after using the fill by the Y direction. So I can easily delete the height, or you can leave it by default. No matter, it's not necessary to delete this, but personally I prefer to do that. Now I have the first frame and it is the right frame or R frame. Also I can write the right frame, so it looks better, I think. Let's add it and more human readable. Now the next frame is the top. So let's do it in the action. Come over here, and this is the right frame. I can say the right frame. And also I can copy this and paste over here. So let's write the top frame. Top frame, and this is also, this is the top, so paste over here, and here also here. Now it is the top frame, and the only thing I need to use is changing the back color. So let's change the back color, for instance, to the yellow 3. Also I have the width over here, and as you see over here I have the width, but I need to put and get all of the available space in the X direction. And also I need to assign the height to this frame. To do that, come over here and let's start from the beginning. I have the width, I can put it something like this, and also I have the height, and this is the height. So suppose it is up to 50 pixels, and set this one to the top, and I don't need to use the fill Y, and delete that. So it is the simple frame with the width and height, and also side to the top. So if I come over here and run, now I have my new frame here, but I need to expand the width of this frame. To do that, I can come over here and use again one more time the fill. So this is the fill in the X direction. My previous frame has the Y as the fill option, but in this frame I need to fill it in the X direction. So if I come over here, so this is the result. And remember, the width of this frame is controlled by the fill or the pack, so I don't need to use the width. I can easily delete this, or I can leave it by default. Now let's see, so this is the result. And in the next step I need to add another frame under this one. To do that, I can copy all of this and paste over here. So it is the top frame. I can say the top frame 2 or top frame 1, no matter, and the top frame 1 and top frame 1. Or you can write the bottom frame, no matter. You can use anything that you want. And use the yellow color for instance, and it has up to 50 height, and also the top and the X. And if I come over here and run, so it's done. Now it is under my first top frame. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now everything is ready for me, and I added and created the layout of my window using the different frames. So in the next step we need to add the controls one by one. It's time consuming, so stay with me. Welcome back. In this video I want to talk about how to add all of these buttons in the right frame. So let's get started. First I talked about how to design the layout of the window, and I have something like this. The first one is right, the top, and the bottom. If I take a look at the real window and press the Ctrl and H over here, so I have something like this, and I have some buttons defined: the replace all, and the cancel, and it all of this. Let's add these buttons one by one. To do that, come over here and come to this one. I have all of the frames. For better aligning of the codes, let's add some the separator over here like this to separate the frames from other controls. So this is, and if I copy and paste over here. So if I come to this, at the first step, let's add the button. To do that, we need to add the buttons one by one. Define next and the replace. So come over here and say the TK, my Tkinter dot and the button. Previously I talked about how to add the buttons to your window. This time I want to add the button to my first frame, and the frame is the right frame. So this is the parent or the container of my button. Then add the text, and its text equals to what? Equals to the find next and the find next. Now I have the find next button, and I can say the find next button or find next bot. This is the find next bot or anything that you want. You are completely free to use your own name over here. So come to the next and say the find next button, and this is the find next button. Or for faster and better results, I can write the bots at the beginning. So I can add it over here and bots find next. Now if I write the bot, so I can see the bot next, and this is. Now add dots and the pack. So this is the pack, and which side I want to assign it to the top of my frame. So side is the top. Now if I come over here and if I stop and run it, so it is the find next. Currently the width of my find next is not suitable, and we need to add some space for this or something like this. As you see over here, I have some free space at the left side and the right side of my buttons. So let's press the Ctrl and 8. I have some free space here, here, and over here. And all of these space are equal. So I can use the pad X. To do that, come over here. And if I come and take a look at my frame, we need to add the pad X and pad Y to my frame. Which frame? The right frame. Because I want to put some space between the controls and the widgets inside the frame and the border of the frame. So I can say the pad X, this is the pad X, or the space between the border of the frame and the widgets inside it, and up to 5 for instance. So it looks better. And if I take a look at this, now run, so I have up to 5 pixels at the right and the left. I can increase this number. For instance, I can add it up to 10 frames, and this is 10 frames. Now if I take a look, so it looks better, 10 frames here. Also, I can control the space at the top. Currently, I don't want to work with it because I want to set the top space or the pad Y by the buttons itself. So I'll talk about it later. Don't worry about anything. Now this is my button, and if I take a look, it is something like this. Also, I need to increase the width of my button. So this is my button, and it's a little bit small. So come over here and come to my application, stop it, and get inside the button itself. So where is button? Hello button. This is my button, and you can see it over here, defined. To do that, I can add the width. So let's write the width and say the width, and don't forget the width unit is the characters. So you need to use the characters, for instance, up to 10 characters, and let's see the result. So it is a little bit bigger, and it's enough, I think. So it's enough, and the next step is adding the other buttons. To do that, come over here and come to this one, the replace and the replace all, and the cancel. To stop my tutorial, I can copy all of this, but for better aligning of the codes, let's add some comment here and say the find next button and the find next button. So this is, and also I can copy this one and come over here and paste it. And let's check it. The next one is replace and replace all. So the replace, then come to the next one and say replace all. Also the last one, the cancel. So this is the cancel button. Now let's get started working with the first or indeed the second button, the find next and the replace. So copy this and paste over here and change the name of my buttons up to here. And it is the find next, so let's name it the replace, something like this. And if I run the application, let's see the result. So it is the replace, find next, find next. We need to change and edit this text. So the next one is replace, it's correct. And also the next one is replace all. So copy this and paste over here. And this one and replace all. So I can write something like this and this. Indeed, I'm changing the name of my buttons. So come over here and I have the find next, replace, replace all, and the last one is the cancel. So I have the cancel, copy this and paste over here. And the question is, can we use the same name for the different buttons? Yes, you can do it, but I strongly recommend you to use the unique name for each widget. Later, we need to use these names to get access to these widgets for changing, for instance, the properties, options, or text, or something like that. So it's better to use the dedicated name for the buttons and the widgets. Also, if I take a look at these buttons, by the name I can easily identify the controls and the widgets. So this is the button replace all up to the end. Now I have the cancel, so let's copy this and paste it inside the text easily and quickly. Now if I run, I have something like this: the find next, the replace all, and the cancel. And let's talk about the tricky note. Currently I have all of these codes here, and you can see I have many number of the controls and the widgets, and working with them is really hard task to do. I have another option over here, and it is the structure. You can see the structure over here. If you click on it, then I have the tree view of the widgets inside my code. So I have the my window, the right frame, top frame 1, and button find next, button replace. I can easily navigate between the different controls. So this is the structure tab or the window. Also, I can come to the view tool windows and the structure over here, or even you can press the Alt plus 7 number on the keyboard. So I have the structure over here. And also I can minimize this for more space for writing the codes. Now I can easily work with all of these controls and the widgets, something like this. So let's get started working with the next button. And if I run the application one more time, right click over here and run. So I have something like this. Let's see, and this is the result. In the next step, we need to add some space or the vertical space between my buttons. If I take a look over here, so I have some vertical spaces here, or even if I press the Ctrl and H, so I have the same vertical space between the controls. To do that, we need to use the path Y option of the pack method, indeed of this one. So let's open up my PyCharm and come to my project. And as I told you, we need to set the path Y to my controls one by one. So come to the first button, and it is the button find next. And over here inside the pack of my button next, come to this, and I need to add the path Y. The path Y will add the vertical space, and this is. So I can assign, for instance, the 5, and this is the 5. So if I run and let's see the result, come over here, and let's see. So I have up to 5 pixels over here, and also under that at the top and the bottom. Also, I can repeat this for the remaining controls. So come over here and say the path up to the 5 into the next pack. This is the next pack and the next button, and this is the replace all button and the next button. So come over here, and this is the result, the space for all of these buttons. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now we learned how to add the vertical space for the buttons around them. And also let's talk about more tricky note. In the pack method, we can define another options for the path Y. If I take a look at this example, currently I'm using the same value for the top and the bottom space, and it is the 5. But sometimes we need to change this space individually for the top or the bottom. To do that, we can use the tuple. So come over here and the first bottom. Instead of using the same number for the top and the bottom and the top and the bottom. So this number is common between the top and the bottom space or the pad. I can use the tuple of two numbers. So the first one is the top and the next one is the bottom. This number is for the top. I can increase it up to 10 at comma, and for the bottom I can write, for instance, the 5. Now let's see the reaction. Come over here and I have up to 10 spaces here and 5 here, and this is the 10, but the 5 number is for the second bottom. So I can use this method for the remaining bottoms. To do that, come over here, copy, and the next one. Let's see the reaction, and I paste it over here and here. Now let's see the reaction of the Python, and if I come over here, so I have wrong results over here. I have a lot of space here, here, and here. Indeed, the first space is enough for me, this one, and it is up to 10 pixels at the top. So if I take a look at this, and this is my button find next over here. In the next buttons, we need to remove the first or the top pad Y from the here. Then I have only 5 space at the bottom, this one, and over here up to 5 pixels, 5 pixels, and 5 pixels. So for solving this problem, we can easily remove the top padding, and this is the replace button, and select this and set it to 0 and 0, and also the last one and this. And I have only 5 pixels under each button, this, but I have the 10 pixels for my first button. And if I come over here, so it looks better now. 10 pixels here based on this, and 0 pixel over here, but 5 pixels under that, and also 5 pixels under each button up to the 10. Now it looks better now. You know what, you need to think about this matter and try it yourself to completely understand what I'm doing. By just sitting back and watching this tutorial like the movies, you can't learn Python programming. You need to practice, and practice. Also, you need to think about all of this a lot. Then you can become the professional and enterprise programmer. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now we did it, and we completely finished designing of the right frame. And in the next essay, we need to add the controls in the top frames. It's time consuming, so stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to complete my project by adding the widgets inside the top frames. So let's get started. First, I talked about how to add the widgets into the right frame. In this video, I want to complete my project by adding the label and also the entry to my first and the top frame, and also the next frame over here. To do that, we need to add the find what label, then the entry. So come over here, come to this one, and at the beginning scroll down up to here. I have the replace all button, and all of these are indeed my buttons. So I can say the buttons or the right frame. Now I need to add another frame, and this is copy and paste over here, and it is the top frames. So at the beginning we need to add the label, and this is the label, the tk dot the label, and you can see it over here, and the parent of this label is my top frame. So I have the top frame, and this is the top frame, and I need to use the top frame. So copy, and if I take a look at the next one, and it is over here indeed, and paste it here. Add comma and the text. I want to assign the text to this, and the text is the find what. So go over here and say find what, and the colon. So let's check it. Yes, the colon, and let's delete this. Now I have the find what, and the next step I need to add it to another object. Name it, for instance, find label or LBL, then the find like this equals to this. And also I can come to this and say the LBL find dot and pack it to what? Pack it to the left side of my window, and it over here to the left side. So come over here and say the side equals to what? Equals to the left. And if I run, so I stop and run my project, so I have the find what over here, and it is the label. But if I take a look at my example over here, I have some space here and here. I can easily do it by adding some pad X to my label. So come over here and come to this one and stop it. Also, I can increase the width of my label. Both of these are identical. For instance, I can come to this, and this is my label, and say the pad X, and assign it some number like 10 or 20, no matter. And if I come over here, so it is some extra space here. Also, I can increase this space by adding this one and name it, for instance, 20. So this is the 20 spaces over here and here in the right and left side of my label, and it is something like this. Also, we can use the width property instead of using the pad X. I'm showing the different methods for your deeper understanding. So let's write the width and equals to 20 letters, for instance. So if I come over here, stop this and let's run it. So I have up to here, but we need to decrease this number. And if I take a look, I can say 10, for instance, 10 characters indeed. The 10 characters or even the 15 characters. We need to use the different values for base result. And this is the result. And the next step is adding the entry. So come over here, come to this one, and also come to this and something like this. And say the TK and the entry. The entry is really simple and straightforward, and the top frame, something like this over here, and name it the entry or ENT and the find and equal, or you can write anything that you want. Now if I write the ENT find and pack it to what? Pack it to the left. So copy this and paste over here to start my tutorial. Now if I run, let's see the result. So it looks better, and I have defined the entry. Also, we can decrease the width of my entry. So come over here and come to the entry and the width. So this is the width, and its unit is the characters. So I can write 25 characters. Let's see the result. Come over here and run. Now it's bigger a little bit. And also I can use the 30. So 30 characters. And this is 30, or even I can write a little bit bigger number, something like this. So come over here and say 35. So let's see the result. And it looks better now. Excellent, congratulations. Now we learned how to add list controls and widgets inside the top frame. In the next step, we need to add list controls in the next frame. We can easily copy and paste it. So this is the top frames, and indeed the first frame. And also I can add some comment here and say the second frame, or the bottom frame. So this is, and easily I can copy this and paste over here. Now let's select this and change it to label find one, for instance, and also the entry find one and the one. So if I take a look at my example, the next one is replace with. So come over here, and this is the find, and find what, and say replace with. Also I can use the replace for the naming of my label and say label replace instead of adding the one, something like this. And this is the entry replace and replace. So everything is done, and if I run the application, I can see the result. but I need to change the parent of my frame. So come over here, and what about my second parent? This is the top frame, and you can see it over here, and the next one is top frame 1. So we need to use this one, the top frame 1. So come over here and come to the next item over here. So this is the top frame, and I need to use the top frame 1 because I want to add it to my second frame. So this is the result, and if I run, so it looks better, and I have the find what and find width. But if I take a look at my example, we need to add some space between these frames, and for adding the vertical space for this and these frames, we can easily add the path Y option to both of these frames. So come over here and come to this one, and this is my top frame. So you can see the top frame over here, and also I have the example here. I need to add some space at the top and between this. To do that, come over here and let's stop and come to the top frame. And inside the top frame, I have the path Y. So let's write the path Y and add some vertical space to my frame. And say for instance the 5. And this number will be for the top and bottom. So I need to add it to my second frame and something like this. So it is. Now if I run the application, I can see the result. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now everything looks better. And for the final step, we can remove these background colors. To do that, come over here and come to the top. And this is the frame, my right frame, and its background color is yellow. So I can delete that. And the top frame, the yellow 3, I can delete this. And the last one is my top frame 1. So delete the background options. Now if I run the application, so it looks better now, and it is something like this. And also I need to decrease the height of my window. So if I take a look at mine, and it looks amazing and great. So let's decrease the height and also hide these buttons. So come over here and come to the next one. Over here I have the window, and its height is 250. I can increase this number up to, for instance, 170. And also I have the tool window over here, and uncomment this one. Now if I stop the application and run it, so it looks better and amazing. And if I check it over here, let's see the result. I can see it at the same time because it is the tool window and it is hidden. So I can see it something like this over here. Okay, excellent. And if I come over here and put it inside this edge, so it looks better. I have something like this here and here. It looks amazing and great, like the professional window. Congratulations, my mission is successfully accomplished. So it's your turn to start creating something like this. And don't forget, as I told you previously, it's not really great idea just sitting back and relaxing and watching this video tutorial like the Hollywood movies. Indeed, this is not the Hollywood movie, and it's not for only enjoying. It is for learning. So you need to watch this video tutorial many times, practice, practice, and practice. After that, you can create everything like this, and you're gonna be the great and amazing and professional programmer. With the best wishes. Thanks for your time. Hey guys, welcome back. In this video I want to talk about how to easily create the second project in the Tkinter, and it is the Celsius to the Fahrenheit converter. So let's get started. First, I talked about how to create the find and replace window. In this video I want to develop my power by creating another project, and it is the converter that can convert the values from the Celsius to the Fahrenheit. So let's get started. Before doing anything, let's take a quick look at the overall structure of the application. It has two main parts. First, the design of the application, then the code. In the design part, we have something like this, the window, and also we have up to 3 frames. You can see something like this, and inside each frame I have some widgets and also up to here. And in the code behind, we have the formula. And the formula is the heart of the code. After adding all of these widgets, we need to get the Celsius and convert that to the Fahrenheit. So I have something like this formula, and we can convert any number in the Celsius to the Fahrenheit. Now if I take a look at my example and come over here, this is my example that I've created. For instance, if I write the 40 and convert, so it is up to 104 Fahrenheit. I want to create this project. So let's get start working with it. Stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to start creating the Celsius to Fahrenheit project by designing the main window. So let's get started. At the beginning, we need to create this window. So come over here and open up my pie chart. And I have the projects. Previously I talked about the find and replace, and you can see it over here. Also, I added the C2F. C2F means Celsius to the Fahrenheit. So come over here, new, and the Python file, and name it C2F and the converter. So it is C2F converter, and press enter. At the beginning, we need to add the codes to show the window. To start my tutorial, I can copy it from all the location. For instance, if I take a look at my previous tutorial, replace project, and copy all of this and come to this one. If you don't know anything about what I'm doing, it means you need to refer to my previous tutorials. So come over here and come to the top up to here. Indeed, this is and here. So I have the TK and the my window that is created by the TK. Now my window is created, and the next step is adding the title. So it is the title function of the my window. I can write, for instance, the Celsius to the Fahrenheit. So this is the Celsius to the Fahrenheit, and also the size using the geometry function. For instance, 500 to the 200, or 400, then the 200. Let's see the result, and this is the 200. And also I have another attribute, and I want to show my window as the tool window. Let's see the result. Right click over here and run. Now I have something like this window, and I have only the close button and Celsius to Fahrenheit. So it's time to get start working with it. But frequently we need to run the application, and currently my window type is tool window, so I can't see it in the taskbar, and it is a little bit difficult for working with this window in this situation. So currently I can easily comment the last line, then I can run the application, and my window is normally. After creating and finishing the project, I can set this line back to hide these buttons. So don't worry about anything. Come over here. Now I have the simple window with the title and the geometry. At the first step, we need to design the application, and it is adding the frames. It's time consuming, so stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to add 3 frames at the top of your window. So let's get started. If you want to design the Celsius to the Fahrenheit, we need to add 1, 2, and 3 different frames on the window, and all of these should be bind and docked to the top of my window. So let's get started adding these frames. Later in my upcoming tutorial, I'll talk about how to add these widgets inside the frames. So let's get started. Come over here and come to this one. At the first step, let's add some comments like this and name it the frames. You know what, adding the separator using the comment is a really great idea for arranging the codes. So I have the frames, and let's say the TK. I have the Tkinter object, and it is over here at dot, and I want to add the frame. So this is the frame, and add the parentheses. Now I need to assign the parent or the container, and I want to add the frame inside the window. So I use the my window. In the next step, I need to assign this one. Now let's name it, for instance, the top frame and equals. And after that, use the top frame and the pack method to add the top frame to the window. But if I run the application, currently I can't see anything over here because we need to assign the height and width to my frame. So come over here and come to this one. Currently I haven't any kind of the widgets inside the frame, so the height and width is 0. Later, after adding the widgets like the entry and the label, we can easily delete the height or width. So come over here, come to this one and say the width and equals to what? Equals to, for instance, 100, and the unit is pixel, so 100 pixel, and the height. So this is the height, and 30 or 40, no matter. After that, I can add the background, so I can add it before this or after, no matter, and no problem. BG or background, and after that the yellow color, something like the yellow. Now let's run the application. So this is the result. I have the frame over here, but in the next step I need to expand the width of my frame totally from here up to here. To do that, come over here, and before doing anything, let's write the side and put and dock my frame to the top. By default it is the top, so I can add it to be sure that everything will be at the top. And after that, add the comma, and previously I talked about the fill option and how to use it. I want to expand the frame in the X direction, so let's select the X, and if I come over here, so it's expanded over here in the X direction. And in the next step I need to add the another frame. If I take a look at my example, so I have two other frames over here and here. So come over here, and to start my tutorial, let's add some comment here, and this is also add something here. I want to copy all of these codes to start my tutorial. So this is the top frame, and after that I can copy, so copy and paste over here, and the top frame 2, top frame 2, or the middle frame, no matter. And after that we have the yellow. I can change it to the yellow 2 or yellow 3, and also I have the same width and height and the pack options. Now if I come and run, so I have something like this over here, and it's completely working. And also I can copy this one and paste it over here to start my tutorial, and frame 3. So this is the yellow 4, or even you can select another colors. So run. Now I have 3 main frames that are docked or put to the top of my window, and this is the result. In the next step we need to add the controls one by one, or the widgets inside the frames. Some consuming, so stay with me. Welcome back. In this video I want to talk about how to add the widgets into the different frames. So let's get started. Till now we have something like this. I added all of these frames, and this is the result. In the next step we need to add these widgets inside the frames. So let's get start working with the first one, and it is the label, then the entry here, and also the next label and another label, and finally I have the button. Let's get start working with the first frame. So it is the Celsius and the entry. To that, come over here and come to this one. So I have the frames here, and also I can copy this one and paste right here and name it, for instance, the widgets. So let's select this and this. And also to start my tutorial, I can copy this one and paste over here and here, and say the first frame or the top frame, something like this, the top frame. And the next one is top frame 2 and type frame 3. So copy and paste over here. Now I have the frame, and come to this. At the first step, let's add the label using the TK, then the label. Previously I talked about this matter and how to work the label, but don't forget we need to change the container, and I want to put it inside the first frame. So it is the top frame. Copy that. Also you can write it from scratch. Then the text, and the text equals to what? Equals to the Celsius, and this is Celsius. So this is the Celsius, and after that assign it to another control. For instance, I can say the Celsius label, or write the LBL then the Celsius, and this is equals. So let's select this and change it to uppercase. Now come to the next line and pack it. So this is the label and pack it. This is the pack to where I want to pack it to the left side, and it over here to the left side of my frame. So come to the code and say the side and the left. This is the left. Now if I run, I can see the result. Let's be patient. So it is over here, but the result is not correct. Let's see what's going on inside my code. If I check the codes from scratch, this is the top frame, and the next one is a top frame 2, and also the last one is top frame 2. We need to use the dedicated names for the frames if we want to get access to them individually. So this is the top frame, and the next one is top frame 2. So I can add the 2 over here and here. And also the next one is top frame 3. So add the 3 here and here, no matter. So don't forget, if you want to work with the frames individually, you need to use the unique name for them. Now I need to add the controls and widgets inside the top frame, the first one. So I use the top frame here. Now if I run, I have the correct answer and the result, something like this. In the next step, let's add the entry. To do that, come over here and come to this one, copy and paste over here. I need to add the entry. So this is the top frame and the label, and the next one is the entry. And after that, come to the next and here. Also, to stop my tutorial, I can copy this part and paste over here and change the label to the entry. So this is the entry, and it is inside the top frame, and it hasn't any text inside it. Also, it is the entry, so ENT or entry, no matter, and paste over here. And after that, I need to assign it to the left side of my frame. So let's see the result. Now I have the entry here and also the label here. But if I take a look at my example over here, I have the same space between the label and also the entry. I can add it easily and quickly. It's really simple and straightforward. We can use the different method. The first and simple one is assigning the width. So come over here and come to the label. This is my label, and I can easily say the width. So it's width. The width is based on the characters. So let's write the 10. And if I run, so it looks better now. And also I want to put my label to the left side. To do that, I can use the anchor option and say anchor equals to what? Equals to the W. Previously I talked about this matter and how to use it. So the W is the left center. Now if I run, so I have the result something like this. And also I need to add some space to the left side. I can do it easily using the pad X inside the label or even inside the frame itself. So come over here and select the first frame, and it is the top frame. And here I can say the pad X. So this is the pad X equals to 5 pixels for instance. And if I run, so I have up to 5 pixels here and also here. So it looks amazing and great. Also come over here and the Celsius at the colon. Now let's talk about the next one, and it is the Fahrenheit and another label beside that. To start my tutorial, I can copy all of this. So I have the top frame and the enter inside it. Also, I can copy this and paste over here and say the label. And this is the label. So let's copy all of this up to here and this one and paste it. So I have the top frame too, like this. I have the label and it is the Fahrenheit. Then the value inside it. So let's come over here and change this one to the Fahrenheit. Now it is Fahrenheit, and after that we have the entry here, and also I have the top frame as the parent. Instead of this, I want to add it to my second frame. So come over here and the second frame. My second frame name is the top frame 2. So come over here and come to this one, change this to the top frame 2 and top frame 2 for this. Now let's run and let's see the result. So I have something like this over here, the Fahrenheit, and also another entry. Instead of the entry, I can add another label. So come over here, and this is the entry. I can easily change it to the label. So this is the label, and paste over here. I don't want to add anything inside it, or I can say the text equals to what? Equals to nothing, for instance, and add the hyphen or the dash. And also I need to run, and let's see the result. So I have the dash here, and after that it's better to add a semi-space like my previous label over here. To do that, as I told you, we can easily add the path X. So let's scroll up. Also you can use the structure, and this is the top frame. Click on it, and I have path X up to 5. Also I can increase it up to 10 pixels. Copy this and come to the second frame, and this is the second frame. So if I run, I can see the result. I have something like this, and amazing and great. And in the next step, I can add some vertical space between the different frames, something like this. I have some extra spaces here, so I can come to this, and to do that I have the height. But as I told you, the height won't work if you add same controls inside the frames. So what's the solution? The solution is the path Y. So I can say the path Y, and currently I'm inside the top frame. So path Y, and I can add up to 5 pixels. And this is for the above and below. So this is, and if I stop and run, so it is above and the below. So I have 5 pixels here and 10 pixels here. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now it looks amazing. And what about the last step? In the last step, I have only the button, and it is the convert. But I need to put it in the middle or center of my frame. To do that, come over here, come to this one, and scroll down. So I have the top frame 2, and let's copy this part, the top frame 3, and paste over here. So this is the top frame 3, and I don't need to add any labels, so I can easily delete this. And also let's add some comment here, and it is only the bottom. So top frame 3, and if I check the codes, this is the top frame 3 and the top frame 2 and the top frame. So the name of my frame, if I check it here, it is the top frame 3, so I need to use this one. Now come to the last, and if I scroll down, I have the top frame 3 and the bottom, and paste over here. And also I need to add the bottom. So this is the bottom, and also change this one to another name and say the bottom or convert bottom. So let's say convert bottom or anything that you want, and paste over here. Now I have the bottom, and it is inside the top frame, and also it has the text. Let's change it to the convert. And what about the width? The width is up to 10 characters, and the anchor, I don't want to work with the anchor, so let's delete that. And in the next line I have the side, it's set to the left. If I check and see the result, this is up, and come over here, it is at the left side. It's better to put it at the center. So come over here, and let's select this and delete. By default it is in the center. So if I run, it is in the center, and everything is working perfectly. Also I can add some vertical space between this and my previous frame. To do that, let's scroll up and up. Indeed, I want to come to this. It is up to 5 pixels as the path Y. Also I need to add this one to the last frame, indeed the frame 2, and the last frame, it is the last frame. Now if I come over here and run, let's see the result. So I have up to 5 pixels here. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now everything looks great, and also I need to increase the width of my entry, this one, or I can decrease the width of my window. Personally, I prefer to increase the width of this entry. To do that, let's come over here and come to the entry. So let's come to this, the label Celsius, and the top frame, and the entry. This is the entry. So I can add the width up to up to 10 characters or 20 characters. Let's see the result. Come over here and run. Now let's check it one more time and increase this number up to 30 characters. And this is, let's see. So it looks better. And also I can increase it a little bit up to 35 characters for better appearance. And it looks amazing. Okay, it looks amazing. Now let's check the codes one more time and correct anything that we have. At the first step, let's say the widgets. So I have the Celsius and the label for the top frame or my first frame, and did this one. And after that, I have the entry and its name is entry Celsius, and in the top frame too, I have the label Celsius, but it's not the label Celsius, it is the Fahrenheit. So I can come over here and copy this and paste over here the label Fahrenheit and the label Fahrenheit. Also I have the entry, but this is not the entry, so it is the label, and this is the label. So we need to change its name, and I can name it, for instance, the result label or LBL, then the result, and copy this and paste over here. And after that I have the convert button and everything looks great. So if I take a look at the structure here, and if you can't see it, you can easily show it by clicking over here, or even come to the view, tools, and the structure. So come to the first, and it is the top frame 2, top frame 3, label Celsius, entry, and my Fahrenheit label, and the result. And finally I have the convert button. So all of these are added successfully. And remember, if you want to create the enterprise and debugless application, you need to check your codes frequently. After creating everything, you need to check the codes frequently to find the unexpected errors. Something like this. I checked all of my codes and I corrected the names of my widgets. Now everything looks better and amazing. In the next step, I want to talk about the second part of the project, and it is the codes to convert the Celsius to the Fahrenheit. It's time consuming, so stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about how to create the second part of the project, and it is the code section. In the code section, we need to use the formula to convert the Celsius to the Fahrenheit. To do that, suppose I have the C, and it is the Celsius. So I need to multiply the Celsius into the 9 over the 5, or we can say the 1.8 instead of the 9 over 5. And after multiplication of the Celsius into the 1.8 or 9 over 5, we need to add the result to the 32. Then the result will be the Fahrenheit. For better understanding, let's take a quick look at the online converter. If I write the Celsius to Fahrenheit, so I have something like this online converter. I have the temperature and it is the Celsius, and I want to convert the Celsius to the Fahrenheit. So the result is something like this. And also I have the formula, and it is my current Celsius or the temperature. Then multiply it in the 9 over 5 and add the 32 to the result. I can do it in the calculator. For instance, I can come to this, and it is 30. I need to multiply the 30 into 1.8. Instead of 9 over 5, I can say 1.8, and this is, and then add the 32 plus 32, and the result is 86. So we can use this formula. To do that, come over here, and I had it over here inside my structure and my figure. So I have the C, and I need to multiply that in the 1.8, and after that plus the result with the 32. Let's do it in the action. To do that, come over here, and currently I have the design of my window and the convert. I need to write the codes for the convert. Previously I talked about the command and how to add it to the label. So come to the structure here, and after that find the button. So this is my button, and I can come to this and add the comma and say the command. And inside the command, I need to define the function name. For instance, I can say the calc or calc, no matter, and never add the parentheses at the end of your function name. So I have the calc, and also I can change the first letter to the uppercase. This is the calc. In the next step, I need to define the function, and its name should be the calc. Based on my previous tutorial, I prefer to use it at the top of my codes. And if I come over here, come to the top over here exactly, and add it. This is my personal preference. You can use anywhere that you want. So come over here and say the def, it stands for definition, and the calc, and don't forget to add the parentheses and the colon. Now I have the def, and in the next step I need to use my formula. So come over here, and this is my formula. And at the first step we need to get the Celsius. Currently my Celsius is inside the entry, so I need to get the text of my entry. To do that, come over here and come to this one. At the first step we need to get the name of my entry. So if I come to this, and let's check it, the entry, the Celsius, and it is over here. Its name is ENT Celsius. So I need it, and after that come to the calc or calc, no matter, and say the ENT, and this is the ENT Celsius. Indeed the entry of the Celsius. Add dot. Previously I talked about the get method and how to use it to get the text inside the entry. So if I hover on it, the result is the text of my entry. So I need to assign this to another variable, like for instance the C. It stands for Celsius, and don't forget we need to convert this number to the float. So this is the float, and don't use the integer or int, because the number should be the float. Sometimes it is decimal or the integer. For instance, if I come over here and come to this number, and suppose it is the 30.4 Celsius, so the result is 86.72. So we need to use the float, and float is the decimal number. Now I have the C. In the next step I need to use the formula. As I told you previously, we need to use this one. Multiply the C or the Celsius into the 1.8 or 9/5. Then add the result to the 32. To do that, come over here, and before doing anything, say the C, and this is the C, and multiply it. If you want to use the 1.8, you can easily use the 1.8. So I don't need to add any parentheses. But if you want to add the 9/5, we need to add the parentheses, as I told you, because of the precedence of the operators or the order of the operators. So 9/5. But personally, I prefer to use the 1.8. Both of these are identical and the same result. Now add the parentheses, and I need to add it over here and here. Why? Because at the first step, I want to multiply the C into the 1.8. Then add the result to the 32. This is a really important matter, to put the appropriate parentheses over here. So after running the application, the Python first executes the operations inside the parentheses, this, then add the 32 to the result, and I can name it the F or the Fahrenheit. So this is the result. Now I have the F, and in the next step I need to assign it to my label. But which label? Indeed this label, and this is my label. Before adding it to the label, let's print it in the Python interpreter or the console. So come over here and say print. This is the print. Print what? Print the F easily and quickly. So if I right click over here and run, now I have something like inside it, write 23 and convert. So it is 73.423. And if I write the 30 and convert, so it is 86, exactly like this. And let's start 30, 86. Okay, excellent, congratulations. It means my codes are working. But in the next step, I need to write the text inside the label. To do that, we need to use the name of my label. So I have the entry, and my entry is this, and also I have the label Celsius. This is the first frame, and indeed all of this. In the second one, I have the Fahrenheit and the next label. So I need to use this. Come over here, and the next one is the label Fahrenheit and the label result. I need to use the label result. So let's copy the name, or you can write it from scratch and come to this one. So I can say the label result, and which property? The text property. Previously I talked about how to use dictionary method to change the options of the widgets. So I want to change the text inside the square brackets. I need to change the property or option to change. Then write equals, because I want to assign the value to it, and the f. The f is float. It's better to convert the float to the string using the str and convert the f to the string and assign it to label result. So if I run, I can see the result. Let's be patient and run something inside it and convert. So it is 93.2. Congratulations, we did it. Now we know how to convert the Celsius to the Fahrenheit. Also, I can increase the font of the results. To do that, come over here, and this is the label result. Click on it, and over here I can add some font property. So this is the font, and I can increase the font size or the font type. For instance, I can say the Arial, and the font size, for instance, 26. Let's see the result. And if I run, so write something inside it and say 30. So this is the result, 86. And also I can delete the font name, and let's see if it's possible or not. You know what, as the genius programmer, you should check everything to see if it's working or not. Now if I run, so let's see, and this is, so it's not working currently. This font is a little big, but it's not my favorite one. Let's see if I delete this part and come over here, and let's delete. So let's run, and if I write something inside it like 30, so it is something like this. But if I come over here and undo my changes, so this code is working, but is not my intention and my favorite result. So I prefer to add something like this, and also the 20, for instance. So let's see the result. Also, you can use your own font if this font won't work on your computer. So this is the result. And after all of this, it's better to add the Fahrenheit sign over here after this value. To do that, let's take a quick look at the online converter. I have something like this. If I zoom in, holding down the control key on your keyboard and scroll your mouse. So I need to use this one. I can easily copy this from here, or I can come to this and say the degree symbol, and this is the degree symbol. So I can easily copy this part. So I can copy from here or from here. So this is, now let's come over here and come to this one and scroll up. So this is my code, and after the string add semi-space, for instance, or paste it here, then the uppercase F. Now if I see, so this is the result. Write something inside it and convert. So it is 104 Fahrenheit. Also, you can add the space between this if you need it, like this. So let's run and let's see the result. So this is, and convert. Okay, excellent, congratulations. Now everything is working, but we need to protect the codes, and also we need to add some guards. To do that, if I take a look at this and click on the convert, so I got this error because currently I haven't anything over here inside the entry. So in the next step, I'll talk about how to add the guard and appropriate message for protecting your codes. Stay with me. Welcome back. In this video, I want to talk about the last part of the Celsius to Fahrenheit project, and it is how to protect the code when the user didn't write anything inside the entry of the Celsius. So let's get started. Till now we talked about how to create this great project. So if I come over here and run, I can easily convert the Celsius to the Fahrenheit, write something inside it and convert. But if I don't write anything inside it and click on the convert, so I have this error, could not convert a string to float. Currently I have no idea about the location of the error. So what is the solution and the method for finding the error location? Previously I talked about how to use the breakpoint and debugging to find the exact location of the error and how to solve it. So we need to use the breakpoints and debugging. To do that, if I take a look at my codes, after clicking on the button, indeed if I stop this and run it one more time, currently I haven't any errors, so we need to click on the convert. Then I got this error. It means everything is inside the codes after clicking on the button. So stop this, and as the result I need to get inside the button. So this is the convert button. The only thing I have here is the command, and it is the function name to be executed. So after clicking on this button, this function will be executed and every error is inside this function. So come over here and select the calc and add the breakpoint exactly over here and right click on this, then the debug. So if I take a look at this, I can easily write something inside it without any problem, but let's leave it by default and click on the convert. So this is the result and the application is stopped here. As I told you previously, I'm using the float to convert the text of my entry to the float and assign it to the C. But currently the text of my entry is nothing. So the float can convert the nothing to the float. If I come to the next line using the F8, so I step over, and as you see I can't execute the next line because of the error, and this is the error, the exception. Exactly, come over here, and this is the result. Now let's stop and close this one. Also I can come to this and change my code for deeper investigating the error. I can say for instance the R as the result or anything that you want, and select this and put it inside the R. So I have the R and it is the text of my entry, and I want to convert the R to the float using this line. Now add the breakpoint here and right click over here and run. So currently it is empty, and if I write something inside it and convert, so nothing happened and the result is over here. So it's completely working. But if I come to the next one and write something else inside it and convert, so it's working. And if I delete and convert, so I got this error. It means my code is working like the previous one. So let's debug and let's see what's going on inside the codes. So let's stop and come over here and debug the application. Now this is empty, and if I convert, so this is the result, and come to the next line using the F8. So the R is nothing over here, you can see, and as you see over here the R is empty string without anything inside it. So we can't convert the empty string to the float. If I go to the next line, I got this error. So the solution is really simple and straightforward. We need to add the simple if structure to see if the R equals nothing or not. So I can say the if what, if the R equals to what, equals to nothing, something like this or this, no matter, both of these are identical. If the R equals nothing, then I need to show the message to my user. To do that, I can copy this part and I wanna show the message inside the label, and this is the text is error. Write the value to convert, or I can use the shorter text. Let's see if it fits inside the label or not. And after that, if I come over here, I need to add another one and the else structure over here, then execute the remaining codes, and this is inside the else structure over here and here. So let's add the same number of spaces here up to this and this. And also I can comment the print line because I don't need it. Now if I come over here, at the first step, I'll get the text of my entry and assign it to the R. If the R equals to nothing, then show this message to my user, else go and convert the R to the float and so on. So let's run the application normally and let's see the result. Run, and this is write the value to convert. I can make some changes here to fit, or I can decrease the font size, but personally I prefer to use the error write something. So let's say run, and this is error write something. So it's working. And also if I come over here and come to this one and add the breakpoint here to check the codes step by step, and right click on this and the debug. So this is, now let's convert, and it is the nothing here and the if is true. So go to the next line using the step over. So it is the label and the text to the label, and this is the result. If I continue using this button, so I have something like this result. Where are you? The error write something. And also if I write the number inside it, let's see the result. Convert. This time my R is a 30. So R is not nothing. Come to the next line using the F8 or step over. So the codes inside the else structure will be executed, and the result is the Fahrenheit. So click on the resume and everything is working. Let's check it. Great. The 30 up to the end. Okay, excellent. Congratulations. Everything looks amazing and great. And also I'm really happy that I can complete this great and amazing project. And like my first tutorial, for the final step, we can remove these background colors. To do that, come over here and uncheck this one. And also if I take a look at my frame, so this is my first frame and I have the background color. So let's delete that, and the second frame, and I can easily delete that, the background color, and also the last frame and the background color. So if I run, right click over here and run. So at the first step, let's write something inside it like this. So it's converted. And if I delete this and convert, so error write something. For the last step, I need to hide this button and this button. Also, you can leave them by default. So come over here and uncomment this line. So it is the tool window attributes. So if I run, and it looks something like this, and this is the result, and also this one. Okay, excellent. Congratulations. My mission accomplished successfully. So it's your turn. Go ahead and start creating your project and finalizing it. And don't forget, this is only the tutorial and this is only the sample project to make deeper understanding of what you learned up to here in this course. So the main key to become the successful and professional Python programmer is your effort. Try, and try. With the best wishes. Thanks for your time.